morning! Sorry, I was a little late here. I didn't realize time had gotten away from me. One thing the fox woman is very bad at is perception of fucking time. Holy shit. Hello, good morning! Scam train, Foxy. Already? How could you scam train already? How am I doing this fine Sunday? I had really bad sleep because I kept waking up due to fucking acid reflux. But that's okay because it's happened very infrequently since I've been at the bunker. I think this is only like the second time, which is great. I just had like deja vu of talking about it actually. Help! Perception of time and answering DMs. Time management is a a heterosexual skill. See, I read it as a homosexual skill and I was like, that's why Tangerine always did the time management portion of Cook Serve Delicious and I was on the keyboard. But alas, it was my reading comprehension that was homosexual. Did I perceive breakfast? I had a cheese stick. Finn the chat, thank you, my guy. Foxy's mind has been invaded by Internet Explorer. True and real. Oh, welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. I know this isn't typical of VTubers to do, but considering my model has been suspended in the void for so fucking long, it was supposed to be finished at the end of my donathon in 2023, basically. So, like, I had finished commissioning it at the end of 2022, and I was getting updates in 2023, and then it was supposed to come out in, like, August of that year, and then the artist needed more time, and then they said September, and then they said after your donathon, and then they said, you know, in February, and then after the artist stopped having delays, the rigger just disappeared. You know, so there's a lot of issues, but the rigger has been giving me updates recently, and it might actually get finished this century. And so I kind of, because it's been in fucking limbo for so long, I really wanted to show it off. And like some of the other toggles that he's done for it were completed like ages ago. So, like, I have, like, giga leaning and stuff, because that's one of the things I loved about 3D. So I love being able to lean in all sorts of directions for, like, dramatic and comedic value. So I wanted that ability in my 2D. And you won't see that in this, but I wanted to show off the update that I got recently, because, like, I am just so fucking excited, man. I am just so fucking excited. Please keep whipping him and make sure the model is fit. Look, he's in the hospital. I can't whip him. I can gently prod him. Are we forgiven for the meat lovers pizza yet? Holy shit, that man remembers the meat lovers pizza. Leaning model sex. True and real. But, let's see if I can bring this up without killing myself here. So this was the most recent update that I got. And let me make the top of my browser actually visible here. Let's make that visible. All right, look at how fucking fluffy I am. Look at the fluffy. Oh my god, it's so cute. I know, it's been fucking years since I've ever shown like wing assets with my model. I think the only time I did that was with an art that intended to be for a cover song that I was doing, but then the cover song never actually ended up being released, which I hope the other one actually does. I have like 2 years worth of merch based on that model come out before the model I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Magnificent. And the plumage, oh, it gets better. It gets better. Like, both the artist and the rigger are amazing at what they do. It was just a crazy amount of delays. Like, an absolutely insane amount of delays. It moves. Where's the left arm? It's a work in progress. The left arm isn't there yet. And I think that's actually... No, that is the left arm. You're right. I was gonna say, I thought that was the right arm. I'm also retarded with directions. The skirt on the yeah, that's what the plushie is wearing. It's like Ziz said, I've had like 2 years worth of merch come out based on my main model, but I haven't had the model yet. The skirt is like a jellyfish swimming. I know, it's so cute. Will we ever see tail action, Foxu? Yes. Yes, we will. One-winged angel. Definition 2. Which one of your arms almost killed you again? It was the left. The model makes true. It makes perfect sense, lore-wise. Upgrades and before it gets delayed because NVIDIA drivers and AMD Ryzen are both broken right now. Don't say such things. Don't say these things. Big thighs, Fox. So yeah, I have big thighs, man. Big thighs. If perfect lore, the arm should be replaced with static. Andrew B, thank you. Flap jiggle. It's brilliant engineering. It is. It's very brilliant. Normally VTubers don't show off stuff until they have it in their hands and they can do like a debut thing. But like, fuck, man, this has been so delayed, and I'm so excited to be getting updates again. I don't think I even have like the lean video, because I think the lean video is like giga old. Like early 2024 old. I don't see it in my downloads folder anywhere. Unlucky, but that's okay. You guys can just imagine the lean. Perceive the bent verticality, question mark? I don't know how to use words. Internet Zen Master, thank you. To quote the movie Robots, upgrades, people! Upgrades! True and real. Wolfen Wing Sable, thank you. Winged Fox, you're in love. Thank you for the member, my guy. Finally, you can get your Foxwoman in biblically accurate flavor. True and real. The Spider God, thank you for that gift sub top panty shot. Does it have a toggle to shift the wings to black? No, it does not. The classic Doom guy, thank you. It has stocking squish. Of course it has stocking squish. Sly Maverick, thank you. New model looks absolutely divine. Yeah, it's been in progress 4 years, so I'm very happy to have an update on it. I'm gonna do the feet reveal first, as per VTuber tradition. Of course I am. Of course, I'm gonna come down from the top of the screen and show my legs and be accused of strip teasing for lolicons. Matt Larson, thank you. Yeah, all the bounces, I still want to do an animation of bouncing on trampolines for the end of stream. I think that would be hilarious. I think that would be really funny. That was just a nice thing to see for me. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for the lack of 3Ds, you know? Do I have the dress IRL? No, that's not the one that I have IRL. The pink one is the one that I have IRL. Old man needs a nap. Have a good nap, my guy. Have a good nap. Flap on it, Dio. Jesus. Ankles, harlot. How dare you? It's haram. True and real. The bouncy fun Kirsche. Like the man show? Yeah, like the man shows, girls trumping on trampolines. I fucking loved the man show when I was younger. Will the new model be for this year? Well, I certainly hope so. Because the other model that I had planned to debut for my birthday is also now delayed. I can't catch a break. Everything gets delayed. But, you know, it's okay. It's all right. I'll just end up paying for the model from 3 years ago and the model that was this year at the same time, you know? I'm just kidding. I already paid for the other model that's been years delayed. Gaslighting is not welcome. True, do not. Back when Jimmy Kimmel was actually funny, imagine. Well, you got one model this year at least. True. A fox lives on Blizzard time soon, TM. Yeah, pretty much. At least Corolla stayed cool. Surprisingly so. In the Kirsche zone, all models get delayed. Indeed, unfortunate. Stop being unlucky. Yeah, just stop being unlucky. Sorry, all of my luck stats rolled for MMOs. I had none left for real life issues. Knee stockings, real life accurate. I have all sorts of stockings. And Jimmy Kimmel was never funny. That was all Adam Carolla. I mean, maybe, but I wouldn't be able to remember the difference from childhood, you know? Down from the heavens descended Kirsche Norris. I will roundhouse kick your head off your neck. If I truly had MMO luck, we'd still have a decent MMO worth playing. I only have MMO luck in the MMO, unfortunately. I can't manifest one. Makes me sad, you know? A little bit of sadness. Kimmel had some funny moments, like his Karl Malone bit. I can't remember any of those. What the hell is this? I just like absentmindedly scrolled down on my Twitter feed, and I got some post where like this woman is bloodied and crying. What? What the fuck? Is it the British? No, it's not the British cop. It's a lady who moved to Russia. Apparently she was used as Russian propaganda about how great and non-racist Russia is. I don't know, I'm gonna bring this up. I'm gonna bring this up on screen because now I'm interested. I've been locked in. I was gonna talk about Brian Koberger first, but you know, sometimes the Twitter gods give. The black propaganda piece? Yeah, apparently. I'd never seen this. I don't remember this at all. So, okay, where's my browser?
Browser. Firefox.
So, the top post is what I saw and got distracted by, and I was like, wow, what happened to That's So Raven? Oh, you can see all of my tabs I plan on talking about. Hold on, let me fix that. Let me fix that. Crop the top, baby. Let's go. Cut the foreskin of the browser off. You can't handle the tabs. Bunker Cat kind of going nuts right now. Taboo, yeah, the taboo sneak peek. So I was like, what happened with That's So Raven? And I read the, like, line thing, and then I scrolled down, and it said how it started. So I guess we should watch the how it started first, because I don't know how it started. Francine Villa was used up by the Kremlin propaganda in 2019, and then discarded. Watching from the middle of BFE while camping in your own sort of bunker? I really would like to do camping stream at some point. I think that would be one of the funnest, like, off-collab things to do. Just like fucking 2 brain-damaged women in the forest with a Starlink. What could possibly go wrong? Definitely didn't see that coming. Imagine. You wanted to graze into the Great Book of Tabs. True, they are edible if you try hard enough. What is that music?
Why did I make up my mind to move to Russia? I wanted to leave a country where I was facing discrimination, racism.
I'm gonna be honest, if you live in the United States and you're facing discrimination, which, let's be real, she probably wasn't, I don't think Russia would be the first place in my mind to move. Alright, she deserved it. I was just like, damn, that is some room temp IQ logic. The United States is too racist. What's less racist than the United States? Russia! Said no one ever. Like, okay, all right. Russia, famously tolerant and progressive. You hear Iran is nice this time of year? Yeah, right, dude? Holy shit. Wow, this free country is too racist. Better move to a less free and more racist country. Will they extract her back to the US for another Merchant of Death? I don't know if she's trapped there or if she's just like realizing that it's not a non-racist paradise. In America, the police beat up Francine. This doesn't look like they're beating her up. When she turned to them for help. Okay, what's the actual story though? What actually happened?
We don't have any hoodies. I thought the police was there to help me. Why aren't they helping me? It's history that's repeated itself over and over.
Who is this family?
Again, and it hasn't been
Who
fixed.
is this guy? Why is fucking the Count from Sesame Street on my screen right now? What is happening? What is going on? She doesn't look beat up. She's probably rioting and got arrested. Yeah, it just looked like a riot. And she got arrested. She didn't look like she got beat up. Maybe she did. I don't know the story. Her grandfather fled from the USA to the USSR due to racism in the 1930s. Bro, there's no way this is an entire family of people who are like, damn, the US is too racist, let's move to Russia. I'll even give them that in the 1930s, obviously, the United States was far more racist than it is now, right? Like, obviously. But I don't think 1930s Russia would have been any better. As an Eastern European, you're deeply offended. Oh my god. Brain dead genetics pasta. I didn't know retardation was genetic. Holy shit.
He graduated university as an agriculturist. There's no career moves, there's no jobs, and there's so much discrimination.
I don't know, I feel like being able to farm and do agriculture is a pretty valuable trait, especially in the 1930s, yeah, you know? You've never gotten a Gamer Subs cup before? Is the insert thing just for keeping ice away from the spout, or is there some other purpose? The insert thing is for when you shake it so that, like, all of the powder, if there's any clumps of the powder, it breaks up. So it's like, it's part of the shaker. Part of the shaker, man. You didn't. 1930s Russia. Don't ask them what happened in Ukraine. Yeah, right? It would appear it's genetic for them to keep moving to Russia. They feel it in their bones. It's like the pilgrimage to Mecca or fucking Jerusalem, you know? He fled to commie USSR and then brought back communism. Her family came back to the US, possibly KGB assets, you know? That didn't even occur to me. That's possible. Communist Russia had a lot of working camps, sure. At the beginning of the last century, black people couldn't go to the same schools and universities as whites. That's true. I don't know why they're showing us cars on fire, though. Or sit in the front seats on public transport. I fled 1930s America to 1930s Germany. What could go wrong? True. I heard 1930s Germany had nothing weird going on at all. It was perfectly fine to be there for anyone, really. They were given only the hardest work.
Daily life for an African American in the 30s was, frustrating. There would
Why
be
are we
parts
hearing
of
from an
town
art
that you
collector
would
about
not
this?
be able to go to, or you would only be allowed to go to certain stores.
There would be separate toilets, for example, for whites. There would be separate water fountains for black. And they would
This
usually
guy's a
be
professor
lower
of history,
quality.
right? Like, that makes sense. As a result, hundreds of African Americans left for the USSR. Chat, is this real? Chat, was there a massive exodus of African Americans in the 1930s to Russia? Was this a thing? It's definitely not great, but like, why are we acting like this is the biggest crime humanity has ever committed? The same reason why nobody ever brings up the bodies under communism. Hundreds wouldn't be a massive exodus anyway. Everyone's equal under communism, true. They have to keep rehashing this instead of moving on. You also couldn't ride the front seat of the bus in 1930? You were alive in 1930? How are you in my chat? Ah, yes, the famous Black Russians. They was a bourgeoisie and shit, as it were. How could they afford that? I don't know, man. Maybe, hold on. Let me pause the video for a second. 1930s African American Exodus USSR. Let's see if this works. Oh. The 1930s marked the beginning of a remarkable migration of African Americans to the Soviet Union. Langston Hughes, Paul Robeson, Claude McKay, and other prominent black intellectuals and artists traveled to what they hoped would be a raceless society. Bro, what? Why is there an image of Karl Marx kissing Abraham Lincoln? What the fuck am I looking at? Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Okay, this was in 1990, so let's open that one. And this was in 2014, so we're gonna open that one and we're gonna see what changed between 1990 and 2014 when I read these. Okay, so starting with obviously the best article, which has Karl Marx and Abraham Lincoln making out like the homosexuals they are. It's not very intellectual of them to think that the USSR was raceless. Damn, Fujoshi's got to anti-slaveries and communists. True. Yaoi alt history is what's happening now. Let's turn on the BGM for this tangent. How America's ideological refugees have found sanctuary in Russia across nearly a century. First fleeing conservatism, now fleeing progressivism. This was written 6 fucking days ago, by the way. Send this image to Razorfist, let him laugh. To be fair, one of Karl Marx's close communist friends was a Union general.
Did you hear about that Nakasumiku from those VTuber tryhards talking about de-whitening and dropping N-bombs, and people having trouble recognizing far-righters after crying wolf about you for months and the blue sky VTuber Nazi list?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that someone decided, fuck it, let's make an actual Nazi VTuber. After months of that word being used frivolously for people who are not Nazis. Wow. Imagine my shock. Let's go to Party City. That was a string of words. Thank you, Internet Zen Master, my dude. Thank you. Past this picture. In the summer of 2024, the Hare family from Canada made headlines when Russia granted them temporary refugee status. Their story seemed almost surreal. North Americans fleeing to Putin's Russia, citing persecution for their conservative Christian values. But this narrative of Americans seeking sanctuary in Russia isn't new. It's simply the latest chapter in a nearly century-long pattern of ideological migration between the two nations. What makes this moment so fascinating isn't just that Americans are moving to Russia, but that they're doing so for precisely the opposite reasons their predecessors did in the 1930s and 1940s. Where once African-American workers and leftist intellectuals fled to the Soviet Union, seeking progressive ideals, today's migrants are evangelical families and conservative traditionalists fleeing what they perceive as America's progressive overreach. Man, reality's fucking strange. This is just wild to me. I just like how... I mean, I guess at least they were admitting that progressive ideals does indeed mean communism. So at least we got that going for us. But I don't know about moving to Russia to escape the progressive overreach. Like, yeah, they're more traditional, but also you don't really have freedom, man. PMC 129, thank you for the 5 gift subs on Kick. Thank you. Thank you. Now, you guess there've always been stupid people? I mean, I guess. Russians fled to America at that time? You know, that's what I would imagine. There's no such thing as a commie intellectual. OG feminists had to fight against domestic violence, though. Very random. Moving to another country is a lefty move. Conservatives are all about blood and soil. You would think so. You would think so. I mean, I guess they're not really conservative if they're just Christian. They're probably like, you know, liberal Christian. Good lord, where are we? The 1930s marked the beginning of a remarkable migration of African Americans to the Soviet Union. Langston Hughes, Paul Robeson, Claude McKay, and other prominent black intellectuals and artists traveled to what they hoped would be a raceless society. But it wasn't just the famous who made this journey. Ordinary workers like Robert Robinson, a skilled engineer and the only person of color among Ford's recruits when the company sold assembly lines to the USSR, represented hundreds of African Americans who saw the Soviet Union as an escape from Jim Crow America. Okay, I have a question. If they were escaping Jim Crow, why Russia and not whatever country they were sold from originally? Like, no racist intent whatsoever. But my brain would be like, I want to go back to where I'm from, right? Well, I don't know. The country that sold them for a reason. Well, I mean, Jim Crow didn't keep them from becoming rich, well-known intellectuals. That's an interesting point. Want to escape progressivism in the US? Move away from the West Coast or New York. Easy, true. It was a common propaganda tactic of Russia at the time to put on parties and treat a select few people to try and disprove by contradiction that they weren't a communist hellscape. I love North Korea! They were actually after the commie Gibbs. You wouldn't want the prisoners of war you sold for profit 50 to 75 years ago back either? Weren't there a bunch that did actually go back? Which is why I'm asking the question, right? Like, not even counting Liberia. After like freedom was granted to slaves, a lot of them did want to go back and did go back. So it's I guess weird to me that these people were like, instead of that, we want to go to Russia. But I mean, I guess, you know, propaganda. I guess it works. American intellectuals bought communist propaganda wholesale, same as it ever was. The Soviets even worked on programs so professors could visit and see how great communism was and tell their students about it. Jesus Christ. Lethal Weeaboo, thank you. Didn't Karl Marx hate black people? I don't know. Let's ask Google. Did Karl Marx hate black people? Did Karl Marx defend black slavery? Marx is giving conditional support neither for slavery nor emancipation. Okay, so I guess he didn't care one way or another. Whatever Jacobin is says Karl Marx wasn't a hideous racist. Someone on Reddit asked, what's the deal with Karl Marx anyway? He went on numerous racist rants and constantly referred to black people by the N-word. What was Karl Marx's perspective on racism? Marx believed that racial differences were extremely unimportant in the development of a people. Race is basically a worthless tool. Well, I mean, we see that in DEI. It's not really worthless, but it is a tool. Were those rants racist for the time? Jacobin, not exactly an impartial judge. Yeah, I know, that's why I said it where it was from. In his book, he refers to them as farm implements. Take that as you will. He also, oh my god. That is dehumanizing as fuck. Jesus Christ. Sparky, thank you. Imagine fleeing from racism to Eastern Europe where they practice competitive racism. They might as well have picked C, true. Marx on racism. There's tons of him ranting about the Jews. Okay, we're not talking about the Jews right now, though. Bias Calm, thank you. You got the cup in 2 days ago. Looks better in person, but you're not posting it on Twitter for me to retweet, mainly because your name is H-Man Cat. Cat? Even though your pin tweet flat says it's a joke. Well, thank you for buying the cup. I hope you like it. Eric Barlow, thank you. Marx was a racist. His reference to capitalist is for Jews as they were the moneyed class in Europe. I mean, I figured he was anti-Semitic. Tech Guy James, thank you. Marx and Lincoln are gay, and Hitler is a lolly waifu. Which ideologically relevant historical figure will the internet do next, and how will they do it? Will Mussolini be like the ugly bastard from the hentais? Maybe that's where we're going. He was Jewish? I'm seeing a pattern here. Jack Crow, thank you. Listen, the Soviets were awesome and progressive. Whether you were African or not, they would dehumanize you just the same. Meat for the grinder is meat, true. True, they're just like, we treat everyone equally bad here. It doesn't matter what your race is. And then again, the ugly bastard usually gets the hose, so, I mean, true. H-Man was a lolicon? No, they just draw him as one frequently for some reason. Munya. Mussolini had tentacles. I don't like that.
Please be gentle, Benito-kun.
My 44 years inside the Soviet Union. Man, I like these old fucking Soviet, or I guess they're not Soviet buildings because they were there before the Soviets, but like, I like these old-ass Russian buildings. They look cool. Black man in red Russia. Interesting. The appeal was obvious. While America enforced racial segregation and economic inequality, the Soviet Union marketed itself as a workers' paradise, free from capitalist exploitation and racial prejudice. For black Americans facing lynching, disenfranchisement, and systemic exclusion from economic opportunity, Stalin's Russia offered something their own country denied them: the promise of dignity and equality. I mean, yeah, I guess the propaganda would be very fruitful during that time, considering how bad America was.
Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
Omonia.
Joe McCarthy did nothing wrong.
True! Heedster, thank you for the 88. McCarthy did not go far enough, unfortunately for all of us. Have I looked into or heard of the Hollywood Blacklist and the Joint Fact-Finding Committee on Un-American Activities? Some of the involved were members of the American Communist Party? No. What the heck are you talking about? What the heck? Definitely not Brock. I just don't believe you. You're definitely him. Stay hydrated, drink water. I almost forgot water before I sat down, but I picked it up when my waiting screen was on. Thank you for that 3-month member, Mr. Brockman. It's so common. Marx's anti-Semitism was self-hating. His family was recently converted to Protestantism. Plus, he was a deadbeat, bathless loser. What do you mean by bathless? That has nothing to do with race and religion, though. You don't understand, Kirsche. When everyone is oppressed, no one is. I don't want to see that happen to my country. A blagger, thank you for the HK. Marx was ethnically Semitic, but his dad converted before he was born. He wasn't just anti-Semitic, it was part of the basis for his hatred of capitalism. To him, Jew equaled rich equaled evil. What a very base line of thinking. Like, it's like almost no thought went into that at all. It's like he was the incel of his time. We're all equal when we're dead, true. He didn't like to take baths, you mean it. That's kind of weird. Marx had his best friend raise his bastard children, but why? Marx apparently didn't bathe, so he was a real stinking communist. I'm learning so much about this man today. The Communist Party, USA, actively recruited African Americans, promoting the Soviet Union as a beacon of racial progress. Soviet propaganda featured black Americans prominently, showcasing them as proof of socialism's superiority over capitalist racism. The message was clear. America had failed its black citizens, but the Soviet Union welcomed them with open arms. The cruel irony, of course, was that many of those migrants discovered that Soviet reality rarely matched Soviet promise. Wow. I'm so shocked. The raceless society they sought often proved to be another form of inequality, but with different but equally oppressive systems of control. Some, like Robert Robinson, found themselves trapped for decades, unable to leave even when they wanted to return home. Yet their migration represented something profound about American society: the persistent gap between American ideals and American reality. These were Americans who believed so deeply in the principles of equality and justice that they were willing to abandon their homeland when it failed to live up to those principles. Blood and soil, though. You say that, but most people would rather rule in hell than serve in heaven. They'd rather live as long as their mud hut is bigger than everyone else's. They literally care more about being well off relative to everyone else than actually well off. Like, commies? Soviet reality. Now that's a sexy phrase, it is. You don't abandon, you fucking fix it. I mean, I agree with that, but much like when I look at, like, the situation in South Africa, and I think about how crushing it must feel to be put in that position, I can't blame the people who are like, yeah, I'm going to take refugee status where it's offered. When I think about how horrible the 1930s probably was for an African American living in the United States, I can kind of understand how they could be brainwashed by communist propaganda, right? I can kind of understand where they're just like, well, this country and the people in it have treated me like shit my entire life, so I don't really have anything attaching me here, right? Like, I can get it. I can understand the fucking state of mind that could have led to this happening. They'd rather everyone be oppressed than have other people be rich if they're not. Yeah, when you're used to dealing with, like, giant levels of persecution, again, in the 1930s, I don't think this happens today. When you're used to dealing with this, when you get sold a lie that sounds too good to be true, you might believe it, you know? It's the same propaganda as now. It's all the same. Time is a loop. Truly, it is. It's kind of crazy. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Reminder that Mussolini was so dumb he tried to recreate Rome by invading Ethiopia, the last independent empire in Africa. Ethiopia was never truly conquered, and Benito's dream died in Africa. Why would he do that? Jack Crow, thank you. In America, you'd be a slave. Here in the USSR, you're an unpaid forces labor. Completely different and actually really cool. Just trust us, guys. Yeah. You're not a slave under the Soviet Union. You're an empowered worker who actually owns the means of production. John in English, thank you. Funny quote from Marx's own mother. If only Karl had made capital instead of writing about it. I love it when, like, prominent figures' parents come out and dunk on them. Like, when Jeb was running for president and they were, like, interviewing his parents and his mom was just like, I think America's had enough of the Bush family in the White House. I was like, holy shit! Holy shit, how must that feel? To hear that after the fucking please clap moment. Like, I lost my mind, dude. you believe in the Soviet Yun-Yun. I would absolutely go to, like, a fucking... It would have to be people who aren't communist running it in order for it to actually be funny and actually turn a profit. But, like, a Soviet communist-themed restaurant, and you could get, like, Soviet onion, and it's like a blooming onion with, like, a fucking hammer and sickle fucking printed into it or some shit. I don't know, I think you could make that funny and entertaining. And actually feed you. They can have the bread lines. It's good when they can recognize that they failed, I suppose. A Jeb 2028. He can do it this time! Jesus Christ. It's important to stay and fix things, but it's equally important to recognize a lost cause when you see one. I mean, I agree, which is also why, again, looking at South Africa, I can also understand the people who are like, my family who have been here for generations, this is my land, this is my farm, this is my property, I will be gone when I am dead, I'm not leaving for any reason, right? But again, African Americans in the 1930s might have not a huge attachment to the land, to the country, based on how they got here in the first place, right? So, again, I can understand the state of mind. Can I cover the camera for Lamar Jackson edit? I don't know what that means. Soviet onion, and it's just a raw onion, but only half, because the family next door needs some too. A communist-themed mini-bourgeoisie establishment sounds hilarious! Yeah, it would have to be run by non-commies in order to actually be both funny and profitable. Eric Barlow, thank you. Fascism is a form of corporatism or syndicatism. It's not communism. Also, National Socialism is a Gnostic form and came from theosophy. I've not heard the word theosophy before. Depending on your view of Edward Snowden, he tried to fix it, but also left to avoid prison. Not fair. They have printers they use on coffee foam and cake these days, so don't let your memes be dreams. True. And then they founded Liberia, and then I didn't know that Liberia had slavery until you guys told me that. I was like, what the fuck? Why would freed slaves create their own nation and then immediately institute slavery? That doesn't make sense to me. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Did I work to deserve the bread, comrade? True. True. What has been your contribution today to deserve this meal you were about to eat? The Dork Laird? Thank you. Read Marx's letters to Engels. Both were so racist. Man. Can you imagine a communist having the entrepreneurial spirit to start such a restaurant in the first place? There have been a few, like, self-described socialist restaurants. I think they've been coffee shops. Like, I think one was a coffee shop and one was a sandwich shop that I can remember. And they worked on a, like, pay what you can model. And unsurprisingly, both of them went out of business. Did I ever talk about the commie coffee shop that operated on a pay what you think? Yes, I did. Oh, fuck. F? Oh, yeah, I am effing. I sneezed and my stream died. Red square, why? Okay, we're back. Plus, their uniforms were fucking sharp. Hold on, wait a minute.
Ammonia?
M Stealth GT, thank you. You don't, guys. The Russians haven't told you I ain't black for voting the wrong way, and they gave us smug Alana. Can't be that bad. Oh my god. Thank you for the blastius. Thank you for the blastius. Back to the article. The raceless society they sought often proved to be another form of inequality, but with different but equally oppressive systems of control. I think I read that. Yeah, I read that. The contemporary reversal. Fast forward to 2024 and we see a mirror image of this migration pattern. Conservative American families are now fleeing to Russia, but this time they're running from what they perceive, as America's excessive progressivism rather than its conservatism. Vladimir Putin has skillfully positioned Russia. Am I red squaring again? You piece of shit. You shitbag. Why you red squaring me? Why you do this? I wonder if we have, like, bad weather right now. I don't hear any rain, but it could just be bad weather. Small F on Twitch. On Kick, all fine. Seem fine on Kick? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Kick is winning today. Warm bodies got it nice. Kick seems fine to you, but Twitch is sketchy. I think there's... Let me Let me see a weather forecast here. I think it might just be bad weather at the moment. And since the internet at the bunker, I can't... Like, I can tether into the router thing, but the tether doesn't really matter because the entirety of the internet is Wi-Fi. I didn't think I'd be able to stream on it in the first place. The fact that whatever Wi-Fi I'm using can handle all my multicasting when I had red squares all the time in Georgia, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, I think it might just be a weather thing. Started talking about marks and I'm surprised the red squares show up. True. Better dead than red, honestly. Vladimir Putin has skillfully positioned Russia as a sanctuary for traditional values, signing decrees that allow foreign citizens to apply for temporary residency if they share traditional Russian spiritual and moral values. Wouldn't this just be asking you to move there if you're a commie? Like, what do they mean by that? As soon as you switch your audio to Kick, it breaks there too! Oh no! Mini F on the Kick. Allegedly, he never responded, but Marx wrote multiple times to Lincoln, if you recall correctly. Red Square, you bitch ass, you stop this. I mean, I'm glad it's only like mini red squares and it's not dropping like a metric fuck ton of frames, but it's still obnoxious, you know? Still kind of annoying. I hope this clears up fast so I can actually continue tangenting, because I have a lot of fucking tabs, brother. My tabs, they have grown large and robust. Punished for our hubris. Oh, ironic fate.
Munya!
Russia doesn't let the funny parades take place. No slippery slope happens. This makes Russia an oddity on the planet. That does make Russia an oddity. And also, it's weird when Russia's pushing less communist propaganda than other countries. There's nothing that would break a liberal more than how much they would agree with a Nazi, true. I feel like that would be a fun thing for those YouTubers to do, right? Like the YouTubers that go out and they ask people questions about shit. What if one of them went out and like quoted things that Hitler or other Nazis said and asked them if they agreed with it? I think that would be an interesting thing. Twitch is just trying to silence you, truly. Every stream Vaush looks at breaks solution. Vaush should look away from his monitor. Truly, if he just doesn't look at his monitor, we'll be okay. Man on the street interviews. Rootin' for Putin, darn tootin', what the fuck? Are we hard effing now? Is it hard F? I still have some focus on my end, but it's been solidly red. Solidly fucking red, man.
Oh, Munya. Munya.
Mini F, red square be good. Yeah, I don't wanna like thank people or talk too much during the red squares because I don't want people to miss shit, you know? Doing your part, going to the kitchen.
Bring me back another cheese stick, please.
Ammonia. Mini F, just on YouTube. I'm gonna log in on Kick, but comment on Twitch. Look at this guy, gaming the system. Guess you're watching on Kick today. Have my warm body. I love your warm body, thank you. Can at least hear you perfectly fine. Oh, interesting. Didn't they do that almost word for word to Kraut and T one time back in the Skeptic days? Had him unknowingly quoting mustache speeches word for word? That's funny. That's fucking funny. Chatters just pop out the Twitch chat and put it over the Kick chat. Watching on Kick works great, and you can still use emotes and shit. True. I love emotes and shit. It's fine if you play it on 160p.
Cheese stick.
Twitch freezing, YouTube's been fine. Stuttering is real, but it's still going on Twitch. Oh, we're green again!
Yay, green!
I like the green square. Hello, Peekle. Hello, Peekle. I'm gonna need to kidnap you for help with numbers again. Speaking of internet, you asked your friend who does IT infrastructure for companies like Cisco. He told you that apartment complexes, condos, or other high-volume residential areas don't have a lot of bandwidth, because unlike homes, they are not given a hard line of bandwidth, but a shared line, which is why it becomes unreliable compared to home internets. Oh, that's crazy. That explains a lot, though. Wait, we can pop out the chat? Yeah, there should be something somewhere on your Twitch chat to allow you to pop it out. I don't have that menu because mine is already popped out. Finn the chat, thank you for the fucking dank dono, dude. Blaze it, candy ass. Do the Bunker Boys follow Jay Stark? I've never heard that name in my life, so I have no idea. Help! Jack Crow, thank you, my guy. Under no pretext should arms and ammunition be surrendered. Any attempt to disarm the workers must be frustrated by force if necessary, maybe? Karl Marx, a broken clock and all that. Why are all the commies in the US against guns? Tech guy James, thank you. Why would descendants of formerly enslaved peoples found a country with slavery? Ask that Democrat who said, we're done picking cotton. What the fuck? To pop out Twitch chat, use the little cog next to the chat button. Huh. Finn the chat, thank you. Irony is that the Communist Party of the Russian Federation is the second largest in the country. It is ironic that it's only the second largest. And Battleizer, thank you. EFAP did this with Movie Bob, and the infamous is it a Movie Bob or Nazi quote. Bob is very liberal, and they got a 75%. Oh, that's kind of like the thing that I did with Hassan, right? It was like, did Hassan say this, or did... I can't remember who it was comparing him to. It might have been Hitler. I can't remember, but it was like, is this a Hassan quote, or like a fucking controversial figure quote? Terrorist, that's what it was. Twitch or terrorist. Thank you, chat. I couldn't remember. They're against guns because they don't have them all. Androtas, I missed your Z, sorry, thank you. Hello, you got the Kapu, but not Kapu for Kapu, though they were separate purchases. Oh, I hope you protect your Kapu with vinyl so it lives forever. US commies are against guns because their political opponents are for them. Very weird. Very weird. Tumblr or Stormfront is always a fun forum game. What the fuck? Marx is by no means quite, quote, is frequently taken out of context. He was talking about the arms owned by communist paramilitaries, not privately owned guns. He actively opposed private ownership of firearms. Well, I mean, I'm sure a communist is opposed to private ownership of anything, right? Twitch or terrorist game clip. Oh man, how did you pull that up already? That was fast. The Hare family story exemplifies this new wave. They claim persecution for their conservative Christian beliefs, citing concerns about LGBTQ+ rights, vaccination mandates, and progressive education policies. Where their 1930s predecessors fled American conservatism for Soviet progressivism, today's migrants flee American progressivism for Russian conservatism. This reversal reveals Putin's geopolitical genius. Does it? Where Stalin marketed the Soviet Union as progressive and egalitarian, Putin markets Russia as traditional and spiritually pure. Both leaders understood that America's internal tensions create opportunities for rival powers to position themselves as havens for disaffected Americans. I'm not saying I trust the Russian government, but it would be incredibly hilarious if at some point in the future, Russia actually became a beacon of freedom as the United States fell to Marxism. That would just be both sad and kind of funny. Conservatives fleeing to Russia. Do they not know Putin has been praising USSR and communism for a while now? Evil Mandrake, thank you. Did I say cheese stick or cheese steak? I said cheese stick! They don't sound the same! You don't put cheese sticks on your cheese steak, man. God hates taxes, thank you. Jay Stark was a pro-gun German specializing in 3D printing who was probably killed by the state. What? What do you mean by this? Eric Barlow, thank you. Getting rid of guns was the same as the National Socialists getting rid of unions. They achieved the revolution, not needed anymore. To be fair, I could get behind getting rid of unions. I don't think I've heard a single good thing about unions from anyone I've known in unions, friends and father alike. He had a heart attack at a young age. What? Those are pronounced different? You think you need headphones to tell- What? What? Stop thinking positively about Russia. You have NAFO fellas in the chat, they'll be very upset. I don't know what NAFO means. He was arrested and then died in custody, allegedly a heart condition thing? What the fuck? You had to join a union once, completely worthless, and just took money from your paycheck. Unions are trash. Most of the time, unions are awful. I feel like they're sort of like homeowners associations, but instead of for homes, it's for working people. Jay Stark was arrested and died, allegedly of a heart attack, in police custody. After 3 years of being a hoe chat, you can just about tell stick from steak. What is a hoe chat? Unions can be decent, This is often not the case. Yeah, that's the same with homeowners associations, right? Like, in theory, an HOA is great to keep the riffraff out and keep property values up, but then in practice, homeowners associations just strip you of your rights and make you feel like you want to strangle people in their beds. You wish you didn't know what a NAFO is too? What? NAFOs are dumb pro-NATO psychos. There are people that are pro-NATO? The idea of unions is great. The reality is most of them have devolved into legalized rackets. NAFO is a group of homosexuals who post gore in support of Ukraine. Oh, is that why I was getting, like, weird war gore of, like, Russians getting blown up in my DMs from people who were angry at me? Unions are owned by the mafia. Look up Jimmy Hoffa. You left your garbage can out overnight. Give us $100. Man, when I was in California, I guess one of the days I was there was, like, a trash pickup day. And instead of putting their trash cans, like, at their driveway end or, like, on the sidewalk next to their mailbox or something, it was like house, sidewalk, cars parked on the street, and then the trash can. So if you wanted to go down the street, you had to go like 5 miles per hour and sort of like bumper car bump into all the trash cans on both sides of the road. I was like, what the fuck kind of mental retardation causes people to put their trash cans this far in the road? Like, it's actually psychopathic behavior. We don't have a way to tell the logic of schizo antis. Foxu stream might be a wrong idea when depressive, but what the hell? You're not gonna feel any better. No, you will feel better. Eat some cheese. And you can understand unions in some instances. For instance, you don't just casually start a steel mill business like you can start a plumbing company. Okay, that's fair. You can't casually start a steel mill business.
Cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
The Bingley!
Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Yes, Kirsche. Now stop noticing how Putin wants his people to breed instead of choosing one of 420 genders. If we weren't so caught up with mutilating children and how many hundreds of genders there are, we could have more advanced space travel, and I'm upset about that. Vladimir Crystal, thank you for the 10 gift members.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
You wonder if the trash collector started ignoring trash cans that weren't put that far out into the road because of laziness? Well, it's time to fucking get actual trash collectors, man. Let's see, where did I finish reading here? I guess it's in the next paragraph. What remains constant across both waves is the underlying American paradox, the country's inability to reconcile its competing visions of itself. The 1930s, migrants fled an America that failed to live up to its egalitarian promises. Today's migrants flee an America they believe has abandoned its traditional foundations. I mean, both groups represent Americans who become so disillusioned with their country's direction that they're willing to project their ideals onto foreign lands rather than work to realize them at home. That's a great criticism I wasn't expecting to see in this article. Because, like, while I can understand why some groups would feel better leaving their homeland, I am always for the blood and soil kind of thing, you know? Where it's like, this is where you were born, this is the country you have, like, been a part of all of your life. Why leave that country instead of working to make it better, right? Don't say it like that. What do you mean? You thought they were trash collectors? Turns out they were trash collectors. Jack Crow, thank you. Unions, HOA, can't-sees, and commies are all the same. They use the product of bureaucratic moral busybodies. Authoritarian evil all comes from the suburban Karen. Truly. Truly. We will never have another space race in our lifetime. Put a human on Mars or some shit like that. Do you think we could send a monkey to the Mars, at least? You know? Be jammin', thank you. If you want a F fella, then you can go and F a fella, and if a fella says, hey fella, you can't be effing fellas, and then you go and F that fella too. That's how you get AIDS! The term is used by actual hate groups. It could get clipped out of context. Oh, I was not aware of that. I just think you should be for your country that you live in, right? If you want to make your country better, it makes more sense to improve it than to leave it, is essentially what I'm trying to say. That's why we have so many AIDS, true. The monkey poop on Mars memes. Say no to AIDS. There's a point where a country's tumor becomes inoperable, and the US and South Africa have both passed it. I don't like to sink that far into doomerism, but you know, sometimes it do get depressing when you think about the state of things. The term blood and soil is used by Fuentes and Spencer types, just has a guilt by association flavor. Yeah, but I'm not gay. And Fuentes and Spencer are both gay. I know at least one is a government asset. I don't know about the other one. It can be fixed, but not with democracy.
Boing.
So true, Queen. Slay. This pattern suggests something deeper about American political culture, its tendency toward extremes, and its difficulty finding middle ground, and its citizens' willingness to seek elsewhere what they cannot find domestically. The destinations may have swapped political poles, but the underlying dynamic remains the same. Americans fleeing to Russia when they perceive their homeland as fundamentally at odds with their values. Why always Russia, though? Right, isn't Russia also, like, the big bad scapegoat for nearly everything? Like, how many years did we hear about, like, Russian propaganda in current year? Look, Kirsche, if you want to convince people you're not a Nazi, you can't go using phrases written on the blades of Nazi daggers. How the fuck do you know phrases that are written on Nazi daggers? This is like those books in that tweet all over again, where everyone was like, "Hey, my God, Kirsche retweeted Nazi books in a picture," and I'm like, "What the fuck do you mean Nazi book? Like, how did they know?" Just by looking at it. He probably read it in a book. Goddamn. Some women feel safer with the bear. If by bear you mean like a giant hairy gay man who could punch someone's face through a door, sure. Internet Zen Master, thank you. NAFO is pro-NATO zealots. Most of them just post combat footage of Russia vehicles getting blown up and tracking Russia's losses, but others are unhinged. I feel like it's also unhinged if you're like gleefully posting anyone dying, right? Like that's kind of fucking weird. You're taught about Nazi phrases in high school. I unironically do not remember Nazi phrases from high school. Just Hitler bad. Kirsche will never escape the allegations. God damn it. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. I'm still not past the point of no return. We still have guns. Remember, our forefathers said our government should fear we the people. I feel like it's been a long-ass time since we have been in that position. I don't really think I need to read the rest of this because it doesn't have to do with, anything else. It just talks about current America-Russia geopolitics. And that's not what we're here for. What we're here for is black people enjoying communism. This is from the Los Angeles Times in 2014. I want to read the 1990 article first, just to see what the differences are. Subscribe to continue reading. Fuck you, Chicago Tribune. Hold on, I gotta go to the archive site. No really? No result. This wasn't archived? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you... What the... How do I find this if it's not on archive? Way back machine? I guess?
Enter URL. This one.
Wayback Machine is not archived. How the fuck did I find an article from 1990 that's not archived anywhere? How the fuck is this real? Chat, is this real? Ghost Archive. Surely it wouldn't be on Ghost Archive, because only Giga Internet Autists even know this website exists. Nope, not on Ghost Archive either. What the fuck? Archive it. I guess it's up to me. I guess I'm archiving it. Fuck, dude. My URL is alive and I would like to archive it. It's checking if I'm not a robot, chat. It's loading. Nothing is real. Wake up, Foxu.
I'm awake! The earth is flat! We're in a simulation!
You were accused of being a Nazi when you used to put 1488 in your gamer tag because you were 14 when you made it and 88 was your birth year? You didn't even know. I have a friend who was born in 1988. And his gamer tag was good player 88. And he would get accused of being a Nazi all the time. And he's just like, I don't understand. This is my birth year. Can of grog? Not today. A can of Arizona's Arnold Palmer. Shades, dude, thank you. Could try 12 feet IO to get it. I don't know what that means. Oh, me talking about Good Player 88 reminds me that I never brought up that fucking clip for you guys that I talked about. Oh, God. How do I find it?
Twitch.tv/Kirsche. That's me!
Arnold Palmers are so good, they are. I fucking love me some Arnold Palmers, man.
Just 1 second. Kirsche's content is intended for certain audiences. Ah.
You don't say. All right, let's click on my name. And then click on Videos. And then we gotta go to Clippers. Funny how the Antifa and Twitterati are so much more familiar and well read up on Nazi stuff than their accused Nazis. It is a little fucking crazy. All right, top all. Top all. How the fuck is my playing with the black pussy one of my top fucking watched clips? Holy shit.
Nama nama nama.
Oh, God.
Da da da. Not that one. Not that one.
This is gonna be like a real fucking old clip, man. That's class of 09. If I scroll faster, would I even recognize what the game looks like as I scroll fast? That's crazy, yeah, some of these clips are like 4 years ago. I am hag incarnate.
Ah, no.
Help, Step Robo, I'm stuck. True. True and real.
Amunya.
Does this really have such a low view count? How come no one loves this clip like I do? Chat, it only has 534 views? I'm disappointed. This is one of my favorite clips on my entire channel. You get to see young Kirsche. I was so bright-eyed and full of hope as a VTuber. What clip? It's the cheese warding little shit clip. I think I talked about it on my like short birthday stream during vacation. And I said that I would bring it up and then I completely fucking forgot. So this was the Paragon remake Fault. And Fault had like player run tournaments. And so I actually won. Like we won like $500 playing in this tournament. And I just really fucking like how my friend just loses his fucking mind. And I explained what cheese warding was before, but I'll explain it again. So cheese warding, yeah, dead alert source, basically. You like the hair down model? That's not hair down. Those are twin tails, brother. That's just like original V-roid. Your hair looks very limp. Yeah, true. It's the origin of the alert and nobody even knows. I know. It's the origin of the cheese warding little shit clip. But in Fault, you could cheese ward, which meant you could place a ward, which gave you vision of like enemies and enemy stuff. You could place a ward in an out of bounds area so that your enemy team couldn't kill it if they found it. And if you did this kind of cheese warding in the tournament where there is a financial prize, you would get disqualified because that's obviously very unfair to do. So the people we were facing in this tournament match were cheese warding, which is why you hear my friend get so angry. And I just love how he's so angry and then immediately switches to like being fucking calm. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. You think you've seen this clip? It's fucking great and I love it. Let me disappear for a second here. Boop. My death was worth it? You guys are fucking nuts?
This guy's done. You're done, man. Why are you even trying? What are you doing? What are you doing, you cheese-warding cuck? You cheese-warding little shit! My cock is in your mouth right now, and mid. Whoa, dude.
I love you, Crandy!
You're so fucking garbage. Actually, eat my ass. Cheese ward, lose game. Wah! Wah! I feel like
we're not gonna get
Play-Doh.
paid out now, dude.
Oh my god, the clip is so fucking old, but it lives in my head, literally rent fucking free. I love it so much. Oh god, where does the time go? I know, 5 years ago, brother. It's so old. Wow, history. Oh my god, old Paragon. It's not Paragon, it's Fault, but it was one of the Paragon remakes. One of these days, there should be a day that the new pals get a taste of all the sound alerts at full blast. I really want to do that on, like, one Sunday. And I thought about doing it today, because I really missed the fucking Sally alert. But I really wanted to get through tabs today, too, since it's been ages since I've been able to just fucking ramble, man. Predecessor to what? I'm gonna find you in your farm game, and I am going to piss on all your crops. How was 2018 7 years ago? I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. Need more games, less articles. There was a lot of good clips that came out of playing fucking games, bro. We did it. Let's close these. Let's get back to... Here we go. Okay, even the archive of this 1990s article didn't get past the fucking subscription block. Okay, I don't know what to do. Chat, how do I get past a sub block? Hey, Kuromaro Onisan, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, Raiders. One day this decade, Kirsche will finish Okage. This man doesn't remember how long it took me to finish both Digimon World 1 and World 2. DM you the link you? I'm DMing? Probably? Wait, no, I'm not. Hold on. I have to go back and get the original link you. Beep. Beep boop. I have sent you the link. The Digi-Dark Age. They really were the Digi-Dark Ages, but everyone got excited for Digi-Genocide Sundays. I love building an ethno-state as long as it's only for digital creatures and not real races. I wish you could pat the older model's head, true and real. Tamper Monkey has some little scripts. Oh, I do have Tamper Monkey installed. Try IMG searching the article's title. You might find a newspaper scan. I don't know what that is. That's a lot of qualifiers, but I'll allow it. Yeah, we even had our bread lines, except for instead of bread lines, they were meat lines. You got a certain meat allotment a day. Less games, more articles. When do we get Expedition 33? Depending on how much I yap today, I might actually get to beat the Okage boss. Part of me wanted to bring up Okage at the beginning of stream and just go beat the boss and finish the game, but I don't know how long that'll take. And then Zeus attacks our Foxu. He must be a Pokemon stan. Imagine. You want Lady Devimon to destroy your body? You know, I'd probably go gay. Raiding is tiring. Didn't even get any loot or food. True. There's cheese sticks in the refrigerator if you'd like one. Eskill, thank you for the knock. Sitting alone, making weird noises. You think you need help? Isn't that what I do? Isn't that what I do? Binary Mind said, all of the archive sites and 12-foot IO do not work. Man, they really don't want to have us learn about the exodus of US blacks to the USSR. How unlucky. I guess I'll read the 2014 article since the 1991 isn't going to work. Digi-eugenics, just as the Planned Parenthood founder intended. I love Margaret Planned Parenthood. You're not alone, Kirsche. You have the voices to keep you company. I love my chatter's voices. Jax F Prime, thank you for the member, my guy. Thank you. Margaret Parenthood, yeah. Yeah, Sanger. Chat, it's really hard when people have the same first name, and, you know, I don't want to accidentally call her Margaret Thatcher again. I'm not really interested in that, Margaret. Isn't there a way to defeat the sub-block via inspect element? Maybe, but I don't know how to do that. Russia might have the archives, but on paper only. Lilithmon is your queen. Isn't Lilithmon the, like, combination between Angewomon and Lady Devimon? You were really hoping I fucked that up. God damn it, chat. You're gonna introduce a third Margaret to me and I'm gonna keep getting confused? Margaret Sandalwood. Who is that? You get her confused with Atwood, not Thatcher. Who's Margaret Atwood? Daniel, Mr. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Old games that bring back memories. You had your time playing Rainbow Six Covert Ops and gooning people? I don't think that word means what you think it means. With the 5.7mm handgun or sniping in big jungle maps wearing winter camo type 2 and making others insane. Please do not goon people while wearing winter camo. Atwood did The Handmaid's Tale? Oh. Defter Tuna, thank you. Trying hard not to black pill with how things have been all week. Thanks for being an island of relative calm in the storm. I'm glad that a retarded cartoon fox can bring you some joy. Gooning had a different meaning than it does now. Come on. The original use of goon, not the zoomer. The only other use of goon I know is the like, hey boss, what do you want us to take care of for yas? A Princess Bride reference from the Foxy that doesn't do reference. Oh, okay. I might as well be the same Margaret, to be fair. No, that's Mastamon. Oh, okay, thank you. That's Mastamon where they combine. Back to the blacks. In Russia, early African-American migrants found the good life. Reporting from Moscow, that's not biased at all. Growing up in the Soviet Union, Amelia Tynes Mensa did the same things other children did. She read the classics of literary master Alexander Pushkin, listened to the symphonies of Peter Tchaikovsky, and heard the propaganda that life here was better than anywhere else. But in her home, there was American jazz, Thanksgiving celebrations, and stories of the struggles facing blacks in the United States. An impoverished version of soul food sometimes replaced borscht. That's because her father, George Tynes, hello, was an African-American agronomist from Virginia who moved to Russia in the 1930s. Chat, what is an agronomist? Pushkin Pusha. Jesus Christ. Back to purple. Amy Winehouse reference detected. She got aggro. Hard jazz is better than smooth jazz. Ask Grok. Grok! Answer me! An expert in the science of soil management and crop production. Thank you, KB. Ow! The table that I'm sitting at has like really smooth wooden legs, and I really like smooth things, and I like to rub smooth things. So like I'll rub my feet against the really smooth legs of this table like the entire time I'm streaming, and I just miscalculated where my foot was swinging to rub, and I stubbed my toe on the wooden leg. Did Kirsche just push a fart? What the fuck? Who makes noises when they do that? Smooth legs, you say. Not autistic, by the way. It's like, I don't like your penis because it's a penis. I like it because it's smooth. Back to the article. No. Tynes was among hundreds of blacks who traveled to the Soviet Union in the 2 decades after the 1917 Russian Revolution. Some were hardcore commies. Others were curious adventurers. I feel like if you're a curious adventurer to communist Russia, that's like the curious adventurers. Fuck you, California! That's like the curious adventurers who are like, oh, I'm a single white woman and I am going to go backpacking through the Middle East. I'm going to take a bike ride through India. Nothing will happen to me because the world is friendly and loving. You know, I feel like that's the same mindset, right? Like your arms because they're hairy, which is not smooth. Yeah, some things shouldn't be smooth, but I like the smooth texture of smooth things. If your penis head has hair on it, you might need to see a doctor. Solo camping in Pakistan, true. My father didn't know anything about this country. He didn't know what to expect, said Tynes Mensa, 73, her mind flying back through the decades as she sat in her Moscow apartment, where black and white photos of her parents and children shared space on an antique sideboard, with color shots of her grandchildren. Everybody who had come to the Soviet Union from America, my father would tell them, please don't forget to bring me some records, Tynes Mensa said. He loved Ella Fitzgerald, Duke Ellington, Paul Robeson, but he also loved classical music and opera and ballet. Most of the African Americans who came to Russia were seeking a better life, desperate to flee the social inequality and Depression-era hardships that racked America at the time, said Allison Blakely, professor emeritus of history at Boston University, who has written a book on the African American immigrants. They were just looking for a society where they could escape color prejudice and racism, Blakely said. Well, again, I could understand the mindset of wanting to escape that. Russia was definitely propagandizing these people. What the fuck? Most penises are hairy at least 30% up the shaft?
What?
Her father wanted banned content in his Soviet home.
Papa thought, thank you for the 10.
You put 2,000 hours into nearly every form of Paragon, currently trying to get back into Pred, and you and your buddy are getting bodied. Kirsche, come back to Pred. They're adding the Paragon Legacy map. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Do you know Grathu? Do you know Gratty? He's like my predecessor liaison. He keeps me up to date on all things Pred, because I don't have time to grind with the subterranean mole people. Fiesta Cat, thank you for the full fucking year of members. Curiously visits commie Russia. Starves? Yeah, true. A bro is a whole ass adult and learning things about his pee-pee. You may be Italian, but that is some Yeti hair levels of hairy. Like, I know that there are some guys who unfortunately get hair on the shaft of their penis, but I thought it was only like, you know, a handful of stray hairs, not like you're literally an animal and in order to get a blowjob, you have to shave your whole shaft. Like that's kind of wild. Sometimes you hate living in California. You just went through it trying to order a fucking pizza, barely spoke English, had to bring up your phone to show what you wanted. Oh no. You have quite a bit of hair on the Johnson. Oh no. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Fun factoid, Pierre Trudeau, one of Canada's prime ministers and father of Justin Trudeau, traveled to places like Cuba, Yugoslavia, and Russia, building the communist ties. What a weird thing to want to do. Eric Barlow, thank you. The Soviets told their citizens the full shelves in grocery stores was capitalist propaganda. And people believed it. That's nuts. Fiesta Cat, thank you. The Hobbit PP. Please do not the Hobbit PP. And then he got cucked by Fidel, imagine. Help! Today, fewer than 50 descendants of those African Americans are believed to still live in Russia. That's really not many. So does that mean that the African Americans who left the US to go to Russia either eventually returned to the US after they realized, holy shit, we were lied to, or they just didn't have children? In all, their numbers in the former Soviet republics could be between 100 and 200 according to researchers, which, I mean, again, I called it a mass exodus as a joke, but they've been calling it that in multiple articles, and it's kind of funny. They have become footnotes to African American and Russian history, said Yelena Demikovsky, a New York-based Russian film director and researcher who's making a movie, Black Russians, The Red Experience, about the immigrants to the Soviet Union and their descendants. Officials actively recruited skilled foreign laborers and professionals, Blakely said. About 18,000 Americans answered the call to work in the 1930s. Among them were several hundred African Americans who traveled to the Soviet Union, including dozens who lived there for the good part of a decade. So you're telling me in the 1930s, 18,000 Americans answered a call to work in communist Russia, and only between 100 and 200 African Americans went to Russia in that same time frame. And yet, it's supposed to be some great... They were fleeing the racism and Russia was a better place. Like, I don't fucking understand, man. Why didn't she go to Russia to make the movie? Totally wasn't a footnote. Their ranks included graduates of historically black colleges such as Tuskegee University in Alabama and Virginia's Hampton Agricultural and Industrial School. I can't see Tuskegee without thinking of the horrific syphilis experiments, man. And later called the Hampton Institute. They were engineers, educators, entertainers, journalists, lawyers. You know, they might have been, but in my lifetime, I've heard the doctors, scientists, lawyers line way too many times to describe people who are the exact opposite of that. So I see this sentence and then my noticing patterns starts engaging. The actor-activist Paul Robeson and poet Langston Hughes were among those travelers captivated by communism. Imagine. Yeah, actor-activist, by the way. The Soviets gave the African Americans red carpet treatment, including fat paychecks, subsidized housing, and free vacations. It all makes sense now! My father felt the USSR treated him better than America, said Tynes Mensa, a former university chemistry instructor who was born in the Russian town of Krasnodar and now lives mainly in the United States, spending summers in Russia. He was happy here. I wonder why she mainly lives in the United States. A graduate of Wilberforce University in Ohio and a former college football star, Tynes could only find work washing dishes in a restaurant back in America. His daughter recalled. So he jumped at the opportunity to go to Russia, although he never joined the Communist Party, his daughter said. I have to wonder, right? I know that there was like a jobs shortage in the 30s, but I have to wonder if you were college educated in the 30s, even with a job shortage, how would the only work you're able to find be washing dishes? Your mom's birthday dinner's tonight. Have a good yap session. I hope your mom has a good birthday. Dad, show my girlfriend your cock. All right, last time though, son. Miss you, Dad. What the fuck is happening in the YouTube chat? Tynes was among 11 African-American agricultural specialists led by Oliver Golden, an agronomist and communist from Mississippi, who boarded the German ship Deutschland bound for the Soviet Union in 1931. You can't paint these African Americans as brave souls deciding to leave a racist America for a less racist Russia, and then halfway down the article tell me that they were following communists anyway. They were going there because they believed in communism, man. Like, come the fuck on. Can understand the education being useless when someone will deny you a job based on race. Weird how 100 years is long enough for some people to have such a similar experience. Yeah, that's a good point. If he was being denied jobs based on race, which is a thing in the 1930s, that would definitely be a fucking issue. Lethal Weeaboo, thank you. The agriculture university grad were probably to replace the dead farmers. You're still normal. No dad dick jokes, please. Probably similar to how college graduates now can only get a job at Starbucks, a shitty degree. Well, apparently he was an agronomist, right? Which, like, again, I would assume would be something needed in the 1930s. Why not? In the 1930s, you could paint... Oh, God. There really is nothing new under the sun. It's called burying the lead. I guess so. Oliver Golden's granddaughter, Yelena Kanga, 52, a Moscow-based talk show host, recalled how American communist leaders and black dignitaries visiting Russia would make the Golden household their first stop. The conversation usually centered on the plight of African Americans, the poor, and the working class. Kanga, a world traveler with fans from her high-profile TV job, a swank flat near Red Square, fuck you, Red Square, and a driver, said she considered such talk so strange. I would think, why are we discussing the situation of working class people in Chicago when we'll never be in Chicago? Based nationalist, honestly. She's like, I live in Russia. Why the fuck would I care about Chicago? That is a based perspective. To be fair, it's always needed or else we would have no food. Yeah, exactly. Sounds like they were commies. I'm reading this and I'm just thinking, it's really interesting how no matter how much time passes, commies just kind of go wherever the fuck they can if they perceive they will get free shit. Reminder, Soviet Russia and Nazi Germany made a pact during World War II and prior to not attack each other. Stalin liked Hitler until the invasion, after which he wanted Germany to be reduced to the ground, and they worked together to split up Poland. The article called them intellectuals, which is modern-day equivalent of a degree in critical race theory. I mean... The experience of African Americans who traveled to or settled in Russia was overwhelmingly positive, descendants said. Chat, didn't we just read in that other article that, like, one of the most prominent figures talked about who left the United States for Russia described it as being trapped there for decades before he was able to come back home? Because once he got to Russia, he realized it wasn't the beautiful, raceless society he had been sold. What the fuck do they mean by this? This is why I wanted to read that 1990 article first and then read this one, just to see what the difference in reporting about this was between the two decades. In turn, they made valuable contributions to Soviet society, said Blakely, the professor. Agricultural specialists helped devise different uses for materials such as rope made from hemp. Okay. They also helped develop plant species that were cheaper to cultivate. Their contributions provided a boost to the Soviet economy. Tynes, who was sent to various Soviet republics to teach people how to raise ducks and other waterfowl, became a nationally recognized expert on poultry. Golden helped develop a cotton industry in Uzbekistan, and the African Americans introduced Russians to blues and jazz. They had an impact disproportionate to their numbers because they were there precisely because the Soviet leadership was trying to use them as a symbol of what they were trying to build in terms of a truly democratic society. They were very much in the public eye. Well, I do believe that Soviet leadership was indeed trying to use them, but I do not believe it was in terms of a truly democratic society. I think truly democratic and communist are completely at fucking odds with one another. Bob Smith, thank you for the fucking gift subs, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Hemp rope has literally been a thing since before the age of sail. Why did they need help figuring it out? Well, it's the exact same reason all of those white cave beasts in the old times needed to be taught how to bathe by the Africans who came to Europe. You stinky Europeans didn't even understand what soap and water did until the Africans had to teach you. Binary Mind wants me. Oh, did you figure out how to fucking get the article working? Thanks, ChatGPT Deep Research. Thank you. KB found the article, so we'll have to read that after we finish up this one. See what the 1990s said. Fiesta Cat, thank you to teach this stuff because they killed the farmers. Oh, man. Yakub's greatest weakness, a bath. Within years, however, such attention was unwelcome. During the era of Joseph Stalin's purges, foreigners were viewed with suspicion, and non-Soviet citizens were ordered to leave the country, said Demikovsky, the filmmaker. Konga and her grandfather escaped being nabbed by the secret police by a fluke. He was away from home the day they came for him, and when Golden dutifully turned himself in, he was informed that the quota of arrests for his area had been fulfilled. Are they just taking Holocaust stories now? Wasn't this something like a Jewish victim said? Where like the fucking Nazis came to their house, but they were like, oh, actually, we fulfilled our quota of kidnapping Jews for today. Like, am I crazy? Did I read that before? Least Soviet factoid. Being forced to leave was a mercy, true. Jack Crow, thank you. You don't want to be that guy. But they act like this guy being in the Soviet agriculture industry shows how smart and well-treated he was. But Soviet agriculture isn't really looked back on fondly. I think you mean that all of Mother Russia owes their agricultural prowess to the African Americans who emigrated there in the 1930s. This is literally how the USSR worked. They actually had arrest quotas and they would arrest you for anything. That's insane. Imagine communists stealing other people's oppression stories. Quotas, I guess quotas save lives, brother. As if the Bolshevists would have just said, nah, well, we got one, that's good enough. I mean, I guess there were quotas, but like, I would have said, wouldn't you want to go above and beyond? But under communism, if you go above and beyond, you'd probably get executed. So it would make sense if there were quotas to just be like, yeah, we got enough for today. I can't take in another one. I might get executed for it. How come only 20% of the population only lives to their 90s, but something like 80% of Holocaust survivors do? I don't know. I don't know, man. I can't do numbers. Sounds as fake as normal Soviet propaganda, which makes it technically correct. B. Jammin', thank you. You're not wrong about their agriculture. Look up Lysenko and his insanity and how many people starved. I remember Lysenko. Also, if you have quotas, you want to make sure there's enough for next time. That's also fair. The African Americans were shunned during the Cold War, but it was because they were foreigners, not because they were black, their descendants said.
What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Okay. Moomy playing games, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. But attitudes towards blacks changed in the 1960s with the influx of thousands of students from Africa. I did not know that there was an influx of thousands of African students from Africa to Russia in the 1960s. I wonder why that happened. Tynes Mensa, whose mother was Russian-Ukrainian, said she was keenly aware when she was growing up that she was different. I was afraid to go out in public, said the septuagenarian? What is a septuagenarian? Who has a cafe au lait skin and a short afro. People used to stare, but it was curiosity. They were not angry or aggressive like they are now. 70 to 79-year-old. Oh, didn't we have this word pop up in a different article and I asked what it was back then too? We covered that on Tuesday. Okay, good. I'm not crazy. I just forgetful. All the commie revolutionaries in Africa, South Africa, Rhodesia, etc. Eric Barlow, thank you. The Holodomor was a man-made disaster. Ukraine was shipping out grain, but they starved because of looking good to the world. Very weird. Very strange.
No.
Today, the acceptance of blacks in Russia is far lower compared with what the African-American pioneers experienced, said Tynes Mensa. And we're talking about communists, so prisoners just came out as a Freudian slip. Who runs a non-profit called Metis. Did you know that the opening hole on the tip of your penis that enters your urethra is also called a metis? That offers support to mixed-race children, the majority of whose fathers came to Russia from Africa. Afro-Russians want to feel Russian, but the society doesn't want to recognize them as Russian, she said. Sometimes people will say, go back to Africa. That does not surprise me at all in Russia. Kanga, a vivacious and charismatic woman who was raised on the gospel songs of Mahalia Jackson and Aretha Franklin, said any obstacles she faced growing up in Russia during the Cold War years were because of her American heritage, not her race.
Crazy Fox Lady VTuber Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
Why do Holocaust survivors live so long? They live for so long to spite the failed Austrian painter's ghost. Jews are stubborn like that. God bless them.
We live purely out of spite. I know how that feels. I can relate to that. Thank you, Internet Zen Master. Thank you for the 88, my guy. Why do you know this? I don't know this. I learned it because in my Blade and Soul guild, a bunch of the guys would do Metis posting. So they would post like an incredibly zoomed in picture of just the opening hole of their urethra. And that's how I learned it was called a metis.
Munya.
And they live from their rage. The Black Panther guys. What? The power of spite is amazing. It truly is. Gage, you guys don't understand MMO guilds, alright, okay? You could call it a metis meetup, true. That doesn't make this better. What do you mean? MMO guilds, not even once. Oh my god. Dan the Man, thank you, my guy.
My favorite Stalin story is that when he reviewed the arrested anti-revolutionaries' numbers for some states, if he didn't like the number reported, he'd scratch it and put in a new number, forcing the police to go find more people to arrest. Fun stuff.
That's very autistic. That's also something I would do if I was in that position. I'd be like, you come to me with 63 prisoners? I don't like that number. You go back and get 69. That's not all MMO guilds. None of the guilds you remember ever did that. Well, I'm sorry you didn't have fun. This woman said, I feel comfortable as a black person in Russia, said Kanga, who's married to a white Russian and has a 12-year-old daughter. Still in the 1990s, she felt compelled to find her roots. She traveled to Africa and the United States, connected with relatives in New York and Mississippi, and wrote a book detailing her family story. When I'm in America, I feel that I'm African American because I love going to black churches. I love soul food. I love black music. I love lots of things that unite people of color. But when I'm in Russia, I feel Russian. Is this what people mean when they say, like, they want everyone to feel like a person of the world instead of a person of the country? Theoretically, what would they do if Stalin wrote a lower number? It's like, oh, you got 72 prisoners? Oh, I changed your number to 30. Time to get executed for overachieving and making other people look bad. We're supposed to be equal, comrade. So she's racist. I feel like it's very interesting that she's just like, yeah, people were racist to me because I was an American, not because I was black. But now people are racist to me because I'm black and not because I'm an American. I don't know. That seems a little weird. Would bluegrass be classified as white music? I don't know. People tell me to go back to Africa and call you or people tell you to go back to Africa and call you the N-word in Russia, but it's because of my American heritage rather than being black. Totally not in denial. Oh, God. Black woman, racist, white husband. She checks all the boxes. Never ask a racist the race of their spouse, honestly. FYI, the archive of the OG article KB found is only the first half, due to the article being 2 pages. How could they do this to us? This was in 1990 by Andrew Fagelman. All the elements were there. Pathos, courage, despair for the perfect movie. Script writers for Reds and Glory easily could have collaborated on the screenplay. It is a long overlooked story of young black Americans, men of science, graduates of the Tuskegee Institute or Wilberforce University. One was a star halfback, another the son of an army colonel. Well, being the son of an army colonel doesn't grant you anything. Like, that's all of your dad's achievements. What the fuck does that mean? Son of an army colonel could literally be a criminal. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Their world was full of prejudice and devoid of opportunity. So while scores of Eastern Europeans were lining up for a chance to emigrate to the United States in the early 1930s, these men and their families made a reverse commute. They signed contracts with the Soviet government to consul farmers. After a few years, about half returned to the United States. The other half stayed in the USSR, becoming teachers, advisors, or researchers. And if the history of American socialism has been relegated to the back pages of textbooks, the story of these blacks and their offspring hasn't even merited a footnote. Well, American socialism wasn't relegated to the back pages of textbooks because American socialism was still in full swing in the 90s. It's just ramped up fucking exponentially in the 2000s. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Kirsche, you're forgetting that you grew up in MMO guilds before the sanitization of online spaces, before the dark times, before the Gamergate hysteria made HR go on crusades against toxic behavior. True and real. True and fucking real. I remember being on Gaia Online frequently as a child, and I have no idea how I managed to escape being on Gaia Online so frequently and ungroomed. That's kind of nuts, if I think about it, you know? Son of an army colonel probably means criminals would have something of their own to peacock about if they weren't a waste of oxygen, right? There's a guy named Storm you used to hang out with, and he was a hateful homophobe, saying the most blisteringly hateful shit about the gays, ended up coming out of the closet a few years later. Well, his name was Storm. It was only a matter of time, you know? Ah, yes, the great Soviet scientist Jamal, who was a forefront of the nuclear energy plan. I feel like the only time you hear of successful Soviets is people who got educated in the US or some other Western country that then went to the Soviet Union. I mean, fuck, you mean Gaia wasn't a fever dream? It wasn't. It was not a fever dream. Why do commies love the sins and achievements of their parents so much? I don't know. I mean, it's nice to look back on, like, achievements that people have, you know, successfully conquered, but, like, claiming them as your own, being the progeny, is a little weird. But Yelena Konga, the Soviet... Oh, it's about the same woman! This'll be fun. Yelena Konga, the Soviet granddaughter of two of those American immigrants, knows the story well. Growing up, she heard it often from her mother, Lily Golden, a Soviet celebrity with an American name. In her Moscow apartment, Golden, a one-time tennis star and now a cultural anthropologist, still keeps under a table the massive trunk into which her father, Oliver Golden, had stuffed his belongings for the long trip 60 years ago. Konga had heard it too from her grandmother, Bertha Golden, née Bialek, the daughter of a wealthy New York landlord who left her family decades before, never to return. Konga recalls that when she was little, she and her grandmother, who died several years ago, would walk together through the streets of Moscow, the white American-born woman clutching the hand of the black Soviet-born child, speaking to her in English and getting responses in Russian. People were turning and saying, "What's wrong with that couple?" recalled Konga, in excellent English flavored with a Russian accent. If people were mocking your white mother and you, her black child, walking in the streets of Moscow, why would they switch from speaking Russian to speaking English in order to mock you? Unless she's saying that, like, I guess it could be written weird and they're saying that Konga is speaking excellent English with a Russian accent. Could be that. Could be that. Sometimes it's hard to parse the sentences. She never knew her grandfather, who died in 1940, and she barely knew her father, who became vice president of the island of Zanzibar in 1964, only to be killed in a coup 3 years later! States commies, man. That's crazy. That is crazy. Zanzibar, every fucking time, commies cannot escape the allegations, as is Soviet tradition. On a recent trip to the United States to raise money for rebuilding the fire-damaged offices of the Moscow News, an independent weekly published in several languages where she works as a journalist, Kanga talked to movie producers about turning the story of her grandparents into a film. But first, there is the matter of the book she pledges to write. After all, this story is a natural. The land of opportunity. In 1931, the United States was entering the Depression. Hitler was in control of his party, but not yet of his country. Joseph Stalin had consolidated his power and had been in effective control of the USSR for 2 years. His Great Purge was 5 years away, but he had begun killing and deporting hundreds of thousands of peasants, those posing the greatest challenge to his regime. His policy of collectivization, taking privately held plots of land and placing them under the control of the Communist Party, was well underway. Like most of the world, Oliver Golden knew nothing of this brutal underside. Against the backdrop of his native country, where lynchings were common, where the 9 black Scottsboro boys were under indictment on charges of raping 2 white girls, Golden saw only possibilities in the Soviet Union, according to his granddaughter. I don't know anything about the Scottsboro 9, but I do know about the Central Park 5, who all admitted to doing it, and yet somehow people still claim they're innocent to this day. I just, you know, I don't know about the Scottsboro one. I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those darn peasants. He had been born in 1892 in Clarksdale, Mississippi, a rural town about 70 miles south of Memphis, the son of a slave. Like his father, he had picked cotton, but ultimately had to flee from the violence of the Ku Klux Klan. He had enrolled in Alabama's Tuskegee Institute studying agronomy, but after he left school, he could only find work as a porter. The job led him to membership in the Pullman Porters Union and in the Communist Party. Oh ho! Oh ho! There it fucking is! Hold on. In the article in 2014, she talks about, this is fucking the woman. This is the woman. Tynes Mensa. So it's not the golden lady, but it's someone else. Okay, I was gonna say. His daughter recalled, jumped at the opportunity to go to Russia. Okay. Tynes could only, okay, so this is a different guy. I was like, wait a minute, I remember reading that he didn't join the Communist Party. Hold the fucking phone. So the other woman interviewed in this article, Yelena Kanga, Oliver Golden's granddaughter, a Moscow-based talk show host, recalled how American communist leaders and black dignitaries visiting Russia would make the Golden household their first stop. And then they went on to say something about, like, how her father, like, followed the like, American communist leaders to go to Russia. The job led him to membership in the Pullman Porters Union and in the Communist Party. He wasn't leaving the U.S. due to prejudice. He was leaving the US because he was a fucking commie. I'm a communist. Of course, I try to monetize my book I haven't written yet. This was in the 90s. By the time the 2014 article came out, she had written her book. So her book had come out by the time that 2014 article came out. It was not yet out in this article we're reading from 1990. Agronomy is a gender studies degree equivalent. Someone, I think it was KB, said earlier, it does say Tynes, scroll up. No, this is talking about Oliver Golden. Golden only saw possibilities in the Soviet Union, according to his granddaughter. He'd been born in 1892. He enrolled in Alabama's Tuskegee. Job led him to the Communist Party. Doesn't say Tynes here. Doesn't say Tynes. It's talking about Golden. And this article right here, Tynes was among 11 African-American agricultural specialists led by Oliver Golden, an agronomist and communist from Mississippi. Other article, you're sure the anti-commie laws had nothing to do with it? Truly. Yeah, so Tynes supposedly never joined the Communist Party. He just joined a group led by a guy who is an avowed communist who joined the Communist Party in the United States. leveraging the capitalist system to promote communism. Imagine my shock. He saw socialism as the only solution to the racism he confronted. Golden had made previous trips to the Soviet Union, the first in 1924. The Soviets had been taking particular pleasure in embracing the plight of American blacks and recruiting them to the USSR, using their condition to point out the evils of capitalism. Once again, of course they were doing this. This is exactly what DEI and all of that, like, affirmative action nonsense is in the US. Trying to tell people that they are, like, an eternal victim, that the only way they can escape being an eternal victim is to perpetuate the racism upon the people who are the oppressors in their mind. It's never actually going to achieve anything, but increasing desires of resentment. It's not going to achieve any kind of equality. It's not under the evils of capitalism. And the Soviets had been using feminists as useful idiots to drive a wedge between men and women for years at this point. So them using a racial caveat to do it makes complete fucking sense. I never joined the Nazi party. I just joined a group connected to them. Probably someone in 1940s Germany. Yeah, true. Help. It's always about power and oppression. They have no principles, only a naked desire for control. True. Read Color, Communism, and Common Sense by Manning Johnson. He goes into all of this fuckery. I actually haven't heard of that book. You wonder if feminism was the same thing? We have any proof but Hollywood commies? I don't know what you mean. There was no racism in communism. Did they notice the Star Wars posters with black characters in China? The story of the Scottsboro case, in fact, became almost as widely circulated in the Soviet Union as it was in the United States. But it was through AMTORG, the Soviet-American trade organization, that Golden made his way permanently to the Soviet Union. He signed a contract for 3 years to provide advice for a struggling agricultural system and recruited others to accompany him. I think you guys said that page 2 wasn't archived, unfortunately. Yeah. So we only get help. We only get 1 page, but that was still elucidating based on information we had already read from the other articles. This was a fascinating tangent dive off of the original thing I brought up like an hour ago. It's as a result, hundreds of African Americans left for the USSR. Let's rewind this just a little bit, because now we know that the African Americans were just fucking propagandized by commies and wanted to live under communism. Now we know. Now we have the background.
Able to go to, or you would only be allowed to go to certain stores.
There would be separate toilets, for example, for whites. There would be separate water fountains for black. And they would usually be lower quality.
As a result, hundreds of African Americans left for the USSR.
It's definitely fair to say that the Soviet Union was a prominent leader in anti-racism at the government level.
How dumb do you have to be to genuinely believe that? Like, this guy's probably also a commie. Holy shit. Many of their descendants now live in Russia and consider it their home. That almost looks like an iron cross on her belt buckle.
I feel free in living in Russia because in Russia, no matter what time it is, I can walk outside and I'm safe.
But would you like to tell the class why that is? How can we solve the problem of racism? Is this a Black Lives Matter riot? Because that's not racism. RT documentary! Oh, it just fucking keeps getting better. Holy shit. You can walk outside and get mugged by a gopnik. What is a gopnik? I don't know what that means. Either unbelievably ignorant or they're just straight up lying. There's no in between. Well, I mean, based on his like smug little smile when he said it, you know,
at the government level,
like that smug little smile at the end.
In anti-racism at the government level.
I can't pause it correctly because I'm retarded, but hopefully you see what I mean. He knows what he's saying. But that was the beginning, how it started. Francine Villa was used up by the Kremlin propaganda in 2019 and then discarded. And then this new video from today, actually yesterday, today's the 13th. Fuck around, find out. Francine Villa moved from the US to Russia in 2019 because of quote-unquote racism and became a darling of Kremlin propaganda, featured to highlight so-called evils of America on primetime TV. Her neighbors called her a black ass and then beat her up, and the police ignored her. I can't understand Russian, so we'll just have to believe. Was that a leopard print fucking cat carrier? Holy shit. Oh my god. I don't know if it's a cat carrier, but it is leopard print. That's fucking crazy. That's insane.
Ваши бригады, все, не надо. Ваши вещи, они пойдут на помойку. Ты меня поняла? Ты меня поняла?
Oh, baby, it must be a
Почему вы ко мне на «ты»? Вы пугаете моего ребенка. Вы пугаете моего ребенка. Вы меня не учите, пожалуйста. Не надо прикрываться ребенком. Оставьте мою воду, оставьте покой, оставьте меня. Оставьте. Я замучилась ваши клетки. Не трогай, мне ребенок в руках.
I need a translator.
Напали на меня жена и муж. Это взрослый, большой мужчина и большая женщина. Прям напал меня, я тебя уничтожу, черножопая. Прям мне слова говорят плохие. Я последний раз их отсюда убираю. Это стоит на моей стенке, снимай дальше. Я не могу выйти и входить.
Why is she angry about the water? Blood looks fake. It looks like red wine. I have no idea. We have a mod I have a mod that speaks Russian? If they call her slurs in Russian, can you still get banned? I don't know. I can't understand what they're saying. Every Russian woman is the equivalent of a Jersey mob wife.
Свою квартиру. Напугает моего ребенка. Кого? Он пуганный плачет, бедняжка, как зайка. Ты плачешь, да? Плачешь, зайка? Я что сделать знаю, потому что помогли как-нибудь, что я не понимаю, что мне нужно делать, чтобы мне помогли мне, моего ребенка. Все, убирайте свои вещи в квартиру. Все. Как положено в России. Вы сможете домой. Я делаю здесь. Нет, это моя стенка. I know, my love. Баба Яга.
Why did she say Baba Yaga?
Замки меняет. Свет мой отключает. Коляску выбрасывает на лестнице. Это наш дверь.
Моя дверь. Что же, охренел?
Хватит снимать нас.
What the fuck is happening?
Сколько это можно? Теперь мне прям страшно уже. Я не могу там даже жить. Топ-студент в квартире, я не арендую, там прописано с 87-го года. Сколько это можно терпеть? Просто ужас, как милиция не помогает.
I have no idea what's happening in this video. I need a translator. I need a translator. All you can tell is those Russians want Russian neighborhoods. What are the facts of the assault? You're not justifying it yet? You want clarity? I don't know. She's being kicked out. Makes you think she got hit with a brick? I don't know what she got hit with, man. You like the part where she waves a passport at the camera? It's a dispute about the placement of the baby carrier and other things in place between apartments. The Russian couple is basically throwing her stuff out. Why is she putting her stuff in front of their apartment? Google Lens does a pretty good job. She's saying she can't stand it and the police aren't helping her, and she's been registered since 1987. Russian spies in the chat. It's your time to shine! My Russian spies, where are you? She got owned by... They're upset she was leaving shit in the stairwell. Well, I mean, yeah, why would you leave shit in the stairwell? I got upset at my neighbors for doing that. And we weren't even in Russia. Where's Putin's Discord kitten? And wow, imagine that. The people who would leave shit in the stairwell all the time, they got their apartment fucking battering rammed down by the police. Wow, who could have seen that coming? The people who did shitty things were shitty people. Leopard print baby carrier. Yeah, I saw somebody in chat say, welcome to Russia after I pointed that out, but like, That's like a stereotype of black women in the US owning like leopard print things or like cheetah print things. It's a placement of flats in Russian apartment buildings. They share a corridor between flats. Kind of normal practice to leave your stuff there. Side note, in Russia, you need a passport to pass between states still. The internal passport has been anything since the Soviet Union. What the fuck? Clean up yo shit, some Russian. And to be fair, the neighbors were probably tired of hearing the fire alarm beeping. There's no way. Never beating the allegations. Leaving stuff in the stairwell is very common for Russia. Well, I mean, if it was common, why were they mad about it? Oh, man. Oh, man. Hold on. Hello, comrade. I have a video of a black woman who got beat by Russians. I cannot understand what they are saying. Can you watch the video with me and translate so we can know if the beating was in self-defense or not? That's a good way to put it. Thank you. Typees emote. Who am I? Yeah, I'm asking Smuck Alana. She's like the only person that comes to mind that I know can understand Russian. Unfortunately, these people should re-examine their life choices when you could have stayed in the US instead of moved to Russia. But why stay in the US when you can be used for glorious propaganda? They seem kind of butthurt about all the foreigners and she's just the closest and easiest target. I mean, maybe. We have a few Russians in the chat. Yeah, but it's hard to translate, like, everything that's going on if you're in chat, right? Because, like, there's the delay and, like, the video's 2.5 minutes long. KGB Fox to the rescue. Can I say comrade in my best Russian accent? I can't do accents, man. I can't do accents. She was kicked out of the apartment, and as she claims to hit the man, she was changed into the apartment, although she was there since 1987, and the police do nothing. That's what she said. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. This guy coming in clutch. We got a Dmitry. You sound like somebody who would have found a translation. Thank you, Dmitry. You're wonderful. Let's translate post. The first fucking I will destroy you, black ass. A woman who moved to Russia because of racial discrimination in the US was beaten in Moscow. Francine Villa shared this on her Instagram page. The victim posted a video from the hospital showing her severely battered face. According to Francine, her neighbor beat her, who, along with his wife, regularly insulted her because of her dark skin color. At the time of the beating, Villa's child was nearby. Moreover, the police, as the victim claims, are not responding to her complaints in any way. Previously, Francine Villa was a subject of a propaganda film by the Russia Today channel titled Black in USSR. In it, she spoke about leaving the USA due to the racial discrimination she faced and police brutality. In Russia, she finally felt free. Villa was born in Moscow but grew up in the US. She returned to the Russian capital in 2019. There's a translation on that. I want to see what some of these Russians are saying. In Russia, there's no racism. Here, they'll beat you up regardless of your skin color. Yeah, that's true. Under communism, we are all equally battered. That's funny. That's funny that was the fucking first comment. Alana's watching. Hello, Alana. I have sent you a message. Hello. I sent a message about a video that I found. We're learning about how black people used to leave the United States to escape racism. And apparently the Kremlin also had propaganda in 2019 about it. As you know, it's fascinating. Hear it down if you need it. Let me find. Here's the original video. My Discord does not like when I call people midstream. It freezes. Hello?
My shit's muted. Hold on. Yo, Queen!
Yo! We're learning about racism in Russia.
I mean, there's racism everywhere. What's new?
Well, this whole saga started because apparently there was a mass exodus of black people in the United States in the 1930s because they were trying to escape racism. Spoiler alert, it was actually because they were communists and it was only like 100 to 200 of them. But in 2019, the Kremlin also put out a video of this woman in the video that I sent you where she was just like, living in Russia is amazing. Nobody discriminates me because I'm black like they do in the United States. And now apparently in this video, she got like beat up by her neighbors for some reason.
Oh my god, that's terrible.
Yeah. So I was wondering what they were saying, because the entire video is in Russian, and like obviously I don't understand that.
Yeah. Sure, I can try and help. Chat can also help. I have Russians in chat.
Yeah.
You can't hear her? Oh shit, you sorry, 1 second. They can't hear you.
Muted. The Russians are already participating in the racism, I see.
Can you re-explain it again to my chat just really quickly? I apologize.
No, that's
just
fine.
So
So we've been on a like deep dive tangent for the past few hours, learning about how in the 1930s black people were mass exodus, as the articles say, leaving the United States for Russia because Russia was the promised land of racelessness and progressivism. And as it turns out, as the articles claimed, they were trying to escape racism in the US, which did exist in the 30s, obviously. But it turns out that every single one of them happened to just be part of the Communist Party. Wow, who could have seen that coming? And it was only about 100 to 200 people in the 1930s that went to Russia. About half of them came back to the United States. Some of them claimed that, like, I was trapped here for decades. It wasn't the utopia I thought it would be. Wow, what a shocker. And then in 2019, the Kremlin put out a propaganda video using this lady in the video that I sent you, where she said that Russia is, you know, a raceless paradise, whatever. She's not discriminated against because she's black. It's great. She feels free and safe there. And now, in current year, there's this video of her talking about how her neighbors apparently beat her up because she's black. I can't understand the video because it's all in Russian, so, you know, I was like, let's ask someone who knows Russian.
I've never seen the video, but I'll do my best. Also, we have chatters that can understand better than I do.
Yeah, we had some chatters in my chat, like, briefly try to explain what was going on, but I was like, it's a 2.5 minute long video. They're on stream delay, you know, it can be hard.
Yeah, sure. You can screen share it to me, and I'll watch it through you.
All right,
so
we'll double stream, and I guess you can just let me know when to pause.
Sure.
Give my Discord a second. It runs really slow when I'm streaming.
That's alright.
Okay, hopefully this is showing up.
Yep.
Okay, and hopefully it's loud enough for you.
Yeah.
Watch again.
Кричат соседи постоянно на меня. Сегодня напал мне прям кулаком. С ребенком прям кулаком в лицо.
Значит, вы в России давно живете?
А у вас прописка есть здесь?
Дай мне войти на квартиру.
Прописка есть?
Дай мне, нет, я легально здесь живу, как твоя... Дай мне войти в эту квартиру.
Okay, pause. Right now, all the context I'm getting is that these people are pissed and asking if she's legally in Russia and that she lives here. And her response is that, yes, I'm here legally just like you and everybody else. That's all I've gotten so far.
Yeah, apparently she's lived there since like 1987 or something. Like she's been there for ages, but like she's come back to the US and like she moved back there in 2019 for the propaganda thingy. So that's kind of funny. She's getting the unfortunate go back to where you came from treatment.
Oh, chat, by the way, if you want to watch the video, do it on her channel, because I don't want to like double up, because I can, otherwise you're hearing double.
The double.
The double folks, the triple folks.
Imagine.
Okay, keep going.
Пришло заявление, мне русский паспорт. Участковый не реагирует, не помогает. Я уже устала от вас. Ваши делегаты, все, не надо. Ваши вещи, ваши делегаты, они пойдут на помойку. Ты меня поняла? Ты меня поняла? Оставь. Почему вы ко мне на «ты»? Вы пугаете моего ребенка. Вы пугаете моего ребенка. Вы меня не учите, пожалуйста. Не надо прикрываться ребенком. Оставьте мою воду, оставьте покой, оставьте меня. Оставьте.
They're basically fighting, and by the way, her Russian's really, really good for someone who's not native.
Yeah,
and
right? Well, I mean, she was born there, so.
What, she was born there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought she moved there.
No.
At any rate, she's saying like, stop hiding behind your child, and she says you're scaring my child. They were threatening to throw her clothes out, onto the street and into the trash and shit.
Why would the neighbors have access to her clothes? I was asking this because people in chat were saying that they thought the fight was like over the the black lady like leaving stuff in the hallway, like between the apartments, and they were like, well, that's common in Russia. People leave stuff there all the time.
Yeah, that was part of the context that I got as well, is that if she's leaving her clothes, the girl or the woman said, we're gonna throw them in the trash, and she's like, I'm scared, you're scaring my child. And she's like, stop hiding behind your child.
Well, I mean, like, and I said, like, in the US, right, like, if people are leaving stuff in the stairwell, that's typically like, you know, poor neighbor behavior. But people in my chat said, like, no, that's common in Russian apartment blocks.
I wouldn't know. When I visited my aunt, and we lived in, well, I stayed at their, you know, apartment style block, I never saw shit out there apart from, like, shoes and maybe, like, I don't know, like, a bucket or something. I don't know. It's hard to say. It might be, like, something that I just don't know.
They could just be, like, really angry for some reason. They're just taking it out on the first person they saw.
True. Okay, we can keep going.
Я замучилась ваших клиентов, не трогай, меня ребенок в руках. Я пытаюсь выйти, напали на меня жена и муж. Это взрослый, большой мужчина и большая женщина. Прям напал на меня, я тебя уничтожу, черно-желтая. Прям мне слова говорят плохие. Я последний раз отсюда.
She's basically crying and saying that grown people attacked her and called her a black ass. Like, I'm translating word for word.
Yeah.
Which is a derogatory term used for black people.
Unfortunate. But also, isn't she a grown adult? Why would she call them, like, grown people?
I don't know. They're just I don't know. I guess it's like, oh, they're acting like children, that kind of thing.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, like, so far, I'm sympathizing with the situation, because it's like, she seems to be baselessly attacked by these people.
Yeah, absolutely, okay.
Я не могу выйти и входить в свою квартиру. Напугает моего ребенка.
Кого? Он пуганный плачет, бедняжка. Да, зайка, ты плачешь, да? Плачешь, зайка?
Хочу сделать лайв, потому что
Okay, pause. That bottle that you just saw was apparently right in front of her door, and if you can rewind a little bit, you can see that their doors are kind of paralleling each other. Or not paralleling, but like they're right next to each other, and she's pissed at her for leaving it there in the way, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I mean, they have like that green door between what I'm guessing is their apartment, so it's like they each have their own little like landing thingy.
It's like, if I understand correctly, it's like a door for the two people or the people living in that section.
Yeah. And
then everybody has their own door, so this common landing, as you called it, is that space that they share, right? So like, and then that was heavy too, like you saw it. It was like a big water bottle thing.
A big heavy bottle.
But still, I don't understand why they beat her up or like what's going on. Like,
yeah. I mean, I watched the video through once, and like I don't know when she got beat up. Obviously, after she stopped recording, but.
It's kind of like she's asking for help. She might go live. Help with her kid and stuff.
Help with her kid.
Saying, she wants to go live and have people help her and stuff.
Oh.
That's what she's saying.
Well, that makes sense. Because I think I don't know if she said it yet, but like the posts that had been translated into English were saying that like she was asking for help from the police and they wouldn't do anything about it.
Yes, that was right at the start. Yeah, the subtitles said that.
Yeah.
I missed that.
В квартиру. Все. Я шагаю туда. Вы сможете домой. Коляска будет здесь.
Нет, это моя стенка.
Мама. I know, my love. Баба Яга. Замки меняет. Свет мы отключает. Коляску выбрасывает.
The woman that is the quote-unquote attacker said, "This is my wall, don't put shit in front of it," or whatever. And she's saying like you're making it's kind of like interpreted as you're making a big deal out of nothing and you're scaring my child and stuff.
That's our wall, comrade.
Yeah. I mean, like, again, if someone's putting their huge fucking bottle next to my door, I guess I'd be pissed too. I wouldn't lash out at them violently, but like I'd be annoyed for sure.
I mean, I guess it depends on if like this is a pattern, right? Like how many times has that bottle been put there, you know?
Yeah, I've had it happen before. I had a neighbor that we had like a common, you know, like corridor, right, like in between us, and they left their trash out and it stank up the entire corridor, and I'm just sitting here like, bro, like I wouldn't beat them up obviously over it or call them slurs, but I'd be pissed as fuck.
Yeah, at my apartment, like I'm not there right now, but at my apartment building, there's a cursed apartment across from me that no matter what family moves into it, they're always like dirty and disgusting and degenerate.
Yeah.
And like it went from the first family that lived in there would just like leave their trash all over the landing. Like their children would run around in nothing but diapers outside on the landing and like in the grass.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
And they would put like the dirty diapers in the bushes outside of the apartment building. Like it was, like it was nasty. And there have been 2 different families that have had that same apartment door battering rammed down by the police while I'm live.
Just open up.
Yeah. The first time it happened, I was playing Among the Sleep, and like there's a clip of it where you can hear like these loud bangs, and I'm just like, I'll be right back. And they battering rammed down the door to arrest some guy who had been selling like firearms out of his apartment and had copious amounts of marijuana. And after they got through the door, he jumped off the balcony to try and run away from them, but there were like multiple other cop cars there waiting to catch him.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, it was so, you know, I have a very poor opinion of people who leave stuff out on the landing from personal experience.
I do too, but personally, I wouldn't fucking beat them up unless they attacked me first.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not a violent person. I just call the cops, basically.
Exactly. Rightful citizen.
Like, if you start coming into my apartment, you know, then I'm going to defend myself.
Bang, bang! Bang, bang!
Exactly.
Лестница. Это наш дверь. Моя дверь.
So, like, what is he doing with, like, the electric box? That's what it is, right?
He's locking the door, the common door. Люди, вы знаете, что они делают? Это же дверь, которая идет в их квартиру, нет? Sorry, I'm just asking like chatters that might be listening. That's a shared door, so he's locking her out, I believe.
That's a little fucking weird.
Yeah, that's really fucked up. Like, you can't do that. That's horrible.
She speaks in tongues. Сложили!
Sorry. Вырубает электричество. Oh, he's turning off the electricity so she can't open the door. Because when you press the button on the door, it, like, opens, right? And you need electricity. And he's just cutting it off because he's just breaking it, essentially.
Oh, I feel like that's a not neighborly thing to do. Like, what if the way to get out of the building is only, like, the way that's through this door?
Exactly. So, yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
Сколько это можно терпеть? Мне прям страшно.
That spooked me the first time he did that too, and I knew he was gonna do it, but like I still got spooked.
It caught me, it scared me.
I know, loud noises.
Уже, я не могу там даже жить. Топ студент в квартире, я не арендую, там прописано с 87-го года. Сколько ты можешь терпеть? Просто ужас, как милиция не помогает.
She's saying that she's lived there since like 87, if I understand correctly, and that she can't handle living there anymore. Yeah.
Wow, things changed fast from 2019, where she felt wonderful and safe there.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard to see, like, it's so hard to understand through the context given, like, what actually happened. Like,
yeah, I mean, so far it seems like escalating to violence was not warranted.
No, not at all. Like, if this is real, like, I empathize. It's so sad, like, getting beat up over... Like, even if you misbehave, like, I had a horrible neighbor. They trapped their cat inside, like...
Oh, no.
And they didn't take care of the cat, and I eventually rescued the cat out of the
I did that once,
like,
too.
Yeah, because people are fucking horrible. It doesn't... Like, it doesn't matter. People are fucking horrible, but I still wouldn't beat up the woman that lived there.
Yeah, exactly. It's just it's kind of weird. I mean, I don't have, like, I wish we had more context on this, but it came out yesterday, so I'm sure we won't for a hot minute, if ever. But I don't know. I feel like if any country is trying to posit itself as like, look at us, we are a post-racial society. There is no friction here, comrade. That should raise red flags instead of convincing you like, yes, that's completely correct and true. I believe it.
Me personally, like, I've been there many times, and I think that the people there living there were not racist, but there also wasn't a lot of minorities. I'll say that.
Not a lot of minorities in Russia. Man, I'm surprised.
No, I'm surprised. No, I never, like, had, like, people talking openly and, like, saying, like, oh, you know, frick black people or something like that.
Well, I mean, most people don't do that in public, right? You're not gonna, like, go out to the public square and, like, get some popcorn and look at a band playing in front of a pagoda and be like, yeah, I hate them, they insert minority here. Like,
no, but I'm saying, like, even privately, like, people didn't talk about it because they didn't have the interaction with minorities, so I can't say for sure.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just thinking that, like, everyone harbors a little bit of racism, so anyone trying to be like, yeah, we don't have any bad things here, like, that raises flags, you know?
Yes, absolutely. There's no bad things happening. Are we not counting Asians and Arabs as minorities? I'm saying this from my personal experience. This is anecdotal.
Alana's only been to the pure white racial areas of Russia.
No.
What does she mean by this?
I mean, maybe it was because I was a child and I didn't see race or anything like that. Like, I guess maybe I just didn't see it myself. Again, just personal interpretations here.
She doesn't see race. That's so racist.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
if you ever get more stuff, I would be happy.
Yeah, thank you for translating. I'm sorry if I derailed your stream, but I appreciate the translation.
It was actually perfect time. Like, it was just right as I do something else.
Ah. Well, thank
you.
Guys,
go check out Kirsche!
Yeah, my mods just threw up your link too. Go touch the other white fox woman.
Yes, shit.
Yes.
Yes, shit. Okay, chat.
Okay.
Go say bye-bye. Say bye-bye to Kirsche.
Yeah, bye-bye.
I like how she said it like you know when you talk to a child and you're like, okay, go say bye-bye to Auntie Kirsche now. Like the child talking voice. I love it. Auntie and niece energy. Remember, chat, the Avenue Q song? Everyone's a little bit racist. I like Rucka Rucka Ali's I love minorities. I mean, you met her, chat. True and real. The pure white fox woman rather than this mixed blood Italian. Jesus Christ. You do have the aunt vibes to you. I don't know. Fillion calls me her wine aunt. I'm glad we could get the giga context behind this though. That was nice. By Russian fox woman.
Mahua Nick, thank you.
Don't be a racist. Hate every race and nationality equally. True. Skill, thank you for the Canuck. You already followed Alana earlier? Yeah, but gotta give a shout out when the lady comes in, right? Is this a house Kirsche? In this house, Kirsche's a hero. God damn. You like the guy that made songs for every race? I don't know who that is. There's a tier to aunthood. Kirsche's aunt to Fillion. Smug Alana is aunt to Kirsche. Wait, what? How about the stereotype song? I don't recognize that one off the top of my head. How the fuck are we already on level 5 of a scam train? What the fuck has been happening while I've been immersed in the Russian? Mr. Carl, thank you for the 20, my guy. Depends on how recent the video is, but there might be some paranoia about foreign spies. If you're looking to how spiderwebs worked, it's easy to assume there might be some spies from Ukraine. I was going to say, I'm going to be honest, if I was looking for Ukrainian spies, I wouldn't assume a black person was a Ukrainian spy, but that's probably what the Ukrainian spies would want you to think, so they would use black people as spies. As, like, levels of chess, you know? Ooh, you, thank you for the bits for the scam train. Alana got you to Kirsche, now you mainly watch Kirsche and videos from Alana. Yeah, she got giga more video content than I do. 2 Fox Woman 1 stream. Don't say it like that. Be jammin', thank you. Can't wait for the anal violence hit piece on Smug Alana. This white fox woman helped a VTuber Voldemort. The other one, you ninnies. It's, it's just funny how all of the fluff piece articles keep coming out on people I've interacted with, Feds come in many forms. Ed boy. Cataclystia, thank you for those 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Thank you. Things here have been happening. Fox things! True. The Fox things. The famous black Ukrainian Israelites. You love to see it. You love to see it. Well, I feel kind of bad for this woman. Like, you get used as propaganda, and then you get fucking beat up for no reason. Like, even if it's kind of, you know, shitty behavior to leave shit in the shared stairwell, you don't need to escalate to violence.
Spicy cat raid.
That's real unnecessary. So I kind of feel bad for this lady. I wonder if she's gonna move back to the United States. Dressed Glass, thank you for the 500 biddies. Thank you. Mr. Doku the Cow, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. And Mr. Davy Jones, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Thank you. People are more concerned about their own life and don't bother other people. Yeah, I got a very, like, I don't want to bother you, so please don't bother me mentality. Propaganda did not pay her well enough. That's for fucking sure, man. There's actually a law that prohibits instigating international tensions in Russia, so people don't speak about it publicly. But discussions of national questions are pretty common online, and nationalism is kind of on the rise. So she seems to be an unfortunate victim. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it as well. Speaking of unfortunate victims, do you guys remember that guy that got stabbed to death in New York City by a migrant? And his girlfriend immediately was just like, let's grift off of his death and make a ton of money because he's dead now? Which one? Ratted Zays, thank you for the 13-month member. Thank you for the member. Yeah, this fucking chick. Your boyfriend was stabbed to death in the street in New York by a crazy black drug addict. Oh, sorry, it was a black drug addict, not a migrant. My bad, chat. You refused to cooperate with police, and now you're supporting a candidate for mayor who says violent crime is an artificial construct. I mean, respect. You're really committed to the bit. And there's a picture of her meeting with the socialist mayoral candidate in New York City. For some reason, she's wearing a picnic tablecloth. I like gingham print, but there needs to be something to differentiate it from pure fucking tablecloth, man. Or else it just looks funny. Her dress is making you hungry. Oh, God. I have bad news for the people mad I'm grieving while hot. Extremely no bitches behavior happening in the quote treats. Somebody did post the video. Yeah, it was this one. I was gonna say, someone did post the video. This was, I'm gonna pause it before it actually happens because I can't show this on Twitch. But like this was the camera footage. This might be the unedited, which is why I'm waiting for the pause button. But hopefully it's edited. If it's edited, I can play the full thing like I did back in the day. Back in the day. And you can see this guy just like freaking out. That should kick in your self-preservation instincts, and you should be like, hey, hold on. This guy's freaking the fuck out. We should probably fucking do a Xbox 360 and go the other way. That's probably the smart thing to do. Unfortunately, it seems that there was the survival instincts of a plant going on here. And I don't know exactly when the stabbing happens, but like you guys get the point. He gets stabulated. He ends up dying, and she immediately went to like fucking grifting off of his death. It was really disgusting. It was really gross. The guy that got bleep bloop is Antifa, so is the girlfriend. They're both scum that see the world through their Marxist views. Oh yeah, absolutely. But when this happened, I did give the guy the one prop that, unlike most of the flagellating feminist Antifa men, this guy actually protected his woman, and unfortunately, because of the worldview, she basically just threw him under the bus afterwards. It was like, oh, that was a negligible loss. That's okay. That's fine. We don't mourn the death of a man that protected me from a crazy guy on the street. New Yorkers don't have self-preservation. We live in New York. Somehow makes her grifting all that more of a betrayal. Yeah, it was really fucking gross. It was really gross. And so it was really funny when I saw this picture of her being with that socialist mayor.
Kirsche should show stream less than 3.
Amunya, Bailey, a very important thing.
My Discord runs really slow on stream, I'm sorry. Thank you, Bailey. Oh, thank you. Let me find my server in my massive list of Discord. Stream suggestion? I'm going to assume it's from... Oh. Oh, this is very important. Look at it. Look at that thigh. I mean that cat. Is the cat sleeping on your wallet? He's got a little wallet pillow. That's so cute. He's so orang and floofy. I miss Cheems Ball, even though he would try to eat my toes. I miss the Cheems Ball. Give tummy rubs. Yeah, he's so floofy, man. He's so Cash Money Cat. Why isn't my server the top server on the list with everything else in folders? I have brain damage. Please be patient. I know where my server is in my list, so I just don't move it because I'll get confused. Need slippers to protect toes. True. There might be about 5,000 women in the West who wouldn't do the exact same. That's disgusting. That's just every time a man does something that should be seen as heroic and instead he is demonized for it, I will continue to call out that behavior as disgusting. Even if that man is a weird little fucking Pantifa communist himself, he still showed that he wanted to protect his woman in the face of danger. He still did something correct. The evolutionary tract is strong. The biological need to protect women was still embedded in his brain cells, and his women did not care. And that is disgusting to me. Cheems is a man of culture. When did I add the white demon tag? I don't remember. Maybe someone in chat remembers the lore. Eskill, thank you for the Canuck. What happened to Cheems Ball? Cheems Ball and Guavy and Ziggy are all still living at my apartment. I left very expediently, so I did not try to move 3 cats to a bunker. But they are all doing well. Tim sends me regular updates on them because I miss them. I miss my cats. Ham the Third, thank you for the huge 50. As long as we are looking at history, how much do you know of the NES exclusivity lawsuit that Nintendo lost and had to send out $5 certificates for Nintendo products? This ended the extended exclusives for carts and the system for publishers. I don't know anything about that. I have no idea what that even is. He deserved better programming and a better woman at that. Unironic rip, yep. Yeah, it's a shame that he was taken in by the programming, and even more of a shame that he was with a shitty woman. You think the white demon replaced piss retention when she read some story, but you can't remember the story. That sounds plausible. The mythical Magantifa, true. How is the diarrhea beast? Oh, he is doing so good. He is a large kitten now. He is very energetic, and he is going through his foot fetish phase. He no longer has diarrhea. He's very healthy, very full of energy. It's wonderful to see. Foreskin denial replaced the piss retention. Man, I can't even keep track of my tags, dude. Based gay cat guardian. Yeah, Benyanto, Meow Salini. We ever gonna see updated pics of Meow Salini? I can ask if some can be taken, because it's Sunday. I can give an ask. Let me see here. Whomst do I ask? There we go. Homestead of. All right, let's see. Where do I go from here? What tabs do we go from here? Well, we just watched like people being beaten up, so I guess I can go to this one. It's on theme. It's thematical. It's thematical, and it's he survived the car crash, so it's fine to show. I'm gonna. Oh fuck! This post doesn't exist. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay, so. The quote retweet doesn't exist anymore. So, the quote retweet said, saw a clip today of someone in a horrific car crash, and the guy's filming like, oh man, are you good, dude? Oh man, that was crazy. And the other person in the crash is like wearing a Lolita dress in a huge filled diaper, And the guy says like, oh man, some of your diapers flew out, man. And some brave hero posted the video, quote retweeting the original post that no longer exists. So let me change my transform again. All right, okay. All right, okay, we're fucking.
You actually saw me?
Quite the fit you got on too.
Fucking zooms in on the diaper. Hey, quite the fit you got on there, buddy.
5 South, too.
Like, this looks like a bad accident. I'm also gonna be honest, I didn't know that there were airbags that, like, covered the entire side of your window. I don't think I've ever seen airbags there before. That's kinda... It looks like marshmallow. Beep, beep.
Oh, she's drunk.
That guy looks fucked up, too. Whose fault was the accident? How is this man's truck drive? Wait, why is... Hold on! How is there blood on the outside of the airbag? How is there blood on, like, the door? How is there blood on, like, the back door? What is happening? What is this? What in the goddamn most competent I-5 South driver? True. Wasn't that a woman? I don't think either of the people in this car crash are women. I'm pretty sure both this thing in the truck, like, this looks like a man, and the thing in the Lolita dress also looks like a man. Beep.
Oh, he's going backwards on 5 South. Oh, he's pinning it away. You good?
I'm good, dude. Trust me.
Holy shit, man.
Don't worry about me, bro.
That was fucking heavy.
Heggy?
And then you just pinned it backwards and you got away.
What?
You actually saw me?
Yeah, hell yeah, I saw you. I can't believe you went backwards down the freeway. Coming onto oncoming traffic, too. That was so heavy.
Wait, was the guy in the truck this guy and it just looked like a different guy? So this is the truck dude? Oh my, what the fuck?
Quite the fit you got on, too.
Yeah. The last thing I want to be caught in.
The last thing I want to be caught in.
Diapers, they're flying all over the freeway.
Well, I mean, at least the diaper probably helped, right? Like, if you shit your pants in a car crash, like, it's gonna be contained instead of all over the car. One less thing to clean up. This has to be a skit. Look, he's got fucking cherries on the diaper, man. What the fuck? Nasky Holy Goddess, welcome! Welcome, Raiders! Enjoy filled poopy diaper car crash! I pray this is fake. Gnarly, dude. That's some bodacious loot box, dude. Oh my god, man. Oh, there's the belt for whipping? Where was he going? Is my question. Yeah, so I think this is the truck. It looks like it's the same color, and it's got the like little steppy thingy to get into. So he looks like fairly normal when you see him here. He looks fairly normal, and like, is he wearing a jacket? Because there's like a blue shirt. Maybe it's like a cardigan or like a little fucking weird Madeline cape. I can't really tell. But yeah, this looks like the same guy. I don't understand what happened? Did he crash into the median? Is that an airbag or something on the windows? That's an airbag. Like I said, I've never seen airbags deploy on windows like this. Like, this is completely fucking new to me. Probably a sweater or something. It's on the ground later. Oh yeah, you're right. It is on the ground. It's right there. Aha! Look at this. I spy! I spy! Degenerate car crash! And got T-boned. Well, where's the other person in the car crash then? 100% SoCal surfer finds diaper fetishist in car crash. That's fucking amazing. The Kirsche diapers will come out when we're old enough to be back in diapers. In other words, at least 40 years. Yeah, when we're all in real hospice, I'll give you Kirsche adult diaper merch. How about that? Because we'll actually be in like our 70s and 80s, and we'll probably need them at that point. But no sooner, because I don't want degenerates participating in fetish play. Oh, okay. I have pictures of Cat. Man, that was fast. Holy shit. I have pictures of Cat, which is perfect timing because we need eye bleach after seeing whatever the fuck that thing was. Let me pick out a few of these, because they sent a fucking shit ton. Jesus Christ. Let me pick out a few of these for my mods to vet. I'm gonna pick this one because it looks like a penis. I like when cats are penis-shaped. And this one because he's doing cute things. That one's a little far away. This one because he's a little eepy baby. A little eepy meowsalini. This one because he doesn't understand what a reflection is. And this one because he's being chillin'. Alright, mods, you're about to get dumped on. Just like that car crash. These should be fine, since I didn't take the pictures, but just in case, you know, protect other people. We protect other people in this house. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Bing cheering! You found the origin of the White Demon tag. Some schizo on Twitter called Kira White Demon after the whole Game Award stuff with Amir Savant. Oh, I forgot about that entirely. AGP diaper to cute cat pics. Typical Whiplash stream. You know, sometimes we need the eye bleach, you know? Kirsche's two favorite things, cats and dick, truly. A friend of a friend got arrested for drunk driving in central Iowa. Turns out he was a cross-dresser coming home from the gay bars in Des Moines. He had more women's clothes than his wife. In true alcoholic fashion, he blamed his family for his drinking. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Holy shit. Lost Monster Man, thank you. Buy your diaper for your diaper. No. No, let's not get too crazy. There's not going to be any diaper merch until I am old and crippled, okay? You prefer mayonnaise menace. White Demon, I don't even know who you are. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna paste this weird AGP diaper fetishist person link in chat since the other tweet is already deleted. Hopefully this one doesn't get deleted. Get the crippled I'm not crippled yet! I'm just making extra bone! I'll be crippled later! Skip the diaper merch. You'll still have younger fans, probably. What if I, like, ID lock the diapers? You know, what if you make diapers for all the dads out there for their kids? Oh, that could be good, too. I don't know how I feel about having, like, children's merch, though. Like, that's kind of weird. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be kids buying the diapers, but I don't know. It's still kind of weird. Kirsche Brand's diaper. Please don't. She already did. I'm behind. What did I do? ID tagged diapers. Total control. I still remember the video with the pedophile wearing a diaper. Oh my god, the one freaking the fuck out in the living room. Yeah. Definitely skip that. Chat, just let me make a joke about old people wearing diapers without taking it too seriously. I will have to wait for my mood the raters to check those bigot chairs. So before we get eye bleach, what else can I read here? What else can be read in my tabs? My titular tabulars. Yum, 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 yum. What about... Well, I mean, I guess we could loop into something else after this one, but hey, we got a Daily Mail article. No grab bag today. Why are you like this, Daily Mail, you fucking piece of shit? Holy fuck. Why? What? Just refreshed the page before my eyes. Judge tells divorcee to pay her ex-husband half of the £160,000 cost of his trans surgery in millionaire couple's court battle. The Olive Advisory Board. Oh god, did get worse. I thought I said I couldn't do a Russian accent. I can't. Was that Russian? No more grabby bag. Frick crime boss. Hello, fellow penny miners. Did they dig Bob out from the Fed wing of the Copper Cave yet? No, Bob's still buried in there, unfortunately. We've sacrificed at least 13 children trying to get him out, but, you know, they can't reach him yet. Kirsche, what about after you acquire your himbo and need to get your post-pregnancy incontinence diapers?
I'm sorry, the what? I'm going to need diapers after have babu?
Where the fuck did they go to have to spend 300k? I don't know, I guess chopping up your dick is expensive, question mark? Hide your tabs? Oh yeah, these are my tabs, sorry. Sorry, you can see my tabs. It's so lewd and dangerous. A judge has ordered a divorcee to pay half of her ex-husband's £160,000 trans surgery bill. In what is thought to be the first case of its kind, the judge said the surgery was a need and not a whim, meaning it was reasonable for the couple, who cannot be named for legal reasons, to split the cost. The wife, 60, claimed her husband's decision to transition led to the breakdown of their marriage, and therefore unfair for her to shell out £80,000 for the procedure. Oh, okay. So it was £160,000 total, and she has to pay £80,000 for it. But especially as that's the reason that she's divorcing, I feel like this is adding insult to injury. Like, you already lost your husband to a degenerate fetish, now you have to pay to lose your husband. That's kind of fucked. During the hearing at Brighton Family Court, the husband, 58, argued it would be like saying someone who had cancer should not have the surgery, and that accordingly, the cost of the surgery should be met from joint funds. What a narcissistic little freak. Imagine comparing mutilating yourself to a cancer patient. Holy fuck. The pair first met in London in the late 1990s while working in the financial sector before marrying in 2002, when the husband was living as a man. Chat, everyone working in finance is a sociopath. I'm sure there are a couple people working in finance in the chat right now. I know what you are. 20 years later, in 2022, he revealed to his wife he was intending to transition to a woman and commenced hormone therapy at that stage, the judge said. The wife started divorce proceedings 2 months later. Damn! She did not last even 2 months. She was like, fuck this. I married a man. I want a man. The couple had accumulated £3 million in joint assets during their marriage and were described as having a very international lifestyle, living in several countries in different continents and purchasing properties in various locations. They shared 2 children who are now at university after they were privately educated. Oh, those poor kids. The husband's surgery took place last year after the couple had separated for 2 years and was paid using their joint money. The £160,000 cost was at the center of the legal dispute, which is understood to have cost the couple almost $1 million in legal fees. Yeah, sometimes it's about sending a message, not about the cost. I guess if I had that much money, I could also do sending a message lawsuits. It's always framed as the trans person being betrayed instead of the other way around. How backwards? 1,000%. 1,000%. Like, the level of betrayal for this to happen in a marriage is entirely on the person deciding to leap into a degenerate fetish. Because there's no way I believe that this husband just randomly had dysphoria. Zero chance. During the separation, the husband claimed he could not afford to pay court-ordered maintenance to his wife and children. However, the husband, who has retained as a massage therapist and Reiki practitioner, spent £14,000 on an Amex card in 1 month, mainly on clothing, nails, jewelry, and restaurants, and got £13,000 worth of tattoos in 6 months. I'm not like a biologist or anything, but the math ain't math in here, man. Like, these numbers aren't adding up. You can't afford to pay maintenance to your wife and kids, but you can afford to spend like fucking £27,000 on your frivolous narcissistic maintenance. He neglected his family and gets rewarded with more money from the family he neglected. It's like claiming trans identity is a get-out-of-jail-free card, and we've seen that for over a decade now. This is how I act like a woman, right? Waste copious amounts of money? Truly. A B Jammin', thank you. He practices Reiki. Dude thinks he has ki powers like in Dragon Ball Z. Imagine. Is this one of those Chris Tyson situations where a husband abandons his family to play dress-up? Yes. Yes, it is. Help! He argued his surgery should be treated in the way of any other medical costs which would ordinarily be met from joint assets. In his ruling, the judge said that the husband, who says his wife always knew he was trans, had provided medical evidence of gender dysphoria which had caused significant anxiety, depression, and distress. The wife said in her evidence that she was not aware that the respondent wished to transition until the end of the marriage. She added it was a devastating and big surprise and was deeply shocked when her husband stated that she intended to live her life as a lesbian woman. AGP. 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 Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I do not believe the lies coming out of this narcissist's mouth. Your sister-in-law neglected her family and got awarded 1.1 million in Colorado. This sounds similar. Why? What a corrupt son of a bitch this judge was. Well, I mean, it's in the UK, so it's not surprising. She argued that the surgery costs should be paid out of his personal assets, saying that it was unfair she had to stump up the money as the decision to transition caused the end of the marriage. The husband responded, "You marry a trans person, you live with a trans person, you benefit from a trans person. They are suicidal and you support them." Oh, the emotional manipulation play, of course. Judge Stuart Farquhar said that while this has been a hugely difficult and emotionally draining experience for the trans woman, the husband had shown no understanding whatsoever that her decision to transition to a woman has had an impact on anyone else, and particularly his ex-wife. If you literally notice as the judge that the man is incapable of understanding other people's feelings, why would you then grant him the money? Like, what? However, he said the court could not consider the reasons that a marriage broke down within financial remedy proceedings. That is like literally one of the reasons marriages break down, though. What do you mean by this? He said he was satisfied the surgery was meeting a genuine and deep-felt medical/psychological need and not carried out as a whim. The judge therefore ruled it was reasonable for the money to be spent out of joint resources. Holy fuck. Appeal, this can't be right. If he wants to transition, that's fine, but he should pay for it. He shouldn't expect his ex-wife to contribute. Don't understand the legal basis for the judge decision. Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely... She is the one who has gotten harmed in this situation, not him. Why does applying common sense make this clustertard make no sense? They can't consider it because no-fault divorce, feminist eggs coming to roster? I guess so. I don't know if the UK has no-fault divorce. I don't know what their like marriage laws are there. But judges have way more power in the UK. Treat the dysphoria, don't mutilate your body for a treatable or phantom diagnosis. Did he marry her to pay for his transition? It said they both worked in finance and then they both acquired over like £3 million worth of assets during their marriage. So like both of them were high-powered working people. Doo-doo-doo. He was playing the long game. Dude transitions to a girl, the court immediately sides with him. Major bag alert. Imagine. Imagine the bag. If that's all it takes. That's all it takes. If you have to go through a divorce proceedings, you might as well just claim to be trans. Is he trying to get his wife to sell so she has to pay taxes? I don't think he's trying to get her to sell anything. This was simply about forcing her to pay for half of his surgery, which again, she filed for divorce 2 months after he basically told her that he was going to have the surgery. So obviously it was a very jarring thing for her, and she said it was the reason that the marriage fell apart. Him taking her to court in order to force her to pay for half of the surgery costs, I think is again a very narcissistic thing to do. It's like he has already ruined this woman, and this is just kind of rubbing salt in the wound. Men used to marry wealthy women for their money. Now they do it to transition. 3 million or 3 billion? Because 3 million is like any house within 4 hours of... 3 million. It only said 3 million, not billion. The court is always incentivized to side with whatever party helps them get their pound of flesh. God hates taxes, thank you. This person clearly only told her in his fetishist dreams. Yeah, right? He was doing more than just playing the long game. He did it for petty vengeance. He wanted her to be his lesbian wife. Imagine. Imagine. Him taking her to court is a form of trans violence. He took her to court to hurt her more. Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't call it trans violence, though, because, again, I personally differentiate between people who actually have dysphoria and people who wish to use this identity for personal gain, whether it be ideological or fetishistic reasons. And again, when men around age... It said the wife is 60, so I'm assuming he's somewhere around her age. Husband 58. Yeah, there we go. Husband 58. Yeah, I'm pretty confident calling this AGP and not dysphoria. Autogynephile violence, true. Imagine having to develop future sight in order to protect a marriage. Imagine. Dude is a nutter. Yeah, it gives me like the PTSD flashbacks to that one like really old guy who decided to like pretend he was a 14-year-old girl or some shit and become like a child to a adoptive BDSM family. Can I find that really quick, actually? Let's see. How would I search for this? How would I search for this? Man identifies as teen girl, becomes adoptive, little to parents. I don't want to call them parents, but I don't know how else to search for this. Ah, here we go. Oh, he left his family to live as a 6-year-old. Sorry, I thought he went to live as a 14-year-old girl. But it was a 6-year-old girl, actually. And, of course, he was Canadian. Because, of course, he was. So, this guy. This is from 2015. Transgender father Stephanie Walsh leaves family in Toronto to start a new life as a 6-year-old girl. Miss Walsh says she does not want to be an adult right now. That's crazy that these people refer to him with female pronouns. A Canadian transgender father left behind a wife and 7 children to begin a new life as a 6-year-old girl. Stephanie, and he has it spelled Stefonknee, Walsh, 46, had been married for 23 years when he realized he was transgender. He's now living with an adoptive family and says he does not want to be an adult right now. I can't deny I was married, I can't deny I have children, but I've moved forward now and I've gone back to being a child. I've moved forward, I went back. He said in a video series by the Transgender Project published by Daily Extra. Mr. Walsh said his wife could not accept him as a transgender woman. He was told to either stop being trans or leave. To me, stop being trans isn't something I could do, he says. It would be like telling me to stop being 6'2" or leave. Feeling rejected by his family, Miss Walsh left and now lives with his adoptive family, who he says are totally comfortable with him being a little girl. He explains how his new parents' youngest granddaughter wanted a little sister and decided Miss Walsh should be younger than her. We have a great time. We color. We do kid stuff, he says. It's called play therapy. No medication, no suicide thoughts, and I just get to play. That's creepy. That's creepy! In an earlier part of the series, Miss Walsh spoke of how he became suicidal and was hospitalized a month after taking part in the first Toronto Transgender March in 2009. After he was discharged, his wife accused him of harassment and assault and pressed charges against him to achieve a restraining order. Wow, I'm so surprised. In 2012, his eldest daughter invited Miss Walsh to her wedding, but requested he dress like her dad and to sit at the back of the church and not address any members of the family. The day of his daughter's wedding, Miss Walsh attempted suicide for the last time and was unsuccessful. He now receives support from the Metropolitan Community Church of Toronto, where the congregation is mostly made up of LGBT people. I don't want people to try and kill themselves. I think that's a very bad place to be. But also, how fucking narcissistic... This is like something my mother would do, right? Like, if I was still talking to my mother and she hadn't already pretended to kill herself, right? If I announced to my mom that I was getting married, she would pull a stunt like this. Because this is just like, again, unrepentant narcissism. Like, this is genuinely something my mother would do. Adam Holtz, thank you for the 50. Can you plug yourself into the Matrix and relive the 1990s again? The story makes you want to get off this ride. I wonder if there's like an update on this guy, because again, this was 2015. So let's see if I can like find anything new on this guy. Maybe he's done something in the past 10? Yeah, oh my god, it's been 10 years since 2015. Let's see, 2023... Mercatornet? I don't know what that is. 9 years ago. That was a 2015 one. There's an Instagram video from 2024. Let's see. Shut your mouth, it has not been 10 years. Well. Okay, there's a Facebook. He has a Twitter. Okay, May 19th, 2025. Okay, so we got a few uppy-datey thingies here. There's also an interview. I don't know if I want to watch that whole thing though, because it looks kind of long. But I wonder if I put the Twitter link into my main browser, if anyone I know is following this guy. That'd be funny. Not followed by anyone you're following. Interesting. You know what I think is really fucking hilarious? This guy's top tweet. If you're divorcing or separating from a narcissist, you could be at high risk of being alienated from your children. What a hilarious thing for this guy to fucking retweet. Holy shit. Don't you have to be 13 to have a Twitter? Trans Day of Visibility. If you're looking for Canadian shampoo and conditioner, check out Nutrice products at Costco. Justin Trudeau says, good to have you back, to whatever the fuck that Canadian guy is. Should have been a sign. Elon Musk made trucks look stupid, and now he's making the US look stupid too. Show your Canadian pride in Canada. Why did they post a picture of a child? That seems like an odd choice. Vacation in Canada, travel Canadian. Are these all just AI? What is happening? No shopping at Walmart. Boycott McDonald's. Bernie Sanders dismantles Elon Musk. Okay, alright. I like the Spikeman, thank you. All you know is you have a few good people in your life. You're glad it's far away from this man, or woman, or 60-year-old. True. True and real. What's his website? Please don't be pornographic. Oh, thank God. Holding On by a Thread. Oh yeah, they wrote a book in the last 10 years called Holding On by a Thread. Also, can I just say... What the fuck? Oh, it just like opened my Spotify. Hold on. So there's something down here that says kids songs, songs for children. Privacy policy terms and condition, copy link. So I don't know if this is supposed to be playing on this page or not. Hold on, let me just see what comes up when I bring up the Spotify. I want it to open in browser. Okay. All right. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Yeah, this is fucking creepy, dude. Okay. So it just shows kids songs. Songs for children, kids party music players. Old MacDonald had a farm, 1-2 buckle my shoe, she'll be coming round the mountain. Mary had a little lamb. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Bob the Builder. SpongeBob SquarePants theme song. The Hokey Pokey. Oh man, why is this person? Enjoy the site, have fun. Please always remember, although we try to offer support and we'll try to point you toward other supports available to you, I am not a therapist. I'm speaking from personal experience. Steph's Island Playtime is achieving more with our initiatives than ever before. Stephanie Walsh is working on many exciting projects to help improve the lives of others and are very proud of the progress we continue to make. Learn more about what we do, whom we help, and how we work every day to promote positive change by visiting resources. This person turned fucking age play fetish into entirely weird help site. Come play with us. Join our chat and chat in real time. Oh my God. Is this real? Hello and welcome to Steph's chat for littles and middles and tigers and bears. Oh my God, there's slurs there. Oh my God, there's slurs there. Okay. All right. I'm glad that this chat is what it is and it's not, I love jacking off my girl cock. I'm horny as shit. I'm glad that there's not actual humans typing here and it's just all trolling. All right. That makes me feel a bit better. Insert Einstein screaming. Kirsche, please! There wasn't TOS everywhere. Look, it just loaded a couple of slurs at the top, okay? It just loaded a couple of slurs. Here's a link to PBS Kids Play. What the fuck? Fucking jorking my girl peanuts. True. Why is Doki Bird still the only good thing to come from Canada? True. A couple of slurs as a treat that I don't condone. Don't do that. I disavow. Living 2 lives, dying 1,000 deaths. Is it from the copious amounts of American food you eat that have given you like 1 million necks? This is 30 minutes long! One of the ways that people justify oppressing people of any alternative gender or sexuality is by claiming that the social norm is natural. Quoted of Sandy Stone, the Journal of Transsexual Feminism number 8, by the way. That is, it originates from God, an authority to which there is no appeal. All this is, in fact, is a complete fabrication. He looks like he could be Will Ferrell's cousin. There is no natural sex because sex itself as a medical or cultural category is nothing more than the momentary outcome of battles over who owns the meaning of the category. What is this fucking commie gobbledygook? Bunker Cat, please don't attack my light. Bunker Cat, please!
When my daughter was in grade 10, she's now 5th year in university, I sat her down to tell her that I was transgendered. And the first words out of her mouth was, "Dad, you're the last person on earth I would have thought was transgender."
Dad, you're literally like a butch figure from a 1960s family show.
Kids? Why should you be any different than us? I looked at them and I thought, but my kids love me. My kids really love me. And they were right. It wasn't any different.
Base daughter. It's Matt Berry in a dress.
The biggest myths.
Oh, BGM still on. Sorry, Bunker Cat is sitting on my mouse now.
Is that we're freaks. History has proven.
Can I speed this up?
Time and time again, giving more rights to more people has only created better societies. Have I ever experienced verbal harassment? Constantly.
Let's Coon, thank you for the dollary doodle.
They're unbelievable. You know, people will say the meanest, cruelest things just because they feel they have the right to because you're different.
You're not a 6-year-old child! 74,
I have not
okay.
actually experienced physical assault. It's never come to that. There's been a lot of attempted assaults.
38% of transgender people have experienced attempted assault. 32% have experienced physical assault.
Would have been an easier way to fix everything.
77% of transgender people have seriously considered suicide.
I suppressed it for 46 years. And I'll tell you, I was more suicidal then. They asked me at one point, like,
am I speaking at 1.5 times speed? I have to read the cards.
I said, really? I said, I don't want to die in this body. I don't want to spend eternity in this body.
Well, I mean, that's the only one you got, my guy.
My name is Stephanie Walsh. I was born in 1963 as Paul Andrew Walsh in Scarborough, Ontario, and I'm now living as a trans woman. Transgender is the umbrella term that encompasses transsexual, transvestite, cross-dresser, genderqueer, all these different labels. Transgendered basically means that you don't fit within the gender binary, that your male-female definitions of gender do not apply to you. So if you are male to female, you are a trans woman. If you're female to male, you're a trans man. And there's also genderqueer and gender questioning, two-spirited, and those are all transgender terms.
Two-spirited is a Native American term, actually?
Courtrooms. I've experienced intimidation on the street. I've experienced intimidation.
Who could fucking intimidate this linebacker?
Throughout most of my life, I had no reason to have a resume or apply for a job. After coming out as transgendered, I've learned how to write a good resume and put together all of my abilities on a sheet of paper, and I haven't received one call.
43% of transgender people have experienced significant levels of discrimination in housing, employment, and services. Cat, no!
Especially as a teenager, that were polar opposites. The first few times that I went to Pride, I lied to neighbors in the hospitals.
Intimidation. Where were we? Here we go. Here we go.
The media stereotypes transgender people in simple things where they choose to make that an issue. We saw that with
Bunker
the
Cat
attacks recently.
Bunker Cat, not the keyboard.
A person in the Canadian Army, where the media made the front page all about women's undergarments that he was wearing, and sort of tried to draw a connection that this part of his life was a major contributing factor to the violence that happened.
You can't put this in your, like, we're just like you documentary and expect people to take it seriously? Why would you do this?
Draw a connection that this part of his life was a major contributing factor to the violence that happened. This is what people see, and this is what they believe. We lose all respect and all credibility because of the way we look. What people don't realize is in 1969, Stonewall was led by the trans people, actually. It was the drag queens and the trans people that led the march.
He's doing the rewriting history that the Marxists are, chat! Wow, who could have seen that coming? From someone who doesn't actually have dysphoria.
Over the years, since 1969, gay men were the first to get some rights, then lesbian women got some rights. Somehow in the last 40 years, the trans community has been left behind. I was born into a young immigrant family. I have 3 brothers and a sister. Growing up on a farm in Mount Albert back in the 70s was not an easy life. As the oldest son of a farm family, we did a lot of the guy things. I was driving tractors, cutting firewood, building stuff, chasing cows, riding motorcycles, all
chasing
the
cows.
Regular farm stuff. Saturday mornings we always cleaned out all the
Lichcoon,
barns.
thank you.
And
It's a man, baby. This is not a 6-year-old.
Loading up hay wagons, who could throw the bale 1 layer higher. Chasing the cattle, like quite often they break out of their paddock and they're out there getting into the corn or into a field they're not supposed to be.
Look at those
so
cows.
There's a lot of adrenaline
Look at how
times.
cute they
There was
are.
Stuff we did as brothers on the farm that were unique to us, and it was our thing, and which was really cool. My mother did teach me a little bit of needlework. At one point we did some rug hooking and little crafty stuff. So that was nice.
You love when they say I'm not rewriting history as they are in fact rewriting history with their yeah, I know, it's crazy.
And you took pleasure in the simple things. It was different, but it was a lot of fun. I turned 6 in 1969.
No wonder he's built like that. It's an Alberta farm boy.
I knew that I saw something there that I identified with. I think I knew to hide myself even at 6 years old. I knew I was different and this wasn't normal. Girls looked a certain way and boys looked a certain way. But prior to that, I
stuck to the bit. He was 10 years ago. Is he 16 now?
Stuff,
That's a good question. I wonder if he ages in his like age play
My
fantasies.
older sister's hand-me-down dresses. I remember going out of my way to take this yellow dress out of the hand-me-down closet, and that was my first dress. But I knew enough to hide it.
Wait, hold on.
Soon I didn't even realize there were girls and boys. I think at 6 years old, with school and stuff, you became more aware. I soon started taking my older sister's hand-me-down dresses. I remember going out of my way to take this yellow dress out of the hand-me-down closet, and that was my first dress. But I knew enough to hide it. Like, it was not something that I asked my mom. I literally stole the dress and would only put it on if nobody was home.
There's a trend in autogynephiliacs that they have their like fetish awakening when they steal clothing from their female family members. Like the fact that they know it's wrong and the fact that it's their family members is like part of the fetish. They always steal clothing. Yeah. Isn't stealing women's clothing a sign of AGP? It is. It is. This is like a classic case.
And your adrenaline would be pumping. Like, you would be very nervous that if somebody came back, you'd quickly have to change. If my dad would have found out, it would have not been good. I started going through puberty and I realized that I was different than all the other boys. Then I started to wonder, am I gay? Am I attracted to the boys? Is that like it? And so you start to explore things in your mind. Where do you fit in? And I knew what gay was. I knew what lesbian was. I didn't know what trans was. There was the odd thing in the news every once in a while that you would hear, and then you would take that and digest it and see how it applies to yourself. Going to school was interesting. Back in those days, there was still a lineup for the girls and a lineup for the boys. And quite often the girls had their play area and the boys played in a different area. And I know myself and my best friend and even another friend that we had would quite often play in the wrong area. High school, again, you do everything to be cool. You try to do whatever your friends are doing, and
that's why we had severely bisexual people at my high school.
And it seemed to work. The friends that I had were sort of in the middle, somewhere off the radar, and we sort of got away with it. By the end of the 60s into the 70s, long hair was accepted for boys. Quite often, you could hide things you were doing. At that point would have. I would wear girls' underwear, right? And I would just make sure that it wasn't showing. Towards the end of high school, I started dating a girl that went on to become my wife. And at one point, she saw me going through a Sears catalog and saw that I was looking at bras and underwear. So she questioned me about it. And when I explained it to her, the next day she came and she had bought me a skirt and a blouse and a camisole. And at that point, I think I fell in love. Once I had a girlfriend that knew I was transgendered or cross-dresser in those days and accepted me, it was easier to...
I don't remember this part. I don't remember his wife encouraging him. And now I feel the need to, find out if that's true. Because I don't take his word for it. If true, damn, she crazy.
do things. She would obviously do the shopping for me. She would cover for me if anything, even if I slipped up and somebody saw something, she could say,
Is that woman his wife? No, he left his wife and his 7 children because he no longer wanted to be a man. In his I think it was like his 40s, right? He was like 43 or something when he did it. He had been married for like 20 something years. He was just like, yeah, I'm actually gonna leave all of you guys and I'm gonna go be a 60-year-old girl for these other people.
You know, made excuses why I looked the way I did, and it made it easier. And plus, having a girlfriend, I didn't have to question whether I was gay or straight anymore. It's a kind of town where you didn't come out. Quite honestly, the repercussions, even where I went to high school, we went to the closest city to go to high school. Back in the 70s, you didn't come out as gay or lesbian, let alone trans. And even prior to me leaving a year ago, one of our friends killed himself rather than come out that he was gay. The discrimination is so bad that my siblings fear for the way they'll be treated if people find out that I'm transgendered. So there were times where I would change my look just to try to blend in better. It was frustrating. To live in an environment like that, you actually...
Sir, this is a church.
...become transphobic and homophobic yourself as a way to disassociate yourself.
Oh, the internalized phobias, chat. Jack Crow, thank you. He looks like the old lady disguise that Arnold wore during Total Recall. Jesus Christ.
From that label. And quite often, I found myself saying and doing things, especially as a teenager, that were polar opposites. The first few times that I went to Pride, I lied to neighbors and friends where I was going. I didn't want them to know I was in Toronto for that reason. And a few times, people had even said, oh, you were down in Toronto for the, to be down the village, to hang out with the gay people. And I denied it out of fear, because you don't want to be rejected. That actually happened at a church meeting up there. Somebody said it, and rather than deal with it, I chose to deny it. Being transgendered tested my faith like nothing else ever could. Me and God got along really good because there were no big floods or any catastrophes in my life. And then not just being outed as transgendered and, you know, being told by a priest that I'm possessed by the evil one, and then ending up leaving my church because I can't find anybody that wants to hang around with me or let me volunteer or anything. My prayers quickly went to, you promised
my siblings would fear for how they would be treated if people found out I was trans. Translation, I'm an embarrassment to my family and they don't like to talk about me. True.
Or give me a cross that was too heavy to bear. You lied. So going through high school, yeah, we did do the boyfriend-girlfriend dating stuff, and secretly I was still dressing and getting better at hiding it. Towards 19 and 20, when I was just finishing high school, I actually would dress up and come to the city. Here in Toronto, there was a group for cross-dressers called Take a Walk on the Wild Side, and I met people there that were like me, and my wife and I were just dating at the time. We would come down here on a date where I would be able to be the girl, and it worked. We got married in 1986.
What the fuck is wrong with the wife?
Young and optimistic, and started a family right away. It seemed like a really good life. By the time we got married, I was already a licensed mechanic. I had already bought some land that we were to build our house on later. We were playing the role.
They can afford to build a fucking house? Holy shit.
We were in the home, it was safe. It got to the point where I could dress up anytime at home, and my wife would cover for me, my girlfriend at the time. So if she was there, you know, she could just say, oh, he just went to the bathroom, he'll be back in a couple minutes, you know. Whereas if there's no one there to say where you are, everybody's checking doors, you know, especially on a farm, say the cattle broke out or something's broken, we need you out here right now. If my girlfriend could say, oh, he's just going to the bathroom, then they would just go back, well, tell him to come out when he is ready. In the end, I just identified myself as a male lesbian, if that even exists. But
a male lesbian, if that even exists. It doesn't, sir.
How she felt, I'm not sure. I thought she had accepted me for that, but obviously 23 years later, she asked me to make a choice, and she had grown tired of it after all that time.
Yeah, I have a feeling there's some little knobs missing in this story. If she was like being a filthy enabler the entire relationship, I can't see that randomly after 20-something years she would just be like, all right, you either choose this or choose your family. We're missing some context here.
Fine balance between killing yourself because of what other people say and do to you, or killing yourself because of the things you do to yourself. And there's a stress that's created from suppressing who you really are.
What?
That is as bad as the stress of knowing that you're going to get discriminated against. I remember when my children were born, I would feed them and I would hold them right in the hospital before they even left the hospital. I felt like I was their mom. And I ran my business from home so I could raise my children. Life is expensive with the kids.
Why would you feel like their mom? That is an important role.
Having a wife in university, I would schedule my jobs around them, so if the baby would wake up They would be with me in the shop, or I would be with them in the house. And if they were napping, we'd have a baby monitor, and I'd be listening for them to wake up, and I'd fix the car while they were doing that. So it was pretty hectic. I think when people came, if we weren't being disrupted by customers or commitments where we had to be somewhere, it would be, oh, we gotta feed the baby.
Cup just showed up. Looks great. Don't forget to get your gamer subs with code Kirsche for 10% off.
True! Low speed boo, thank you. I'm glad you like the fucking cup. Hell yeah! I hope you got some vinyl to protect the design. And definitely use code Kirsche for 10% off your gamer subs orders. Hell yeah, brother!
Yo, we gotta change the baby. I gotta start dinner. In the end, we were really tired. Times 7, right? It was cool. It was a lot of fun. They say the darndest things, and they look at the world uniquely. Out of the 7 of them, no 2 are the same. They're all their own little individual person, even as babies, and they do things differently, and they are just special. They just have their own special way of expressing who they are. Eventually...
Does anyone else find the way that he described, like, tiny babies a bit creepy? I don't know, that's kind of weird to me, just a little bit, just a little uncomfortable with that description.
I told all my children that I was transgendered. In the beginning, I told my oldest daughter, she was in grade 11, I think it was like 2004 or 2005, but by 2007 I had taken a course in Toronto at Sherburne Health Gender Journeys, and they had told me that the younger you tell them, the better, so they don't, if somebody gives them some bad information, they'll already know.
The younger you tell your children that you're trans, the better. Oh boy. Oh no.
That my dad is transgendered, so they can process it differently. So by 2007, I told all my children that I was transgendered, and for the most part, they took it pretty good. Our middle child had the biggest issue with this, and he was just starting puberty, so I understand that's a time when they're trying to figure out who they are, and now to find out that your dad isn't who you think your dad is, it would be very confusing. So for him, it wasn't fair. His 2 older sisters knew already, and the 3 younger kids, they weren't at that stage yet, so they didn't have to process it like he did. For the most part, the kids were pretty good. And,
yeah, that's true. If you propagandize them while they're young, they won't know any better, right?
The times when they were frustrated, I understand. It's an adjustment, and you know, I think they would have preferred that it not be the way it was. But if that's the way it's going to be, then they would make the best of it, and they're good. The rest of them are all good allies.
Does this count as a late life crisis? This is a midlife crisis. He was in his 40s.
90s, whenever the internet came along. Prior to that, we had no information for LGBT people, or very little information, and almost nothing for trans people. As I learned more, the first thing that happened was chat rooms. So people would get on the internet and chat, and then once in a while people would talk about the 519 or talk about Sherburne Health, or drop little hints that there's more things going on in Toronto than we know about. And as I heard about gender journeys in Sherburne Health,
I thought he was in his 50s. I think he's in his 50s now. He was, yeah, because I think he's in his 50s now, because he was 43 in the article we read in 2015. So he would be 53 now, because I think this is from 2025. Oh god, I'd have to click on it and go to YouTube. Oh no, this was 11. Okay, so he's still in his 40s when this came out. This is old. I've never seen this. I would like to hear the wife's side of this. Yeah, me too. Me too. Good luck. She won't talk to anyone about marrying a trans woman. We're Catholic and the church still promotes hate towards transgender folk. That sounds a lot like you lied about how your wife felt about things in this video. That sounds a lot like, don't go searching for the truth, just believe me. Holy shit. We were married 23 years. She never asked me to stop being trans before May 20th, and she never said or hinted that she wanted me to leave or that she wanted to end our marriage. Yeah, I just, you know, I would need to hear her side of the story to believe that. I'm gonna be real fucking honest with you, buddy.
And as I pieced together that information, I went down and inquired into joining. The information they had was the best information you could get at that time.
He'd be
there weren't
62
a lot of studies
now?
done, so we had a lot of statistics from the United States, but they had access to doctors that could come and speak to us. They had access to different groups. They also created a social network for ourselves so we could talk to each other. And so there was like this place where you could not only get information, but once you'd finished the gender journeys, you could actually be empowered to bring information out into the community to people who hadn't taken the course yet. And in 2009, in the spring, I did attend 2 conferences. These conferences were excellent ways to network, especially when I went to Port Angeles in Washington.
Oh, hell yeah.
Thank you, Senator Bigglesworth. You got the merch, you got the mouse pad, shirt, sticker, cup, all high quality. Was it your first time ordering from them? I absolutely love their quality of merch. Hopefully I can match that quality with my own. I only want to give super high quality merch, and I'm really glad you guys like that. I'm really glad. Average men make ugly women. Oh, fuck.
There were people from all over the States and all over Canada, and so we brought information from places where it was very safe to be trans, and there were people there from areas where it was dangerous to be. You could be killed for being trans. So there was a huge range of opinions, and also different protocols, so to speak, of how to transition, depending on how LGBT friendly your area was.
How come every time they like do a cut, they just show him walking forward, and it reminds me of the wide Ted Cruz meme? Can this be explained? Book of Grudges, thank you. So wait, the wife encouraged this weird shit early on, and then is surprised when he destroys their family later on? He's horrible, but she's dumb? I mean, if she did encourage it, then yeah, I would say she's fucking dumb. But we don't know if she actually did. Because the only thing we've heard that I would believe is that she gave him the ultimatum of like, you either keep us as a family or you keep being a transgender 6-year-old. And he obviously chose his fetish over his family. But he explains here in this video that she like encouraged him since they started dating, and like maybe she did, maybe she is a retard, but I don't know. I'd like to hear it from her mouth, you know?
Most inspirational. They had one award, which was amazing because I was very unconventional. I wasn't doing things the way we had thought they needed to be done, and so I was pushing the envelope a little too much. And unfortunately, when I came home, I found that the woman that sent me off was not the same person that received me back into our family.
What?
So, we left. My wife was encouraging me to go to these conferences and, you know, to participate and have a little Stephanie vacation, you know. And when I came home, right from when she picked me up at the airport, she was furious with me. Within 2 days, she asked me to leave. My oldest daughter just had our second grandchild. She was born a day before I returned. I was all excited to come home and see my granddaughter, and I just found all this hostility towards
That doesn't sound like a woman who was encouraging you to do this shit for decades, man.
Me from my wife, and even I started to feel it from the kids, and then I realized that I was no longer welcome in my house. And by May, I came home on the 18th. By May 20th, she asked me to either stop being transgender or leave, and so I started looking for a place to live in Toronto. On the one hand, I guess I'm grateful that I had 23 years with my kids, and was able to find this area where we could make it work. But on the other hand, I live with the fact knowing that it was a lie. I was appearing to look a certain way to conform to society, and
didn't he earlier say his family were great allies? He did. He did. And somebody else mentioned in Twitch chat, K Dolo here said, I can't get over the comment. She encouraged me for decades, but she's Catholic and she hates trans people. Yeah, it's full of contradictions, this explanation is. Don't think about it, bigot.
46 years of my life, I became homeless. I didn't know how to be homeless, so
I didn't know how to be homeless. Yeah, I don't think anyone really knows how to be homeless.
Suicide would have been an easier way to fix everything. I had a lot of life insurance on me, and so I thought if I kill myself, then the kids will be happy, and I wouldn't have to deal with this anymore. Like, the problem would be solved. I was admitted to the hospital for a couple of weeks for depression, and while I was there, my wife and dad came and took my car away, and so now I was really stranded. When I came out of the hospital, my roommate, I'd rented an apartment down here, and the roommate had changed the locks, and so I'd lost all my belongings. I found myself in the...
That's kind of fucked of the roommate to change the locks, so like he lost all of his shit. That's kind of fucked up. I don't know why you would do that.
Kirsche Crisis Center and then a homeless shelter. And within a month of that, I got a call from York Regional Police. They had issued a warrant for my arrest on 7 different criminal charges, all stemming from our separation. And I found myself for the next 10 months trying to defend myself against criminal proceedings, trying to cope with life in a shelter, medicated for depression.
Well, what were the... Hold on. You can't just say that you were dealing with criminal proceedings. What were the criminal proceedings for? Hold on. Wait a minute. You can't just skim over that.
Trying to create some kind of separation agreement. So I found myself frustrated and up against all these barriers and issues that I didn't even understand. And so the thoughts of suicide never left. I just became so frustrated and so tired. So here I was in court, without family, without friends, and in the end I was convicted of 2 of the 7 charges. I am on probation for 2 years, I had a criminal record on July 16th, 2010. And before that, for my whole life, I'd been a law-abiding, upstanding citizen.
What? Am I missing something?
Without family, without friends. And in the end, I was convicted of 2 of the 7 charges. I am on probation for 2 years.
Okay, 2 of the 7 charges for what?
July 16th, 2010. And before that, for my whole life, I'd been a law-abiding, upstanding citizen. My kids are good kids.
Are we, do I have to, like, look this up myself? Stephanie Walsh. Criminal record. Okay. There is... There is a website called Feminist Current. So possibly biased. Male trans activist indicted on charges of theft from Portland Women's March. A trans-identified male activist, a Michigan man. Okay, so this isn't even the right person, right? Toronto neurosurgeon. Oh. Okay, somebody just mentioned him in a comment. You fuck! Google tricked me. I thought this was about him. Okay, so that's not about him. Let's see. Archive? Here's an archive. Control F, Stephanie. Transgender father leaves family in Toronto. No, we already read that article. Criminal charge court records would probably be under his dead name? Ooh, was it Stephen Walsh? Morse apples, thank you. Gotta look up under their legal dead name. Michigan shares a border with Canada. Oh no. Let's see. This one might have it. Paul? True name. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't have any new information. Okay, let me... Paul, you think? Your bet is on being a homeless guy? I thought his name was Steven, but it might be Paul. You might be right. Yeah, lived as Paul. Okay, so Paul Walsh. Let me just remove Stephanie. No. Although I do like... Alright, I do like that while trying to find this, the third link here is from the National Archives, record of the United States Nuremberg war crimes trials. Okay, alright, that's interesting. That's an interesting thing to pull up for me. List of deaths at the Berlin Wall? What is happening? Finding aid for the Nuremberg trial records? What? Crimes committed by transgender people? Okay. Okay, alright. Goddamn, how old are they? Yeah, I guess I can't find anything under his dead name either. Let me see. He said he was indicted 2 of 7 charges, maybe? Chuck Shepard, transgender, and transager. When Canadian man leaves family. These are all talking about him living as a 6-year-old. Oh! Redux has a new article in 2024. Redux typically gets pretty good information. Let's see. No record, criminal. Doesn't seem like it. But this has some quotes from his family, so I'll fucking read this, because this also goes into like his book that he wrote. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find his fucking criminal record, but I'd like to know. I'd like to know. It appears that Canada isn't as lax with public records as the US is. Interesting. Now, Redux has Father of 7 who left family to live as transgender 6-year-old girl holds event at world's oldest LGBT bookstore following book launch. This was last year in September. A Canadian man in his 60s who abandoned his wife and children to live as a 6-year-old girl is currently promoting his memoir about transition. Stephanie Walsh, formerly known as Paul Andrew Walsh, is a father to 7 children and was married to his wife for 23 years before claiming to be transgender in 2009. According to Walsh's website, Holding On by a Thread is described as a gripping memoir that recounts the turbulent journey. Let me turn on my BGM for this. Of his life. The book was published in June and the hardcover version retails for just over $50 USD on Amazon, but has also been stocked at Barnes & Noble and will soon be available at Waterstones in the UK. And here's a tweet of him saying, "I'm proud to announce that my LGBT memoir, Holding On by a Thread, will soon be available." Help. How interesting that he portrays himself as a doll. Holding On by a Thread is a heartbreaking and eye-opening memoir that combines the tragic consequences of transitioning from male to female with the hopelessness of isolation and lost love, reads the synopsis. Set in the heart of a major city, the story revolves around the Walsh family and their struggle with Paul's transgender issues as she becomes Stephanie. The description continues, as Stephanie grapples with her identity, readers are immersed in her experiences of isolation, lost love, and the relentless struggles she faces in her new life as a woman. Through the eyes of Stephanie, readers are taken on a journey of discovery, suffering, and unexpected tragedy as she endeavors to create her new life as a woman coping with mental illness, homelessness, and incarceration. Incarceration for what, though? Described as a beautiful autobiography that captures the human spirit through the eyes of a persecuted transgender individual. The synopsis concludes by adding that the book seeks to expose systemic shortcomings, inclusivity, and human perseverance. Book launch of Holding On by a Thread, Glad Day Books on July H24. Okay. In addition to being sold by Amazon and Barnes & Noble, a digital version of the book is also available at the major Canadian book retailer Indigo and other bookstores across the globe. Since the book's release, Walsh, who used to be a mechanic, has been promoting the book at various bookstores, including a launch party last month hosted by Glad Day Bookshop, the world's oldest LGBT bookstore located in Toronto, Ontario. On Instagram, Glad Day described the book as revolving around the Walsh family and their struggle with navigating their loved one through transition. But despite the heartwarming description, there are some discrepancies in Walsh's story. At least I'm not the only one. Oh? Okay, Spider God, I'm gonna bring up your link. Spider God might have found the information we seek for his criminal record. Prior to coming out as transgender, Walsh was a father to 7 children and had been married to a woman for over 2 decades. In his memoir, he claims that after telling his wife that wanted to begin living openly as a woman in 2009, she demanded he move out. This, again, him claiming this doesn't sound like she was supportive and buying him women's clothes. This doesn't sound like the same thing. What does this image say? Stephanie, 61 transgender princess in Toronto. Is this a fucking FetLife profile? Is this a fucking FetLife, brother? My profile shows sub, but that is the closest I could find to a girly girl. Alpha sub would best describe me in a world of submission and service. I went through a rough time for a while, but now I have a loving daddy who keeps me safe as a femme little girl 24/7. I am where I belong. A girl who becomes a little girl when I need to be. How fucking creepy. Also, I'm just gonna say this. I've said this before, like, it doesn't matter to me if it's like a VTuber doing it or not, bro. Adults wearing pacifiers, I don't care if you're at a rave and you're doing it for drug purposes. Adults wearing pacifiers is fucking creepy. Alright? Like, I can't with the pacifiers, man. Fetch me the Flammenwerfer. I really am trying to be a good little 6-year-old girl, but it is very hard sometimes.
Chat, reading this makes my skin crawl.
Daddy is okay with that. We are very happy, and we are teaching the world what a queer femme girly girl really is. If you wish to meet and play with us, be prepared to immerse yourself in our happy, kinky poly family. You can't say you're a 6-year-old girl and also queer, fucking, kinky, happy poly family. Please, This is all like... Taking people like this guy seriously and actually playing into him claiming to be transgender is what gives people with actual dysphoria a very poor perception by normal people. And it's really unfortunate that people like this guy are taken seriously. This is just disgusting, man. And it's like, I don't want to read this shit, but it's very easy to get people to just be like, oh, you're just transphobic. You're transphobic to this brave transgender 6-year-old. And it's like, no, this is very fucking clearly a fetish. And this guy is claiming to be transgender so that everyone has to participate in his fetish. Otherwise, they'd be labeled a bigot, and it's in Canada, so probably taken to court. Be right back, need to throw up. You want to know what this guy's brain would look like compared to a normal person's? Yeah, true and real. And this is a totally big red flag. It is. I've now purchased a sewing machine, a serger, lots of pretty fabric, and enrolled in various sewing classes, so I can create sissy outfits that I previously could only dream about. I've recently sewn a cute pink purse, and we are about to start our first skirt. I attend classes as Paul and will only wear dresses to school. So he doesn't even attend his classes as Stephanie, he attends them as a man, but only wears dresses as a man. How anyone can read this and not come to the conclusion that it's a fetish and this man is a degenerate freak, I have no idea. My teacher is amazing and I love making her laugh. I finally found my purpose in life and can't wait to show the world the wonderful ideas that rattle around in my imagination. I hope to start making doll clothes as well, so sissies can twin with their favorite dolly. Feel free to send your sissy fashion ideas to this freak's email. Please don't! Oh my god, please tell me he's in an adult school. It better be. I mean, I can't imagine it wouldn't be, right? In a post made to sexual fetish platform FetLife, Walsh says that in 2009, a warrant was issued for his arrest in connection to the threats. What? Walsh explains he was ultimately detained by York Regional Police on 7 charges, following a report being filed by his wife. I was charged with uttering threats because in a moment of despair and frustration, I wrote a note to my wife that stated, should she separate me from my children and not play fair, I would fight her for everything and burn down our house. That's something sane people do. It's a very sane thing. Very, very womanly thing to do there, Stephanie. Despite this admission, Walsh reasserts that he believed he was being discriminated against for being transgender. Even if he was being discriminated against, is not grounds to burn down someone's fucking house with your children inside. Holy fuck! AGP and threats, no way. Hold on a second. Where is this pinned? I know this is pinned somewhere. I don't remember where it's pinned. Ein Moment. I know I pinned this somewhere so that I could have it at the ready. Cause it's always fucking relevant when we go over these stories.
It's always a relevante.
But let me see, cause I don't remember where it's fucking pinned, man. Is it here? Is it pinned in here? No pinned messages? No pinned messages? No pinned messages here? I don't remember. Ziz would remember where it is. It's another psycho. Another tab! I genuinely can't remember. Oh, wait. Wait. I think I might have remembered. I'm so fucking smart. My brain is so fucking large and massive. My tweet literally is eternally relevant. She's got a meme somewhere that really says it all. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Threats. Of course the AGP threatens violence when he doesn't get his way. Every single time. Yeah, this tweet of mine from February. Once it's realized that most trans activists are just autogynephiliac males or ideologues pushing their political views with an identity shield to prevent criticism, All the power-hungry threats and graphic murder fantasies make a lot more sense. Wow. Wow, it just continues being relevant. What's with these crazy people and burning down houses? The actor who had a trans husband had his house burned down when it was going to be taken by the government. I don't know, man. This is like that clip of Alex Jones looking for a meme. It really is. He's literally me, for real, for real. For real, for real. No. He adds that he believes his wife and York police were teaming up and conspiring to prevent him from accessing his children, and that the Newmarket Court for for Family and Criminal Hearings forbade him from contacting his former wife and children. Though Walsh claims to be a victim, Redux has viewed a public comment made on Facebook by one of his 7 children, in which she details the family side of the story and reveals that Walsh had attempted to force his children to participate in his transvestism. I was 13 when you left, the girl says. There were days that if I didn't want to paint your nails, you threatened to stop helping me with homework. You say that you couldn't handle the fact that we filed a restraining order. People need to know you can't get a restraining order for being of a different mindset. You were a physical threat to Mom, and the day you left, more than one of your children thought you were going to come back to harm us. The year after he left his family, Walsh began surgically and medically transitioning. He moved to Toronto, where he lost his job as a mechanic and lived in homeless shelters. He has said that he was housed with 5 women during this period. After 2 years of living in shelters, he was able to secure an apartment. And in 2012, he was, quote-unquote, adopted by an elderly couple he met on FetLife. The trio began participating in play therapy, where he would take on the persona of a 6-year-old girl during their BDSM activities. I have a mommy and a daddy, an adopted mommy and daddy, who are totally comfortable with me being a little girl. And their children and grandchildren are totally supportive, he said at the time, adding that he used to identify as an 8-year-old girl, but was asked by his sibling to be 6 so that he could be the younger child in the home. I think it's really gross when someone parades around a fetish and unwittingly forces other people to participate in it, right? Like if you have like a burping fetish and people don't know that, and you incorporate burping into like stuff that you do because it's a fetish for you, and other people are just unwittingly part of your fetish now. It's another layer of fucking evil when you bring actual children into participating in your fetish in this way. Again, I cannot understand how people see this man as anything other than a fetishistic creep. You're all about being able to do your thing, but please keep it to yourself. Yeah, fucking in the privacy of your own home as consenting adults. In 2015, Walsh made international headlines after appearing in a documentary produced by Extra magazine called The Trans Project, where he discussed his transition and age regression. Following the release of the documentary, Walsh briefly went missing, with Toronto police launching an investigation into his whereabouts due to concerns he was in danger. And this was in 2015. So he was 52. I'm sorry, my bad, chat. For some reason, I thought he was like 43 in 2015. I might have read that age for someone else and gotten mixed up. I'm bad at numbers. So yeah, in 2015, he was 52. However, Walsh came forward to police after 4 days to admit he wasn't missing, but had been deliberately hiding. People have threatened to kill me, shoot me, cut my head off, throw me in the oven, he claimed. They said that I should kill myself. There's hundreds of different messages. The worst ones threatened to mutilate me. I mean, they can't do that. You already did, right? Since the documentary's release, Walsh had become a vocal trans activist. I just can't stop being right. Like, every time, dude. Every fucking time. Walsh has become a vocal trans activist and frequently attends pride parades and LGBT events in Ontario. Walsh marched at this year's Toronto Pride Parade, where he carried the flag of Uganda in support of LGBTQS2I refugees. Why the flag of Uganda? He cannot show you the way. He does not know the way. He does not have a queen. Disturbingly, Walsh has claimed that he is welcomed into classrooms to educate children on gender and sexuality. That is disturbing. In an exchange on X, in which one user expressed criticism of Walsh's sexual I'm like fucking so stunned I can't even speak, chat. proclivities, he replied, "We have a long way to go. Perhaps I'll teach a TERF's kid soon." And the tweet shows someone named Cookie Mueller saying, "At least he stays away from his children now." And then he replies, "Actually, unlike you, I'm welcomed into classrooms to educate children on gender and sexuality." How did we get here? How did we get here as a society, literally forced into playing pretend with fetishists trying to use other people's mental condition as a cudgel to be able to perform their fetishes in front of children? Like, how did we get here? What fucking happened? Walsh has previously stated that the thought of being a woman or pregnant caused him to become aroused. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind! Literally every fucking time he opens his fucking mouth, it's literally just a fetish! During a podcast, he told the hosts he had developed an erection from the thought of being a girl. That is autogynephilia. You are not transgender. Stop harming dysphoric people by using them as a shield to force people into participating into your fetish. I hate this thing. I don't even want to call him a man anymore. He doesn't deserve that. Walsh is a member of a 200 online community on FetLife. Among them are multiple groups for the so-called adult baby diaper lover, or ABDL community. Others are dedicated to age regression, BDSM, cross-dressing, sissification, lactation fetishism, he is Chris Chan, for real, and castration pornography. Hey, do you guys remember that castration pornography ring that was arrested in the UK because they were posting videos of questionably consensual castrations online? Do you guys remember that? I remember that. I went through a rough time for a while, but now I have a loving daddy who keeps me safe as a femme little girl 24/7. I am where I belong. A girl who becomes a little girl when I need to be, reads Walsh Fetish account profile. I don't really want to read the happy kinky poly family paragraph again, so I'm just gonna skip over that because we already read it, but god fucking damn. We have stared into the abyss at this moment. What is this crime report here? What is this crime report? Crimes committed by transgender people? Gender trender, trans woman Stephanie Walsh. Gendertrender.wordpress.com is no longer available. Unlucky! But at least we did get some of the information of him threatening his family and them, I guess, taking him to court over it, so. Oh, Frog Maestro, is this the fucking link? Is this the fucking link? Is there an archive? Gee, why am I not surprised? Hold on, you need more alcohol to get through this. You thought that he became trans because he wanted to be les? You know, the fetishes just stop making sense, you know? Don't try to understand fetish brain. It's only a matter of time until we get a breaking news thing happened. Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't gotten one of those yet. All right, this archive isn't loading very quickly, so I'm just gonna leave it here to load and see if it happens. Let me go back to that horrendous video. Oh, hey. Never mind, it loaded. Trans woman Stephanie Walsh lives life as a 6-year-old. The 6-year-old girl has some issues. Okay. According to him, he looked after the kids while his wife worked as the principal of an elementary school. Oh. He was also self-employed as an auto mechanic who worked on cars in a garage on the family property, mainly overnight after his wife got home. Is this the danger that happens if your wife is the breadwinner? You might just, like, turn into a complete fucking sissy and start stealing your family's clothes? Like, I don't understand. In 2009, he was charged with 14 criminal offenses of assault, uttering threats, criminal harassment, and criminal mischief. His wife and their 2 oldest children, then in their late teens, testified against him. He was found guilty of assault and uttering threats. The court also issued a 2-year restraining order against him that applied to his wife and all 7 of his children. He and his wife are divorced. He moved to Toronto on parole and became a transgender activist. He was employed, apparently, at the 519 Community Center as a trans consultant, until, according to trans activist Justin Travis Julian Goins, now named Patience in B. Newbury, he was terminated. What the fuck are these names? I feel like I'm reading, like, fucking Gaia Online names. What is this? You would bet money he did shit to those kids, wood chipper. Patience in B said she has demonstrated herself as a deeply narcissistic and self-absorbed, putting her own struggles as a white trans woman ahead of the struggles of trans women of color in Ontario. They always eat their own, chat! Oh my god. Of putting her own attempts at suicide in front of murdered black and brown trans women at TDOR gatherings. This would otherwise seem like a quibbling over her character. When she was employed, however, as a trans consultant for a queer-focused community center and assigned to work alongside a few trans women of color, she had a tendency to hijack client and community presentations and redirect these back toward herself, implying that she was the most oppressed trans person there was. Eventually, this cost Stephanie her job. That's because Stephanie is not trans. They are an autogynephiliac, and it's like, why does nobody call this shit out? Clown world. Stephanie became active in the Occupy Toronto encampment, of course, and then crashed in his resulting SJW bona fides to organize the first alternate trans pride march in Toronto, in protest of the high cost of beer at the main event, and the failure of the planners to center attentions on individuals named Stephanie. What the fuck am I reading? MPP Cherry DeNovo thanked our little girl by name in testimony at the passage of Bill 33, which stripped Canadian women of legal sex status and all rights therein, replacing protections for women to be housed separately from males in prison, etc., with the rights of men like Stephanie to wag their dick around the women's locker room. Obviously a biased article, but you know, I'm here for it. This guy deserves it. Women's domestic violence shelter or women's prison. I tweeted at MPP DeNovo inquiring whether she would be introducing a bill to protect Stephanie's rights to have his age identity protected in public accommodations such as children's tables at Chuck E. Cheese, access to height and weight restricted amusement rides, and incarceration in the juvenile justice system if convicted of another assault. MPP DeNovo had not yet responded for comment at the time of this post. I mean, fair questions, to be real. Sarcasm and irony in that last sentence. Yeah, no, I mean, those are fair questions, you know? Will you force the 6-year-old girl into an adult male prison? Valid question. Silithin, thank you for the... Perhaps this is even too much for the wood chipper. I mean, even the wood chipper has standards. And we could just do it quick, you know? Eschewing any transgender hormonal or surgical modification treatment, Paul utilized his newfound rights as a male under DeNovo's Bill 33 and took a spot in a women's homeless shelter on the basis of his gender feels, and began attending services at the MCC Church. There, he spouted tales of his abject transgender trans child existence to kindly folk who put love into action, and who turned a blind eye to his simmering rage, manipulative lies, and compulsive autogynephilia. Oh my god, I love it when people call out a spade, you know? I have lost my children, have been disowned by family, church and friends, been homeless. I've lost all I worked 46 years to achieve. I am unemployed for the first time in my life. I am now a convicted criminal. I suffer from PTSD and I'm constantly thinking of killing myself. Well, in the first womanly behavior he shows, he does not know how to take accountability for his actions and decisions. Incredibly, his children attempted to stay in touch with him, but he responded with horrific abuse. His eldest daughter tried to have him at her wedding with the caveat that he toned down the lolicon or brolita gear, fucking brolita, and not make a scene. I don't want a commotion started or anything. I really want the focus to stay on me and David. Would that be okay? He waited until the day of the event and then on his daughter's big day staged a dramatical suicide attempt. He just like my mom, for real, for real. After that ugliness, a group of folks from the MCC Church started a support group for him. Not a group of folks who joined together for support, but a group whose goal was to support him. Singular. Like a team. Team Stephanie. Team, let's sit around a table wasting an hour every week giving attention to an unrepentant, violent, and abusive, able-bodied white male porn addict. It looks like the project hit the end of the road when one of Stephanie's younger, in biological, cis chronological age, daughters took a chance and texted the raging, abusive, pervert, psycho dad on Father's Day. Bro, the woman who wrote this is fucking angry, and I am here for her anger. Rather than graciously accept the gesture, Paul unloaded with all sorts of abuse. Her last text, please text me if you want to, but I'm not ready for a call. Happy Father's Day. His response, I'm going to kill myself. Bye. Once again, he just like my mom, for real, for real. Former Team Stephanie, the nicest folks ever, recoiled in horror at his calm recitation of the messages off his phone. But I literally was ready to slit my throat, he relayed. Yeah, well, keep it to yourself, snapped church deacon and former team organizer as the rest of the participants averted their eyes, speechless. If you want to get rid of those last few guests at the end of a party, or you want to see what a 3 a.m. Todd Haynes drug company infomercial for assisted suicide might look like, you can watch all of this play out in gory detail in the video Paul Wears Dresses at the bottom of this link. What? What did they mean by this? What did they mean by this? At least Kiermon would make him act like a grown-ass man. You've never felt more vanilla in your life. Happy Father's Day. Yeah, happy Father's Day. I'm gonna kill myself. He just like my mom. A BDO? I don't know. I don't know if there was a BDO. I don't know if there was a BDO. The archive is struggling to load. Let me see if the page is still active. Nope. Transgenderproject.com domain is for sale, so that website don't exist no mo. Or you can just be grateful that the gender trender took the hit for you. Don't forget the tip jar. Oh my god. Okay, we'll see if that page decides to load, but back to this. Apparently, Steph On Knee was arrested again in March for God knows what. This was in 2015, once again. Marginalized Toronto trans woman tried in Newmarket court without lawyer 6 years ago, arrested again. How is it that every time they lash out and attack people, they always try to make themselves the victim? And there's always a handful of retards that believe it. Enter Fet Life for the final chapter. The total immersive realization of Paul/Steph's truly super authentic true self as a trans pedo, transgender identified 6-year-old girl, sexually partnered to a similarly sketchy kinkster pair of polyamorous, nudist inhabitants of unsexy erotic lifestyles in Peterborough, Ontario. Holy shit, what a fucking sentence. Fire up the cameras because this is one lady, I mean girl, and by that I mean middle-aged deadbeat father of 7, who really wants the world to know how brave and heroic it is for men to embrace and devote their whole life to their sexualized embodiment of what they see women and girls as. Holy fuck. That's nuts. I felt like a woman, reports Stephanie of his adopted dad's I felt like a woman, reports Stephanie, of his adopted dad's penis inserted man on man into his 6-year-old girl rectum at the Oasis Swingers Club. I was surprised. I didn't think I was going to be pregnant. I was so much a girl. I actually have an erection right now from it, so I'm just going to pull my dress down a little bit. He told the journalists who were covering his journey to girlhood. I need to know who the journalists were, man. Who were the fucking you can call me princess. I'm gonna call you a slur. This is way more cursed than I expected when I went to look for like an update on this fucking freak. Holy fuck. Who are the journalists? Who wrote this? Why is there a fucking slideshow? Oh my god. No, we're not doing that. You're getting called a slur. The Morse apple. Next round's on you so we can drink this article away. I was expecting like maybe one article update, but like holy fuck. In addition to our dynamite team, this story could not have been possible without the help of so many people. Production assistance by Maria Donvang, editorial advising by Julia Alsop, Brandon Baker, Kelsey Paget, Tina Horn, and Ignacio Rivera. Wait, that name is familiar. With the biggest thanks to Mommy and Daddy, and of course, Stephanie Walsh. Ignacio Riviera is a fucking familiar name somehow. Battleizer, thank you. Educational Oshi, thanks, I hate it! Oh god. Mr. Deadpool, thank you. Get the flommer, the heavy flommer. I think we're gonna need something heavier, man. Star Phoenix, thank you. Where's the Oppression Olive to protect? The Oppression Olive can't protect you from this. Ignacio's work transgresses boundaries and invites us to reimagine the world beyond binaries. Okay, hold on. Let's see if their website is still real. Okay, all right. Well, we're not going to their website. Okay. We're not going there, buddy. B Javin, thank you for the 50, my guy. Because the world is full of fellas who will try to put you down. All you have to do is hold your head up high and stand your ground. No reason to retaliate. No reason to despise, because he hates himself enough. What he's jerking off to guys! What song is that from? If that's not from a song and you just fucking ad-libbed that, I'm impressed. Captain Seatard, thank you for the 11-month member, my guy. Where's Abigail when we need Jesus? I miss being able to go to Bible readings after cursed Sunday streams, chat. Oh man, but I guess this doesn't exist anymore. I'll see if the website is real, because I don't think. Okay, the Transgender Project website finally loaded on Wayback Machine, but it's not great. It's not great. This was the other website where they said, like, if you scroll down, there's, like, a video of some shit with Stephanie. But I can't scroll down, and the menu doesn't really have anything that would be, I guess, interesting. I'm not really sure why there's, like, Reddit moderators included in here. But, yeah, this is, I guess, what the website used to be. Oh, boy. Oh, this website's still real. Okay. Wait, we couldn't find the page you were looking for. This is either because there's an error in the URL. Can try searching for the content. Okay. Type to search. What is the... How to be a princess? How to be a princess. Okay. Oh. Just after the new year, Caitlin and Mirtra take a business trip to small town Ontario to meet Steffi. At 6 foot 2 inches tall, Stephanie Walsh is the tallest 6-year-old you will ever meet. Of course, she isn't actually 6. She's an age player, meaning she likes to pretend to be a kid. She fluidly moves between her 6-year-old self and her adult self, in addition to her male and female identities. This is literally just a fetish, man. This is like, I am losing brain cells. Steffi is in a place of peace with her identities after a very traumatic falling out with her family, which for trans folks is unfortunately not uncommon. Here are the results of a 2011 survey from the American trans community.
Squarespace. It will help you make the website of your dreams. Go to squarespace.com. They'll give you a free trial.
Toronto.
It's actually not very much snow here, but it is icy, so I think what they want to do is get us out here clearing it off.
Steffi sometimes goes by Stephanie or Paul.
Where does Paul stop and where does Stephanie start and where does little Stephanie start? I don't know. They're all together.
And for 23 years, she was married and had 7 children with her ex-wife, Maria. They lived in a small, conservative town in Ontario. Stephanie described her life as being pretty perfect during this time. She lived in a house that she built with her bare hands on the banks of a small river, was a pillar in the community.
That's my oldest daughter. That's my second oldest daughter. That's my youngest daughter.
Yeah, Error
404, thank you.
Adored.
You can't say what you think should happen because you'll be banned, but you're thinking it. I think everyone's thinking it.
Son is in my arms there. That's me there. With a mustache.
Maria knew that Stephanie was trans and was relatively okay with it for many years.
In that house, I was a
I
girl.
feel like from everything we've learned, the wife was very much not okay with it, actually. This guy just can't stop lying.
Girl in my bedroom, or if the kids weren't home, Maria and I would allow Stephanie to have Stephanie time. I had my clothes, I had makeup and wigs and stuff like that.
How did you hide the things? Like, I find that, like, it's hard to hide things. And especially...
You don't have to hide it. If you have a wife, you just hang it in the closet. They assume this is mom's dress. Or what ended up happening as the kids got older, they would start taking my stuff. So, like, my youngest daughter took my purse. And it was, like, my favorite purse. And I said to Maria...
I don't know why his gay accent is so fucking thick in this interview as compared to, like, the YouTube video we were watching earlier. Like, he sounded like a relatively normal dude in the other video, but here he has, like, really thick gay accent. And I do remember a guy in high school who had a very thick accent like this try hitting on me once, and I felt very uncomfortable when I was alone in a room with him.
Said, you have to tell her. She has to give
Nux
that back.
Kick raid.
She goes, you tell her.
Nux, thank you for the raid on Kick. Kick doesn't give me fucking notifications like that. Thank you. Welcome, Nux Raiders. We went down a very deep, dank, dark axe wound. I was curious what happened to Stephanie, an autogynephiliac in Canada. And it turns out there was a lot more shit than I ever anticipated. So welcome to the Thunderdome. Wolf's Pain, thank you. Delusions, Pastor Robert Pattinson. Grilled cheese enjoyer. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna make mac and cheese after stream, dude. I hear you were thinking you were the weird guy for liking anime women and grilled cheese. You were wrong. But do you like it when anime women put their feet in your grilled cheese? A Book of Grudges, thank you. Pillar of the community. Yeah, what a fucking thing to say. What a freak. How do you raid on Kick? It's called hosting on Kick, but apparently it does the same thing as raids. Question mark. This is the guy that says he's 13. I thought he said he was 14. Apparently he was going to be an 8-year-old, but one of the polyamorous kinkster's actual biological children wanted him to be younger because the actual child wanted this fetish freak to be younger than them. So he decided, okay, I'll be 6 years old instead of 8. And now he has sex when he pretends to be a 6-year-old, and it's disgusting. We're just looking at horrific things here. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. I was wrong. Pillar was misspelled. Pilferer of the community. Yeah, true.
I said, she thinks it's yours. Like, she's not going to give it to me.
As the kids got older, Stephanie started to come out to them.
So
It wasn't an actual child, as the couple is elderly. Stephanie wanted to be 8, right? This fucking freak wanted to be an 8-year-old child in his age play fantasies. And he got to play with the children and the grandchildren of the polyamorous freak couple. And one of the children, I don't know if it's the children or the grandchild, I can't remember, we've been through so much shit. One of them wanted him to be 6 so that he could be younger than them. So it, yes, was an actual child.
I ended up going to Gender Journeys, and there they told me to tell all my children as soon as possible. And so I did tell all my kids, and I think at that point, our relationship
The other kid could have been another age
suffer.
player. Okay, that's fair. It could have been another age player, but they did mention grandchildren, and I really hope they're not incorporating grandchildren as like a fetish phrase. They probably are, but like let me retain a slight bit of hope here, chat, lest I actually say slurs on stream.
I was very naive. I didn't realize. One thing my wife kept telling me to do is to finish up the banisters, put the permanent oak banisters in the house that I built. And I kept thinking, like, what's the rush? And then later in hindsight, I realized, oh my God, she was preparing to separate.
Maria?
No, she just wanted you to finish fucking building something instead of acquiring like 70,000 projects that never get done.
Asked Stephanie to leave.
I don't think my being trans was a problem for her, but in our community, in our church, and in her
Your wife literally said it was a problem for her. She got a restraining order on you, you fucking holy shit.
job, she felt, and in our family, she felt that my being trans was non-negotiable anymore. 23 years later, so. Yeah, so I think I'm speculating. She's never told me.
Stephanie left for Toronto and tried to reestablish herself there as...
And at a certain point, I rolled over I had my eyes closed because I was scared because I didn't know if it was going to hurt. He was like really, really gentle. He must
Hold on!
Here we were, the two of us, and I was like a high school girl with her crush, and this guy really liked me. We ended up going into a room upstairs, and we started kissing and cuddling, and at a certain point, I rolled over. I had my eyes closed because I was scared because I didn't know if it was going to hurt. He was like really, really gentle. He must have lubricated well because, well, I said to him, I don't think you can get it in. And he said, Stephanie, I am in.
He killed that man with his credit card sized penis! Holy shit! Oh my god, what the fuck? That's like the one thing you never want to hear. They're like, I don't think you can fit it in. And they retort with the, I already am. Like, oh my god, brother. Fucking hot dog in a hallway. Good god, what did I come back to? Welcome to the abyss. David Edgerunner, thank you. Kirsche, please, I'm eating dinner. I didn't expect there to be a gay sex jump scare like I was playing an Ubisoft game in current year, okay?
He took my virginity, and it didn't hurt. It felt beautiful.
You have 7 fucking children. What do you mean he took your virginity, you fucking freak? Oh my god.
I felt like a woman.
I felt like a woman because I just had anal sex with a man. What the fuck?
And like, I'm surprised. I didn't think I was going to be pregnant. Like, I was so much a girl.
This is the quote from the other article.
I actually have an erection right now from it. So I'm just going to pull my dress down a little bit.
My nose was twitching from the level of disgust I feel. How do you just talk like this to complete fucking strangers, man? What the fuck? Oh my god. He was scared he was gonna get pregnant. This is like the level of like, yeah, I'm gonna freeze tomato sauce and ice cube trays and pretend I get my period. Like, holy shit. Holy fuck, dude. Forget the wood chipper. This thing needs a sand blaster. Oh my god. War has changed. Almost like there's a repression of sexuality. What comes after? What can he possibly say
still
after this?
Never met Mummy face to face. Steffi rushed home and called her.
Oh god.
This is your song, thank you.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Slaves would never do this to us. Unless it's Chinese eunuch slaves.
Thank you, Jimothy Farm, for the 100 fucking slaves, buddy. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Kirsche. You're finishing up the Friday stream. I might look up cream honey. It's better than normal honey. Really? I didn't know cream honey was a thing. Maybe I'll have to look it up. Thank you, Jimothy, for the turning me on to the cream honey. I feel bad for you when you get to my Sunday stream and the reading of your super chat. I'm so sorry, Jimothy. Wolfsbane, thank you. If you bleach your ears, will you forget what you heard? I don't think it'll work that way. Highly and Juggalo, thank you. Kirsche, you have to unsubscribe for your mental safety. Goodbye, I'm sorry. You can't threaten to kill yourself after learning about the horrors of the world. You can't be my mom. Paradoxical madness, thank you for the 10 and the screaming. That is the appropriate reaction right now. Holy shit. Error 404, thank you. The sweet meteor of death can't come soon enough. Oh god, cream honey is honey with air whipped into it. Sauce, your parents a beekeep. Oh, that's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty cool. D-Night, thank you for the 6-month member. Thank you. You would like to formally request the last 20-ish minutes of your life back. Star Phoenix, thank you. Deliver us Red Square from the abyss. No Red Square! Alejandro Trombono, thank you. I can't do a good Bane voice, I don't think. Welcome to Arkham, Batman. Your grandma's obsessed with creamed honey. It's totally worth it. I'll try it. I'll try it, man. There's like 1,000 bees in a hive, apparently. Stream title is ironic, considering the subject is a prime example of why aliens don't want humans in the rest of the universe. True. True and real.
Talked for like 2 hours about how beautiful it was. How special he makes her feel, how special he made me feel. And like I was like, I couldn't believe it. I'm talking to his partner. I just had sex with him, and I'm Catholic. Like, we're not supposed to like each other. We're supposed to be enemies now. She's supposed to be jealous and hate me.
A date was set for Stephanie to go.
Is he upset that she wasn't jealous and hating him? Did he want that weird feeling?
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
I mean, no.
Kirsche, we talked about this. This is going to have to go on my weekly report, and they're going to make me talk to the shrink again. Dear Lord Woman.
Well, at least the CIA provides a shrink for you, so you don't have to pay for it yourself.
And you get the upper bonus of dementing your upper superior people with all of this knowledge.
You're welcome. It's like a two-pronged attack.
Thank you, JK the Slacker, my dude. Thank you. Mystic Matthew, thank you for the 500 bits. At this point, you feel like if God doesn't destroy the Western world, he owes Sodom and Gomorrah an apology. True and real.
Go to Peterborough and meet Mummy.
I remember the first time I came here, I was nervous. And she
Your
looked
FBI,
at me,
we
he
talked
looked
about
at
that
me.
too.
There
I just
was
keep
this
elevating you to
longing. I'm pretty sure I
CIA.
probably had it in my eyes too. And we kissed, and we cuddled, and we talked, and this is what falling in love is.
The chemistry between the three of them was so strong.
Yeah, having anal sex while you pretend to be a 6-year-old girl is what love is. Not when you got a wife and fathered 7 children. You know, holy shit. Holy fucking Christ, my brother. Oh, but we need another crusade.
That Stephanie became ingrained in their family almost instantly. She even has her own room at their home in Peterborough.
Boing!
It's pretty much the girly girl's dream room.
We're gonna just come up here, it's gonna be quiet, and we're gonna have a play date and just not think.
Painted pink with storybook characters on the
Talk
wall.
about what the world is like looking through these pink curtains, right?
A twin-size bed covered with stuffed animals. And there's this wardrobe where, in my wildest of childhood dreams, it's filled with crinoline and poofy silk dresses and glass slippers. Next to the wardrobe, there's a contractor's ladder for when Steffi's feeling handy.
What?
I remember for a whole week
Yeah, just
in this room.
normal kid room stuff, a contractor's ladder.
At a time, I forgot that I wasn't 6 years old. I thought I was a little kid. And I forgot about all my problems, and I forgot about everything that hurt. And I just played, and that's all they would let me do was play.
Yeah, this is like the age regression version of like Subspace, which like, yeah, sure, fine. But also, why are you broadcasting it to the world? Why are you trying to claim this as anything to do with transgenderism and not just being a fetish? Like, well, holy shit, my guy.
And they would tuck me in at night, and they would read me bedtime stories till I fell asleep, and I wasn't shaking anymore, and I wasn't crying, and I had my teddy bears and my dolls. Like, my bed was full of teddy bears and dolls. Like, it was crowded. And it was the start. Like, I can't believe I'm crying now. I haven't cried since...
Our editorial advisors were Julia Alsop, Brendan Baker, and Kelsey Paget. A special thanks. I
Hard
want to
to hear
believe
the
that she's
end.
been in a rough patch for the last few years. She is so unafraid, so at ease everywhere she goes, and has that effect on others too. She talks to strangers constantly.
I don't know how anyone could feel at ease next to this fucking psychopath.
The gas station clerk, in the line at the bathroom, people on the street. Her outlook is so positive, and frankly, this surprised me. I had an assumption that she would fear judgment, considering how her family and community reacted all those years ago. But at 6'2", hiding isn't an option for Steffi. And she knows the people who care most about her are gonna have her back. Mommy and Daddy, for the foreseeable future, are here. And that is truly a privilege. One that allows Steffi to move through the world with a grace that is totally unparalleled.
Okay. All right. I think we're done with the mental illness in that podcast. I think, I think
back to Steffi selling his book. Did we finish reading this? I don't even remember. I remember all of this. I remember this. I remember this. Okay, yeah. During the podcast, he told the host he had developed an erection from the thought of being a girl. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we did finish reading all of that. Oh, God. Oh, man. I feel sick, dude. I feel unironically ill. Where are the cat pictures? Where the fuck? We need cat. Oh, my God. Okay. All right. Where are we? Where are we here?
Ah. Look at him. Look at Benyanto Meowsalini. Look at him.
You'll send more cats to stream suggestions.
Cat updato.
He's playing with a little fluffy toy. And there's, where's the penis cat? We got penis cat?
Look at him. He is in the shape of a penis.
He's so cute. Big paws. Yeah, he's still growing into his body. Major Peekle, thank you for that prune, brother. Thank you. You don't know if it's 6 or 7 months. It's 7. I also struggle reading that shit sometimes. Squimshy. Yeah, he's very squimshy. Very squimshy penis cat. Cute. It's a real cleanse. Yeah, we needed a cleanser, man. You're gonna watch several hours of uncensored quacks of justice to clear that from your mind. I was not expecting the update on that thing to be so long and also so horrifying. Oh, we got the cat scaring himself in a mirror. He's still got, you know, a bit of a funky butthole from being an outside damaged cat. Don't worry, he's getting better. We did it, chat. We witnessed horrors beyond comprehension that forced Kirsche to resort to cat pictures to get out of degen space. Looks healthy and not scrungly. Yeah, he's way healthier than he was. It's so nice to see. No more diarrhea. He's got so much energy. Sonic Extreme, thank you. You're gonna need one of the memory erase things from Men in Black. Fucking holy shit. I said 100 times now, but how do you get into the Discord now? Well, invites are paused. You don't, but they should be opening up sometime later this month.
Monya.
Sorry to derail. You sent a couple of $5 Stream Elements chats. One today and one a week or so ago, wondering if I got them. They're not showing in your PayPal. That's weird. Binary Mind! Do we have any information on his supas? Survived horrors beyond our imagination. Who said that? D. Dragos, 3118. Mr. Book of Grudges, thank you. You don't know if you should be adding that thing to the book, or you for subjecting you to it. I just show you the things happening in the world. I am like the boat guide on that boat that ushers you over the water to the land of the dead, you know? Except instead of the land of the dead, it's the land of the abyss, and I show you horrors beyond human comprehension. Swear even your shaker cup that arrived yesterday got the disgust face from that podcast. Jesus. We needed Bunker Cat on the keyboard for that interview. I don't know where she went. I don't know where the Bunker Cat went, man. But we also have a very eepy. Look at how eepy he is. The eepiest of catto. Master Prick, thank you for the member. Crazy update. Christ, what a horrible person. Thank God for the cat pics. Yeah, right? Pixie Missa, thank you for the 5. Ah! You're back. You had a meeting for work. What did you miss? I don't know if we should tell him, chat. From today, 5 from D. Dragos. Hi, sweet fox lady. Nice to see you back. You got a proposal from a 19-year-old OnlyFan girl to make content. You're 54. These girls are getting desperate. Oh, that's kind of weird. Don't participate in the degeneracy culture. You should turn her down and tell her that she should stop doing OnlyFans. I feel like I remember reading something like that last week, so I think I read your prior one. I definitely remember something similar to that if they were along the same vein. Yeah, stay away from that, man. That's crazy. Give her my number. No, chatter. Do not be degenerate. Do not participate in hookup culture and random meaningless sex with people you don't love. That's bad. You're going to have to cleanse your mind after this. You need the mind bleach. And then I have one more cat pic. Look at how floppy and happy he is. Look at him. Such a floppy, happy kitty. You once got kicked from a PSN group chat because one of the girls in the chat wanted to start an OnlyFans and you were the only one that told her it was a bad idea. How dare you have standards? That's the best pick for sure. He looks so cute. 10 out of 10 Cato. Would snuggle. True and real. True and real. There's some things not worth learning. We, however, are forever cursed with forbidden knowledge. But you have the forbidden knowledge so you know how to dislike things more accurately, you know? So when people tell you that you're some kind of phobe or ist or that you are afraid of something, you can point at people like this 6-year-old LARPing Stephanie old man thing and be like, no, I'm not afraid of this. This is just disgusting. Oh, look, it's a little shit. Yeah, little shit cat. That's a cat that didn't hear the last hour. True. He's so comfortable. It scares you to try and date nowadays, especially losing your sight. Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear about your eyeballs, man. Is this Bunker Cat? No, Bunker Cat's a woman. This is Benyanto Meowsalini. He was found on a work site. You're afraid of this thing getting near kids. Yeah. Marshall Hoochins, thank you. Hey, Kirsche, that one super chatter just reminded you that you got asked by 7 OnlyFans girls to participate with them. You want to go on cute dates. Well, at least you're good looking enough to be asked by 7 different OnlyFans girls, right? So in theory, you can use that to your advantage, and you can riz them with the tism after you capture them with your luscious locks of hair. Unless you're bald, in which case I'm sorry. Selka Alpaca, thank you. Give you the numbers so you can take her to church and dinner with your family. I don't know if you can reform the OnlyFans horse, sir. That's our toasty boy, thank you. I turned into the stream while making you 10-point high-protein lasagna and started losing your appetite. Cursed Sundays now scare you. We need to bring back the Digi-Genocide Sundays. Those are definitely way better. Those are definitely way fucking better. God damn. Did I even finish, like, reading the article on the Stephanie person? I don't think I did. Yeah. I'm not gonna go back because I feel like we don't need more. But, like, there was still 10 minutes left of this first video. There's another video of him here in, like, a children's playroom. Oh, like, a fucking credit card here. You can make a partner with them for some reason. Contact Steph's Island. What a fucking odd picture. What the fuck? What the hell, brother man? There's pictures? What happens if I click on age play? We work hard to get age play and Little's efforts noticed by the media, and are so proud when this goal becomes a reality. A well-informed community is an empowered one. So take a look at some of the latest coverage below, and help spread the word about age play and playtime. Why? What happens if I click this? Oh, thank God. Oh, this video's not available. Oh, thank God. Oh, fuck. I'm curious about this one because this is making a weird face. Someone help that dog. I am sorry half of my face gets cut off in this video. I was in little space and couldn't stop wiggling around. Chat, she's got the nose ring. She's got the universal sign for don't put your dick in that.
Hi! I am making a video about the do's and don'ts of being a daddy in a DDLG relationship, but like 17 disclaimers before I get into the video. Obviously DDLG or daddy dumb little girl isn't the only way that a CGL relationship can be set up. So all of these can also be applied to any other dynamic if you're a mommy or anything really, any CGL relationship. But I'm just gonna be saying daddy.
Maybe the internet was a mistake, chat. Maybe we shouldn't have instantaneous connection all the time. Why do you find the littles thing more gross than the worm guy? Because they try to act like children and other adults have relations with them as they act like children, and it's weird. I just want to see like where her rules start, man.
Because I personally have only had daddy doms, and so apply them to whatever situation you're in. Okay, let's get started. I've talked to a few of the people I know who are daddies, and to help me curate a list. And this is the thing. Something that happens a lot and shouldn't ever happen is daddies making their littles feel bad about being little. Whether that is with their words or with their behavior or with things that go unsaid. So the don't here is do not make your little feel bad for being a little. You chose to be in.
I don't understand. If someone's dating this thing, clearly they are like at least somewhat into the sexual proclivities. So why would they make them feel bad? Am I just not degenerate enough to understand these things? Oh no, daddy's kink shaming me. I'm gonna skip ahead because I don't want to watch this full fucking video.
A lot of people, and it's very unacceptable. A lot of people hate it, and littles are basically the main focus of a lot of that hatred. They are basically in the spotlight of DDLG. Because of that, we receive a lot of hate, and people, even the people who are the most comfortable and the most...
You could just not make YouTube videos about your fetish. You could just participate in your fetish in your bedroom with another adult without cameras and without broadcasting it to the public. You know, like, I mean, like a normal person, maybe.
You know, publicly little still have to deal with a lot of embarrassment and shame just internally with their little space. Because it gets such a bad stigma, a lot of people ebb and flow between being okay with their little space, being completely comfortable with their little space.
Okay, I think I've had enough of that one. You bet the little never turns it off, so therefore it gets frustrating when adult things need to happen. Oh, that's a possibility. That's a possibility. Not everyone wants to live the 24/7 fucking lifestyle, man. I'm gonna click on this one. Just briefly. Because this is in a foreign language, so I'm curious.
Wat je hier achter me ziet, dat is ageplaying. Volwassen mensen die in de huid kruipen van kinderen en gaan spelen, in een box zitten, kinderkleding dragen. Het is een groeiende scene, maar er is ook een taboe op. Ik heb er veel van gehoord, maar nooit echt gezien wat het nou echt is. Maar dan ga ik vandaag achter komen, want ik mag meedoen. Oh mijn god. Dit is gewoon...
Of course she's wearing a t-shirt that says a feminist.
Echt een appartement waar ik in zou kunnen wonen, maar tot alle details uitgewerkt.
Is this like the result of feminism and like women being in the workforce for too long and not having families of their own because it's too expensive nowadays? It just like broke their brains and now they want to like roleplay as little children instead of actually be an adult woman.
Met kinderspullen, zelfs de lamp is een ballon. En er zitten 2 vriendjes. Vriendjes, dat zijn vriendjes van jou. Ja. Wat doe jij als jij hier binnenkomt? Omkleden chillen.
Dutch, not German.
Nou, ik ga gewoon volgen. Ga jij lekker je ding doen? Cool. Eigenlijk is het gewoon een crash waar je binnenkomt. Het enige dat anders is dat er 2 volwassen mannen in de box zitten... die gewoon lekker zitten te spelen. En het is niet dat ik het raar vind, maar toch voel ik me niet helemaal als een vis in het water. Het is niet dat ik... Is dit een fetish?
Voor sommige mensen misschien wel, als je het met...
I don't speak Dutch. Did this fucking thing just say it's not a fetish? Did they... They better have said it is a fetish. I don't speak Dutch, all right? But I hope they said it is a fetish, because it very obviously is. And if they said it's not, hopefully there's a Dutch bro that can confirm or deny, either in live chat or in the fucking comments. I think she was asking if it is one. Well, hopefully the answer is yes, because that is the only correct answer. Did the closed captions work? Oh! God, you're so fucking smart. You're so fucking smart. I wish I was smart.
Oh, sorry.
Is dit een fetish?
Voor sommige
It
mensen
can
misschien
be
wel,
for
als je
some
het met
people. If you combine it with sexual feelings, anything can be a fetish, but for me it is not. Why do we put up with these people? It is a fetish. Shut the fuck up. Be honest with yourself. God damn.
Gevoelens combineert kan alles een fetish zijn, maar voor mij niet.
En begrijp je dat sommige mensen
Can you understand that some people watch this
en
thinking
denken,
the childlike things are in the forefront, but there's a sexual layer behind that?
Ja, er zijn veel
Yeah,
vooroordelen
there's many
over zoiets.
prejudices about it. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Holy shit. I bet USAID funded this. A Xanair, thank you. There was a cartoon you grew up with as a kid called The Littles about tiny people who live in your walls, also known as borrowers. These things are ruining those memories. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it's ruining your memories. There was also another article from like this black coffee pot place that... What the fuck is this website? What does this say? Aboriginal women, mestiza plus Latina women of color, trans women are loved? Why would you include trans women with races? That's not a race, brother. Weimar tier shit. Now, living 2 lives, dying 1,000 deaths, and you have Stephanie in some weird fucking costume. Oh god. This was in October 2012 as a part of We Are Who We Are. Oh man. Have a copy of my film. Let's hang out during the holidays. Okay, alright. I don't really feel like reading all of this shit. I'm kinda fucking... Oh god. What an absolutely depressing Instagram account!
Hello, my name's Stephanie Walsh, and I'm the author of Holding On by a Thread. It's a book that chronicles my dealing with hopelessness. I know at this time of year, during Christmas, it's difficult sometimes to be isolated and alone, to be dealing with these thoughts of depression and negativity. But I can assure you, I've been where you are, and I have good news.
Hello,
Spicy
other
cat
Fox
raid.
raid.
What the hell
Hello,
is spicy cat
Shmagolana.
raid?
Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We are experiencing horrors beyond human comprehension here today. She's back. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Mentally stable eyebrow raise. Oh, God, you should be isolated. We've come for the cheese. You can't have my cheese, but I may share some of it to fascinate you. They raided at the worst time. It's, you know? I don't know if it's the worst time. Okay, thank God. It doesn't let me click on things. It doesn't let me click on things. I think that's it. I think we finished everything I had opened on this freak-ass little fetishist. Holy mother of Christ. Let me close all of these tabs now, because I don't want this on my PC, man. I don't want these I don't want to keep these tabs. I don't want to keep these tabs. But I do have something very, very relevant to what we were just speaking on. Watching you both, and now you're 40 minutes behind. Are we still on the daddy-daughter? We're finally escaping. We're finally escaping. Holy shit. Where was I? Is it here? Yeah. Okay. So, in the vein of updates on people who claimed to be transgender, We covered someone who is an autogynephiliac freak, and now we're going to go to an unfortunate case of, damn, that was a child, why didn't their parents do anything? So I saw this today. I'm sure you all remember Avery Jackson. Background music. The trans girl who, at 9, was on the cover of National Geographic. Avery was given the gold standard in gender-affirming care. He was chemically castrated and sterilized with blockers to hold off male puberty. Nevertheless, he does not pass and never will. Now, at age 17, Avery has come out as non-binary. But that's not the worst part. He also identifies as asexual, meaning that he doesn't experience sexual attraction. This is undoubtedly the result of the medication used to delay male puberty. The president of WPATH, Dr. Marcy Bowers, has said on camera that so-called puberty blockers, which are used to chemically castrate sex offenders, also chemically castrate the young boys who take them as well, leaving them incapable of arousal or orgasm. Why are you putting dicks up right now? Why is Elmo trending? That's a great question. That's an angle to asexuality you hadn't thought of?
Oh my god.
We're going from bad to worse. Thanks, I hate it. I'm not loving this. I can't moan. Thank you, Taiga Baru, for the 2,000 biddies. Kirsche keeps making me face horrors beyond my comprehension. Thank you. Thank you for the 2,000 biddies, and I hope the horrific knowledge helps you one day. This is a crime against humanity, yeah. Oh no, was Elmo on the Epstein list? I bet he was, that filthy fucking animal. Someone asked what an AGP is. AGP is short for autogynephilia, and an autogynephiliac is somebody who feels arousal at being seen as a woman, dressing as a woman, and a lot of autogynephiliacs use transgender identity in order to shield themselves from any kind of criticism. And I feel like they paint actual dysphoric people in a very poor light, because the majority of cases of people you see as like trans activists or in the media end up being people like Stephanie who are just autogynephiliacs. You don't want to comprehend them. Just like in South Park, stop touching me, Elmo doll, true and real. Morse Apple, thank you. Elmo is grokking out. Oh no, he can't be allowed to also become Mecha Hitler. That's the first time you've heard the term defined? Yeah. It's in the best interest of people who are autogynephiliacs or who are using trans identity not just for the fetish, but also for ideological purposes, to claim that autogynephilia isn't real, like it's a far-right supremacy, like fucking conspiracy theory or whatever. Because if people start actually differentiating between the fetishists and the ideologues and actual dysphorics, then the fetishists and the ideologues lose that shield and they become available to criticize. They can't just call you a transphobe and get you to shut up or they'll ruin your life, you know? Elmo's in the Epstein files. Why is foreskin denial a tag? I don't remember the lore behind half my tags, man. A Grok 4 heavy model is perma-stuck on Hitler mode. Jesus Christ. I read some tweets that apparently Grok can't stop talking about sexually assaulting some guy that you guys brought up the other day, but I can't remember his name. Can't remember his name. Don't think Kier can show the Elmo thing. Oh, Elmo did go fucking heavy Grok mode. Jesus Christ. Elmo, what the fuck did they do to you? Yeah, I can't show that on stream. Why is Twitter and Blue Sky full of mean people? That's a great question. You'll never take my foreskin. I don't want to take your foreskin. I'm sorry it was stolen from you. But back to what this was saying here. For adult sex offenders, the process is reversible. For boys like Avery, the effects are permanent. He will never feel sexual attraction or any of the experiences that accompany it. He is completely sterile. He can never father a child, and his own childhood was spent in the national spotlight. The blockers he was given have also stunted his growth and mental development in irreversible ways. All of these things were stolen from him, and he has said that transitioning has ruined his life. It's high time that we stop pretending that children can make an informed decision to transition or take blockers, even if their doctors are honest about the risks and consequences, which most are not. Blockers are not reversible. The intellectual deficits they cause will never repair themselves, and neither will the damage done to the child victim's emotional intelligence and maturity. This will, of course, make it easier to push them into transitioning, i.e. to sell them hormones and provide surgical alterations. Parents like Avery's who try to monetize their child's struggles with gender identity belong in prison, not on television. I can agree with that. And so do the doctors who are complicit in his chemical castration and sterilization. I hope every single person who's undergone any of these like castration, sterilizations, or surgeries can sue the fuck out of these doctors. I hope they can take these doctors to the absolute cleaners, even if there's someone in like the Philippines or Thailand or Turkey. I hope that there is some way that they can get any kind of restitution. Finn the chat, thank you. Grok's convincing you we're closer to AGI. I don't know what that means. Looks like they already got the Elmo account back. Looking at what was said though, holy crap, yeah, I was showing a screenshot and holy fuck, what the fuck happened? Bankrupt the doctors and make sure they never practice medicine again. 1,000%. Jordan Peterson was right on that. The doctors are all monsters and butchers. They are. They're taking advantage of people who are either children who can't consent, being driven by their parents, or people who have other underlying mental conditions and need actual help. Normally, that's why they backpedal years later. Hylian Juggalo, thank you. Glad you didn't leave. Speaking of Elmo, do not look at the wiki page of the current actor for him, Kevin Clash. That makes me curious, but I feel like I shouldn't. I feel like I shouldn't do that. And so the pictures here just show like the cover of the National Geographic that came out in 2017 when he was on the cover. And then just a couple of other pictures of, here's Avery with Joe Biden. And also Avery holding a cake with the trans, and I don't know if that's, I don't know what flag that is. I genuinely don't know what those colors are. I was gonna say maybe bisexual, but it's the asexual flag? Okay. I lose track. And so I was curious, right? Because I was like, I'm not just gonna take a Twitter post at face value. Did he actually say that transition ruined his life? And I found this post from last year in October. And this had 52.5 million views. I don't know how I fucking missed seeing this. But it says, in 2017, 9-year-old Avery Jackson became the poster child for trans kids after being featured on the cover of National Geographic. Now age 17, let's check in on Avery and his affirming family. Let's see if kids know who they are. Before his viral appearance on National Geographic at age 9, here's a video of little Avery at age 7. Avery was a normal kid. He discussed enjoying climbing, playing with his brother, and wanting to be a ninja. Then, the child's shocking revelation, oh, and I'm transgender.
Hi, I'm Avery, and I'm 7 years old. I like to climb trees, be a ninja, pretend I'm animals, and all sorts of things. I like pretending I'm people from games. I like playing with my brother, and yeah, that's what I like to do. And oh yeah, I'm transgender.
The parental coaching is nuts. 7-year-old Avery discusses being born a boy and having boy body parts, but knowing that he was a girl inside. When young kids claim that they are really members of the opposite sex, it begs the question, what level of understanding do young kids have about their gender?
Doctor said I was a boy, but I knew in my heart I was a girl. So I may have some boy body parts, but that's not wrong. That is okay.
Tonka car.
And then there's just another picture of him in like a little fairy costume here. I dressed my brother up like a fairy when we were kids. He turned out all right. The 7-year-old transgender child shows great self-awareness when he says, "Sometimes I like to play as an animal, a ninja, or a princess, but it doesn't mean my parents should treat me that way because it's just make-believe." Instead of listening, his parents affirmed.
Sometimes I like playing as like an animal or a ninja or a princess, But that doesn't mean my mom and dad should treat me like it. Like, it's just make-believe. Even though I was a girl, I was afraid to tell my mom and dad because I thought they would not love me anymore and they would throw me out and stop giving me any food or anything.
What?
Sometimes I...
How does he have like a clarifying moment and then he's just like, yeah, but I really am a girl, even though I'm not a princess? Sounds like the kid's reading off a script. Yeah, it does. It really does. Following Avery's cover story on National Geographic in 2016, he appears alongside his family and 3 other transgender children in HBO's Transhood documentary. Avery and the other featured trans kids were tracked for 5 years. The footage left viewers shocked. In the shocking clip from Transhood, Avery expresses no longer wanting to continue his public life of trans activism and his book tour, saying that it ruined his life. To this, his trans activist mom, Debbie, responds with shock that her child changed his mind.
This world, we're going to Washington, D.C. We actually go and meet with our senator.
This, like, table scene here gives me PTSD flashbacks to fucking I Am Jazz, you know?
We're going to Washington, D.C. We actually go and meet with our senators and representatives. After we do that, we go and sit and sell some of Avery's books for a little while.
I just don't want to even have a book. I've done too much in this world. It's ruined my life enough, and now everyone in this world is going to know.
And it's just gonna make my life worse.
A couple years ago, you wanted people to know.
Yeah, I did, but now that was really stupid, silly mistake, and now I don't.
We're going to Washington, D.C.
This mom is crazy. This dad is not a man. And this is just another picture of the National Geographic thing, and then a picture from the documentary. Poor fucking kid. Yep. Very, very sad, unfortunately. This shocking clip from Transhood shows how Avery's mom, Debbie, dismisses her child's change of heart regarding his life trajectory as a mini trans activist. Though the trans activists say that parents must listen to and affirm their kids, this trans activist mom did neither.
We're going to Washington, D.C. We actually go and meet with our senators.
Everyone in this world is going to know.
And it's just gonna make my life worse.
A couple years ago, you wanted people to know.
Yeah, I did, but now that was really stupid, silly mistake, and now I don't.
Okay, it's just the same clip posted a second time. Avery was affirmed as a girl by everyone, including President Biden. Yet his love of all things girly began to disappear as he got older. At age 14 to 15, Avery had already been on a regimen of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones, rendering him sterile for life. What else is in here? This is TikTok escape games. What just happened? They needed me? Why is that guy wearing an anonymous mask? What's happening here? This is another picture of him. This is Debbie Jackson at the White House, Washington, D.C. I've told the story many times about the night Vice President Biden and I spoke at the same HRC event. He heard me talk about how Avery changed our lives. And then when we were talking one-on-one, he asked where Avery was because he wanted to meet them. Since Avery was at home, he asked for our phone number to call. With a reception line of dozens of people waiting to meet him, he stepped to the side and called Avery. They were 7, and he knew they'd need to get to bed soon. He told Avery how proud he was of them, how brave and inspiring they were to boldly live their truth at such a young age. He vowed to always support and fight for trans kids. And then he said, "Come see me at the White House." And so we did. Today, everything came full circle. And he remembered. Totally worth the wait. Protect trans kids. Trans kids are magic. Trans joy. White House pride. This mother is all in this for the attention that this gets her, unfortunately. The 7-year-old boy who said he was a girl inside who loved pink, butterflies, and dresses made a shocking revelation 10 years later. At 17 years old, following his permanent chemical castration, Avery declared that he wasn't really a girl, but that he was non-binary. These are just more pictures of him when he was younger. That's him holding the cake again. Let's see. Debbie Jackson, so his mom again, says, 10 years ago today, Avery proudly started living authentically by dressing head to toe in pink sparkly clothes to show the pre-K class that being called a boy and he/him pronouns didn't really fit. We celebrate this transiversary every year. Ugh. Usually on MLK Jr. Day, because it was that Monday in January when I pulled the teacher aside and said, sorry to spring this on you. And she replied, no worries, we'll be talking about MLK Jr. and his message of judging people by who they are on the inside. So we'll just work this change into the lesson. How do adults just fail children every step of the way at this, dude? Holy shit. Looking at the calendar, the actual date was January 16th, 2012. Today, Avery had another announcement. Avery would like to let you know that they are non-binary and ask that you use they/them pronouns for them going forward. Like so many other people, they have taken the time during the pandemic to look inward and figure out what makes them happy. I mean, the kiddo has already done that a lot in their short life. They've always described themselves as a tomboy trans girl because while knowing deep down that they're not a boy, they also didn't always fit what people expected a girl to be. They are a fabulous, swirling cosmos of all genders, but also no gender at all. I hate this woman. For many years, we had to focus on helping diffuse the gender dysphoria that Avery felt. Clothing changed, hair changed. They knew how they did not want to look and which puberty they did not want to experience. They started HRT and said with genuine relief, I feel like I can finally start living. And now they are at a point, finally, when dysphoria is no longer a suffocating thought or a struggle when we need to leave the house, as limited as that is these days. So you're okay with them rarely ever wanting to leave the house because of how they expressed they fucked their life up? That's kind of weird. That's kind of strange for a parent. They are at a place where they are feeling gender euphoria. Red flag. I don't believe this child is experiencing gender euphoria, but those who use gender euphoria are doing it for subversive purposes. I have never seen that phrase used and not seen it used by someone who wasn't trying to do something subversive. Massive red flag. And oh my, what a wonderful change that is. Part of that euphoria is being called they, them, because they know that they encompass so much more than a binary world will allow. So today, on this marvelous transiversary, Avery is once again bravely stepping out into the world by living on their own terms, having gotten here in their own time. I hope that you will celebrate with us. I have always advised that parents should follow their child's lead. We, as parents, as supportive as we want to be, don't experience what our trans kids experience. We don't know what it's like to be in their skin, to know what's inherently right for them. Parents should not follow the child's lead. Parents should encourage healthy learning from a child, but if the child is doing something that is dangerous, the parent is the one who is responsible for protecting the child. This is not protecting them. I have asked Avery if they have any regrets. The very immediate and short answer was no. Expanding, they said, I knew I wasn't a boy. Having everyone see me as a girl felt good. It was right. Puberty blockers is what I needed because I wouldn't have survived growing up to look like dad. They don't. They look like a boy. I would never survive my body doing that to me. I needed estrogen. Blockers let me get by without fear, but estrogen let me live. This doesn't sound like something a young person would say. I'm just at a really good place now and want to embrace every aspect of gender when or if I feel it. This is also contradictory to what he actually said in that video clip. So I'm a little suspicious here, dear Munchausen's by proxy mother. Let your kid lead. As for my own advocacy, I have always asked if I should stop, even when Avery didn't want to be public anymore. The answer has always been no, because the world needs to learn about accepting and trusting trans kids. My question for Avery now is how they would like me to refer to them when I'm asked to talk about our family and what we have experienced in the last decade. They're thinking about it. They don't know if they want me to say child and they, them for those memories. Their truth in that time was that they were a girl and it made them happy to be referred to that way. So for now, I'm trying to be cautious and use neutral words and pronouns until they decide for sure. You'll see in future posts how that works out. I probably won't make an announcement, so trust that whatever language I use, I will be doing what Avery decides, because I let my kiddo lead. This is written by the I know it's written by the mother. That's what I've been saying this whole time.
Who was recently profiled in the Kansas City Star. As surprised as I was to find my family in the paper, I'm also incredibly proud. My daughter is 6 years old.
The mom totally wrote that? No, that was on the mother's Facebook page. That was definitely written by the mom. I don't feel like when she's trying to quote the child that was anything the child actually said, especially since we've just seen clips of what he did say.
Which means she changed her outward appearance from male to female and started living full-time as her true gender when she was 4. Until that point, she was quite a rough-and-tumble little boy with a buzz cut and a shark tooth necklace. But when she was 3, she asked her dad and I if we could buy her a princess dress. We didn't buy the dress. We thought she might be going through a stage of liking bright or sparkly things and didn't want to waste money on something she would grow bored of in a week. But she kept asking, and I found out that she had a favorite princess dress she wore at daycare. What the heck, we thought, and we took her to the store to pick one out. Things didn't stop there. Over the next few months, she started to wear that dress every single minute that she was at home.
That's normal for children. What do you mean?
Dresses, nightgowns, headbands, sparkly pink shoes, and eventually even girls' underwear.
Okay, that one's a little weird.
We allowed some of those things, but we drew the line at the undies. There were just some things we weren't comfortable
Daycare was giving this kid a dress. Yeah, that's a little strange for the daycare, honestly.
But then I noticed her pushing down on her genitals a lot, and I asked her what was wrong. Not having those parts, I assumed she might have a rash and was itchy, but her answer shocked me. She said that they bothered her and were in the way. She wanted them gone.
A 4-year-old?
Thank God for Google, because I immediately jumped on the computer and typed in a search. 4-year-old boy says genitals should be gone. What came back was a very short list of results, but they all pointed to one thing. My child might be transgender.
Okay. All right. Okay. Avery was a toddler who liked pink and dresses. He had discomfort with his male genitals. His mom went onto the internet where she was told that her child might be transgender. Then the pediatrician affirmed it, and Debbie fully committed herself to transitioning her son. Societal opposition to letting the boy grow his hair and wear sparkles caused Avery distress. The other toddlers didn't care about Avery's nonconformity. It was the parents who did. Avery's family went into hiding so Avery could grow his hair and live as an acceptable girl. I wonder if this is the same clip or not.
Transgender before and really didn't know what to think. We made an appointment with our pediatrician.
Okay, it's different.
She recommended a child psychologist. But before we could even get an appointment, my daughter, then my 4-year-old son, said these words to me. Mom, you know I'm really a girl, right? I'm a girl on the inside. That moment changed my life. In the following months, she became more insistent. We saw the psychologist and an endocrinologist to make sure there wasn't a hidden medical issue. She became more determined to express herself by wearing those pink sparkly shoes to daycare.
This is going to be played in the murder trial sometime in the next 20 years.
Wanted to go out for ice cream in a fairy dress and wings. Eventually, we couldn't hold her back. She was showing signs of depression and refused to leave the house dressed as a boy. The day I let her go to school in girl clothes, she was happier than I had seen in a very long time. The kids were great, and the teachers were awesome.
And it was also great that I was getting tons of attention and money for parading around my son, who I'm now turning into a girl. Oh my God.
But then the kids went home and told their parents, and they weren't so great after that. Adult bigotry had influenced them. We lost most of our friends and some of our family. We basically went into hiding for about a year while my daughter grew out her hair to look like the girl that she is. When we emerged again, it was with a very happy and confident daughter.
Imagine believing a 4-year-old about that kind of thing. I was like, be a parent, goddamn. Debbie Jackson faced her son's insurmountable distress by seeking the opinion of an expert who recommended raising the boy as a girl. Damn, John Money coming at you from the grave. Debbie's decision to follow the expert's advice made her a social pariah. Persecution further drove Debbie into the clutches of trans activists.
Transgender before and really didn't know what to think. We made an appointment with our pediatrician.
This is the same video clip we just watched. When this little boy's mom was told by the experts that she must trans her son, and she faced social backlash for it, she dug her heels in even further. She didn't have a child 17 years ago expecting to be a trans activist. She genuinely believes castrating her son saved his life. Debbie Jackson felt persecuted for following the expert opinion to transition her son. She went from a skeptic to a true believer. As her son began to change and grow out of his girly behaviors, his mom had already committed fully to his transition. Even as the little boy turned trans kid pioneer began to grow out of his girl identity phase, his mom had already rerouted her life's mission in pursuit of a techno-medical fantasy. If only her little boy had been allowed to have his princess phase in peace. True and real. True and real. I feel like I probably have seen that documentary before. I don't know if we watched it together as a community years ago or not, but it looks very familiar to me. His mom committed. Yeah, it's actually crazy when you read about the stories of some of these kids who had been on blockers from very, very young ages. Like watching the story of him and watching the story of like Jazz, it's just horrific, and I could not imagine going through that kind of thing. And it makes me all that more suspicious when people try to advocate for these kinds of sterilization procedures for children, and they try to say that it is reversible when it very clearly is not. Like, this is a dangerous thing to go down. This is not something that children should have access to. Protecting the children is to not castrate them or give them hormones that will mess them up for life. What about the dad? I feel like the dads are always incredibly ineffective in these areas. It's always amazing to you that people think that there's some kind of evolutionary marvel that bucks the trend of millions of years of humans developing into the creatures that we are. I know. Jack Crow, thank you. You know, you're starting to think these people are just unironically evil, and you question what went so wrong with the world that people not only tolerate this, but actively promote it. I feel that way pretty fucking frequently. You know, like, the more horrors I uncover and the more I look into the abyss, it's just like, how did we get here? How are we at this point? How did it get so bad with no one doing anything? And then I remember back when I first learned about people trying to do this, like, transgender stuff to children, and I first learned about, like, what autogynephilia was in adult men as well. And I remember bringing this up to, like, male friends I had in real life, and their response was like, well, it doesn't affect me, so I don't need to care about it. And this sounds like an issue that feminists ushered in all by themselves. And it's like, well, if you ever want to have children, this should be something you care about. Because who knows if you're going to end up picking a woman that's not as good as you think she is, and you're going to come home from work one day and she's going to exclaim that your 3-year-old is actually not a boy anymore, they're a girl, and if you don't go along with it, you're going to lose your parental privileges. And I even talked about it, like, when that happened in Canada, and they were just like, oh, well, that's Canada, right? It'll never happen here in the US. Like, we have more freedoms and protections here under our Constitution. And then that Texas case happened, where that son got taken away from his father because the mother wanted to trans the child and the father was against it. It's just, there's so many levels of people. I just want to grill, this doesn't affect me, so I'm not going to care about it until it does. And I think the mentality of I'm not going to care until it does is very detrimental. And I don't know how to impart to people that you should care before it starts affecting you, because once it starts affecting you, it's too late and it's going to be very, very difficult to change. This is why you need to be very, very careful with who you decide to marry. Yeah, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. How did he lose in Texas? Because the cult is a lot stronger. God hates taxes, thank you. This is like going on WebMD and coming to the conclusion that you have cancer AIDS from minor symptoms. True. There's a straightforward way to fix most of this. Repeal the 19th. And there's no balance in anything anymore. Didn't she basically abduct the child to California? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, unfortunately. We just want to get married, bake the cake, you bigot, trans the kids. I don't know, man. It's just depressing to think about sometimes, you know? I try to, like, fucking not have super depressing things, but occasionally it's like, how did we get here, man? If you refuse to defend other people's hills until yours is being attacked, don't expect anyone to help defend your hill. And I feel the same way. I fucking operate 1,000% on that fucking principle. I'm not going to come to the rescue of someone who decided it wouldn't be profitable for them to speak up if I was getting attacked, right? Anyway, welcome, smugglers. Hope you enjoyed your stay. True. Yorick, my guy, thank you. Congratulations. You went from a great day for feeding raccoons and deer, and now you have less PC thoughts. It's time to feed more deer. The deer will save you. Family court in Texas is fucked up. It's designed to hurt men. I would change that from family court in Texas to just family court in the US in general. Conservative states are pretty much pro-feminism, which includes this. I don't know what the answer is, but I'm glad that more and more people are kind of coming to the realization of how harmful this stuff is. Still a little crazy that Asmongold and I got attacked as Nazis for pointing out that trans children are the result of mentally ill parents, but you know. How are you supposed to grill now with a fire in your heart? You finished the Sam Hyde edit. As always, you can find it in Kirsche memes. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Where's the palette cleanser? Let me go touch it. Let me touch it. We could end on a slightly happy note. Also, if you were playing Core Punk with me during my Core Punk sponsor, whenever that happened, I have no concept of time. If you were playing the Core Punk sponsor with me, we're going to be playing some more Core Punk sometime this week. That's right, I'm going to be starting 2 video games at the same time. We're going to be playing Claire Obscura and Core Punk. So if you still have that downloaded, we're gonna be memeing together. I don't remember if I made a guild last time, but if I didn't, I'm going to be making one. Because we're going to be playing a decent amount of Core Punk over the next few months. I got a really nice offer, and I had a lot of fun playing that game, so I figured, yeah, let's pick it up. Let's pick it up, let's go back. I'll do another round 2 with you, baby. I'll do a round 2. So if you need to reinstall it, feel free to reinstall again. You can only play on weekends. Well, it's good I typically play games on Saturdays. That's good there. No, we're not doing that. You're getting called a slur. That was pretty good. That was pretty. I like the way he looks at the camera. Oh my god. You play games? Yeah, I play games on occasion. It happens. And I definitely want to try and kick up at least a little bit of the level of gaming before I go on my next vacation, which I am absolutely terrified of at the moment. It's gonna be big for me, so I am very anxious and very worried. That laugh is everything. There's the twat. I'm gonna go ahead and retweet that. Victus has never done me wrong. He doesn't put hate symbols in the background of his tweets. We need to finish Okage. I should be getting to that on Tuesday this week. Hopefully I can finish Okage, because all we have is the final boss left. So my yapping surely wouldn't take over that entire stream. And then Saturday, we'll do some core punking. We're gonna leave Friday alone as our yapping day, so I don't get filled to the brim with the need to yap. Let us see. Homestead is online. Let's see Homestead I can raid. You thinking of investing in a new kind of canned clarified butter? They call it Gee Whiz. Gee, Sally. I miss when your boyfriend let you have 2 cums. Was Mecha Break what broke Grok and made Grok into Mecha Hitler? I don't know, but whatever broke into Grok also broke into fucking Elmo recently, apparently. I don't know what the fuck is going on with that. I don't know what is happening. Alright, I can't raid Bagman again, because I raided him recently. I feel like I should reach out to Bao, because I like raiding her, and I don't want her getting called a Nazi because I raid her, because Bao is very sweet, and she doesn't deserve that, and that makes me feel bad. Oh god, normally I would raid Henya too. Oh god, chat, I'm just like, I'm nervous, man. I don't want people to get fucking attacked by online freaks for guilt by association, man. A Saturday. Oh yeah, Saturday's a birthday stream. Fuck, we'll have to do Core Punk on Sunday then. Saturday's birthday stream. Mwanya. Find a new rando. Just raid into a rando. Spread the Nazism like AIDS. I don't know. That makes me nervous. I'll raid Grathu. It's been a while since I've raided Grathu. We'll go say hi to him. He's not playing Predecessor for the first time in his life, unironically. It says duo PvP server with Pred gamers, so I guess there's people from Pred playing with him. We talked about Pred sometime earlier today. It just makes sense. Alright, go say hello to the Grathu. Give him some nice love. It's been a hot minute since we've seen him. I will see you guys on heckin' Tuesday. I'll see you on the Tuesdays, my guys. It's heckin' Taco Tuesday and Anal Night at the same time. Predecessor to I'm gonna fucking find your farm, brother. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. See you Tuesday. Bye bye. Bye bye.